Goodbye, Shaloim. Oh, that Greg Sittel troll really, it was just delicious. Really was a lot of fun. I knew we was gonna come. Let's call a Republican committee person here in Chicago, Walter. This is the Godfather, the king of political crime. This is the Godfather.
The money out of thin air, so it's like, ooh. No, hypnosis is bad. Don't be hypnosis. Oh, shit. That's cheeseburger, bro. That's cheeseburger? He's live streaming this room right now. I don't give a fuck. Let him live stream your fucking room.
Bitch.
Yeah, we're just talking about John Cicada and Richard Marks anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Fucking bitch. Oh, he's live streaming the room. Ooh.
What's up, man?
What up? So, voiceover guy may be an audio engineer. I don't know if you can hear me. Is it cracking? Because this phone really sucks.
No. Whatever, it's fine.
So, voiceover guy is an easily agitated young man who is a veteran with extreme fragility, great PTSD. He should be redeployed to the front lines so he can help this democracy spread its purple hair clowndom. What I'm really trying... I know. No one knows that. Though. I don't know why people think that. It's really. I think it's because it's a feel-good word. Yeah, it's a feel-good word.
He reads Albert Pike. He knows they're all fucking brainwashed.
Yeah, I've read Albert Pike. I haven't read the whole book cover to cover. That's impossible. But what I'm trying to say, it's not impossible. I'm just saying I haven't done it.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. So a lot of people confuse voiceover guy and it's kind of funny because my last name is actually Kitover. I have over in my last name. We're both veterans. We're both. I think I'm a better voice actor. I'm more hypnotic than voiceover guy because voiceover guy is not an actor. He's more of an engineer. But together we would be unstoppable. Our power would spread across the world.
By the way, this holiday, the so-called holiday, is supposed to be about you guys, though. Thank you both for your time. Memorial Day is for the ones that die. Veterans Day is for the ones that live. But it doesn't matter. You get what I'm saying?
No, it's important to recognize the difference between life and death. We are alive. Say it out loud. I am alive.
I think hypnosis, just like, man, he named it Dor's era. He's the real Dor's era. He's not a dumb guy. He's really intelligent. He plays that trolling role, but he's really smart. He's molested as a child. Well, I don't know. We all have childhood traumas, right? Anyway. All right, so then you guys thank me for my debt service, for my input service, but if it's about the debt served. Why would I do that though? All right, then don't do it. Your dad served in the military? Bro, how many times have you heard me talk? You don't know my dad served in the military? No, I don't know what branch he served in. My dad was in the Air Force. Oh, it's okay. All right, what years was he in? My dad's older, bro. So he's in Vietnam era? He's older than Vietnam. Okay. He was 101st Airborne Division. Well, that wouldn't be Air Force, that'd be Army. Well, no, he was in the Air Force, so I could be safe. He was born in 32, my dad was. He was 52 years old when he had me. Oh, wow. His brother was older, so his brother was a couple years older, so he was in World War II. But my dad was stationed was 17, so that's 42. So like 49, 50, 51. What year was he born? He was born in 32. Okay. 33. Then he went into the military at 17 years old. So okay, then you do the math.
Okay, gotcha. Yes. So 50s, yeah. So Korea time frame.
Korea.
There you go. And now it's Korea. Okay. Right on. When did he pass away?
He passed away like 20 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, fair winds and following seas. We've got the watch, Commander.
I don't know what that means, or maybe he does. And then I have
You would know that.
I have a lot of people in my family. So, my dad's side, they came here in 1915 to evade the genocide in Turkey, and the list of veterans from that time, from 1915 to now, is like, my cousin published it. It's like, I don't know if there's only like 40, 50 in my family. Because at that time, when you were 18, you went in the military.
Over there in Turkey?
No, they all served in the U.S. They came in 1915 to evade the genocide. Yeah, so when they came as refugees, each single one of them turned like they were all in the military.
The American military?
American military.
So that's around World War I time?
Yeah.
Wow. You have a lineage of fucking warfighters, huh?
Yeah, I told you this.
No, you have not.
And if you talk to Josh, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't worry.
No, I wish you had told me that because it's pretty badass.
Yeah.
I think military lineage and families. I think it's prestigious, badass, it's prestigious. It's just cool. It's just very cool to have a collective of a bunch of people that are willing to serve their country. Like me, my grandfather, my dad sat at the table.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
It shows. It doesn't matter what I think, what we know about what that bracket is about. The idea is, if it was idealistic the way it was told to these young boys, then it was very honorable what they did. Period.
Hello?
Period. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Listen, in round 2, there's certain rules of round 2 that we have to abide by because we're past round 1. The game has changed. Welcome to your new upgrade.
Is that
Nibiru? So what I'm really trying to say is it's now Sunday, 8:14 a.m. CST, Chicago, Illinois. It's what? 5:26 now? Yeah, 5:26:24. So, voiceover guy was a 50 cal machine gunner. He liquidated a lot of enemies of the democracy.
I was not 50 cal machine gunner. I was not.
Well, what was your MOS?
I was a 35-33 LBS operator.
Ooh, I was an 11 Bravo.
That's cool. But you weren't 11 Bravo because you were an officer, right?
No, officer after graduating college. Then I became an intelligence officer in the United States Army of the Republic.
So you circumvented the point line.
You want a voiceover guy? This is what happened to me in the Army.
My dad always told me that.
I don't believe anything you say.
No, that's fine. I don't really care. I wear the Star of Gold.
That's true. I know. You see pictures of him where he graduated from.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. I don't know what they call them, GIs or whatever.
GIs? What are you talking about? I was an Army intelligence officer. I was a butter bar. They gave me a bar of gold butter.
That's because you went in with a degree.
I've been eating this gold butter for 20 years. Uncle Sam is delicious. Many people don't know that Uncle Sam has a dick made of gold butter. And I have been slurping Uncle Sam's giant cock for 20 years. I drink it all up. I drink Uncle Sam's milkshake. I drink it up. Voiceover guy has met his match. One voiceover guy to another. Who is the better voiceover guy? A lot of people think I am voiceover guy. So he goes room to room saying, I am not audio teachers, aka John Kitova. Repoinoi Shaloi, we have hit the mark. We have hit the bullseye. Congratulations, Mazel Tov. Bye, Shalayling. Shalatov. You know, my last name is Tove.
What's your last name? Tolls or kickoff or what?
It is Kai Tove Ki means that, like your name Ki, and then Tove means good, and then means person. So in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, after God created this puny little planet, he said, Ki Tove.
I don't think he said that.
He did. It's in the Bible. He says that is good.
I mean, man is dead. Yeah.
See, voiceover guy can't trust anyone because he can't trust himself.
Wait.
I can trust myself all day every time.
Wait, cheeseburger. You said you were a Messianic Jew or no?
No, not really.
Oh, so that was a lie.
Well, I have been.
You're really involved in the esoteric, aren't you?
Well, no, I mean, I am me, but I am also my books. So I wouldn't say that I'm a Messianic Jew or a Christian because, you know, there's just too many books out there. There's too many screenplays and scripts to enjoy. I wouldn't want to choose one script. What you're trying to do is put me in a box. I don't know why you're trying to do that.
No, I'm not doing that, but you did say that to me before.
No, I didn't say that to you. That was somebody else. I know what I say. Because I say what I feel. You're trying to put me in a box when there ain't no box to put me in.
I'm not dumb if I know more than anyone I know based on the type of ideas and support and the books that you read while we're on this podcast.
I'm not a literalist, Key. I'm just an academic. I'm an observer. You know, no one knows the truth. If you can't just
You're a little bit of everything.
I'm a nothing burger. I'm a Chicago cheeseburger. I have no position. I just want to be equilibrium. I want to have harmony in my life. That's the whole thing. I'm not anything. I'm just some fucking loser in my mom's basement.
You know what that's failed in, though? You know what that's failed in?
Yes, I get it. That's why I don't want to have a position. Because I want to be everywhere.
But you know what that's failed in?
Well, you have your. Well,
Right.
we're living in the age of Aquarius, and right now I'm inside Uranus. I'm in Uranus.
So the things that you're saying, though.
I'm in Uranus. I'm from Uranus. I'm going to go to Uranus. Take the Aquarius out of Uranus.
You need my foot in Uranus is what you need.
Listen, voiceover guy has a fixation on Uranus. Why do you think he's here? He's fixated on Uranus. I'm with Hermes and Aquarius, and we're gonna come inside Uranus.
You're with
Sorry, I'm playing a video game called Uranus.
Yep, and you know why you posted the lotus? Yeah, I know.
Listen, just be still. Be at the center and, know where you came from and end all your problems. Stop thinking. Stop talking. End your problems.
Okay. Well, we have an audience. I don't want to creep them out too much because we all, something like something.
They were creeped out a long time ago.
They're
along for the ride.
But,
Listen, I'm along for the ride. I was at a bagel shop with my mom, and I was like, Mom, let me pay for everything. And then she started going bananas at the cash register about how they fucked up her order or how I fucked up her order. And then the cashier looks at me and she goes, oh, you didn't know? You're just along for the ride.
Well, you definitely are along for the ride. Intentionally try to mislead with all this bullshit you come into these rooms with all of that theology.
Listen, I'm a performer. If you don't like my performance, you don't have to be personal.
No, it's not about a performance. It's about backing.
Maybe my performance is so good you think this is real as opposed to performative.
There's truth in jest. It's not just entertainment, it's the culture. And the culture
Thou complimentest me too much, I doth protest.
You're too fucking smart not to know where that shit comes from.
What makes zero
Well,
different
I
from
can
other
read to you
software?
Shakespeare. Have you ever read Shakespeare? Have you ever read Shakespeare? I mean, I would like to read something to you guys today in order to. Well, it's in the book of Psalms. When I was in the army, this black drill sergeant said, go to the first book of Psalms, count down 10, you'll see the word shake. Go to the last chapter of Psalms, count up 10, and you'll see spirit. He said Shakespeare was alive during King James. He wrote the Psalms with a couple other people, and he hid his name in the Psalms to tell everybody, hey, Shakespeare composed this.
Yeah, Sir Francis Bacon edited the whole King James version of the Bible. It went from like 100-something books to 66 books. It's all ripped with numerology and coding and all that bullshit. Yeah. You know that. Come on. You don't know that.
1775 is the one to look at.
You know that. You know that, cheeseburger. You know that. You know that Sir Francis Bacon was Shakespeare and that was his alias. You know
Hey, G. You know where I'm going to the States the other day. I'm trying to find the Encyclopedia Britannica from the 50s.
1850s?
You know what?
Yeah. Encyclopedia Britannica from the 50s would be the one I'm going to get right now.
Dictionaries, yeah, all that shit.
Well, okay, so let me read you a little poetry. This is from the Tao Te Ching. This is the first Chinese book ever written, made in the year 300 BC. It was printed on metal plates on rice paper. It's about... Oh, I got bad connection.
8 down.
That's too much.
Giving him 8. He'll go for 27.
He will. He'll go for a fucking whole novel.
Can you hear me?
Let him in the merch bus with some
Give
poetry.
this motherfucker an inch, he'll take a mile, man. Give him a road.
No, this will be brief, and you can cut me off anytime you want. I promise I won't have a mood swing. I won't get angry. Okay, so this is the Tao Te Ching. This is by Lao Tzu. If I had the least bit of wisdom, I could follow the path of Tao quite well. My only fear would be trying to go my own way. The great path is simple and direct, yet people love to take the side routes. See how magnificent the clown house courts have become. The women dress in colorful gowns. The men carry well-crafted clown swords. Food and drink overflow. Wealth and finery abound. Yet in the shadow of all this splendor, the fields grow barren. The granaries are all but empty. I say this pomp at the expense of others is like the boasting of thieves after a looting. Surely it is contrary to Tao. Surely it cuts against the grain of the whole empire. Truth once established can never be uprooted. Goodness once imbibed can never be stripped away. A sacrifice to a higher cause is never lost. An offering to an ancestor never goes to waste. When a person embodies Tao, his heart becomes true. When a family embodies Tao, it thrives. When a village embodies Tao, it is protected. When a country embodies Tao, it prospers. When the world embodies Tao, it reveals its perfection. Tao is everywhere. It has become everything. To truly see it as it is. In a person, see it as a person. In a family, see it as a family. In a country, see it as a country. In the world, see it as the world. How have I come to know all this? Tao has shown me. Tao as all this. So Tao is essentially the same exact word as God. And that book is called Tao Te Ching, or what you could say is the Book of Changes, or God is change, or transmutation, or action. So it's a book on wisdom, and it's the first book ever written out of China, mass produced 300 BC, 2,300 years ago. So the Chinese had, in terms of comparative religion, the Chinese had an understanding of God, and their word was Tao, which means the great way. So it is a wisdom, a philosophy. And if you ask people what is the source of happiness, they'll say, I don't know, relationships. No, the source of happiness is Tao, or God. And that's my hypnosis for the day. And the color is red, which is love. So if you want, the world or the universe, you just have to have love at the center of your heart, and the world is yours.
Hypnosis of all the shit you've said since you've come in here. That was profound. And I'm surprised I haven't even delved into any of that.
Well, you did right now. The whole thing is now. So Ki is close to the source, meaning the now, because she chooses a 3-letter word. Court is a 4-letter word, which is the secret name of God. So this is your round 2 upgrade. Congratulations. You've made it to the Hypnosis Communication Incorporated podcast.
Thank you for initiating me into the next level. I couldn't do it without you, Father. I appreciate you so much. I will bow down and kiss the ring.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be doing all that, but I'm appreciative of you sharing that with us.
No, actually, to be honest, I don't know if it was Taoism or something else, but I was listening to a lecture, and he was talking about ancient China, and it may have been Tao, but he was saying that that text actually was.
El reina es aquí el Cordero de Dios, poquitos pescados del mundo.
Whatever, but then, as time went on, and I don't know if it was it was basically the same exact thing.
You know what's interesting? Just recently, okay. Someone told me cheeseburger running around, and he just kind of fucks with everybody and trolls.
You're talking to him, bro.
No, I know. And so I'm presuming that is you. And so I actually have a question for you, man. It seems simplistic, but I'll just get on with the question. Why, with a level of intelligence and understanding that I'm presuming that you exhibit, or you've retained, what would be the reasoning? Is it pure boredom? Like if you go into a room and you just fuck with everybody, and is it a form of entertainment for your?
He's brilliant. He's brilliant.
Yeah, well, no, I know, but is it a form? Trolls just irritate shit out of me. There's a difference. Like if we're having a room, we're all kidding. That's one thing, but to go into a room not knowing anybody or just out of pure boredom and fucking with people, I personally find it in my life. It's like, why would I waste my time doing that? But after listening to you,
it's easy to answer.
In your own right, so there's got to be a reasoning behind
it. Yeah, because you're not seeing it from my perspective. You're not standing over my shoulder watching what I'm doing here in my office. I'm recording everything on 50 phones. I'm creating content. And the name of my television show that I sold to Netflix is called The Gaslight TV Show. And for $10 million, they're paying me to record you all and gaslight you. I mean, it's a joke. But the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is I have this book based on the Matrix called The Premier Neurolinguistic Programming Hand Manual of the Matrix or something like that. Or this other book. I can't remember the name of this one. It's a rare book, but the point is there's this passage that says all communication is hypnosis. ** in quotations. So there's a lot of context to that maxim or aphorism. And so when you come into a room and people have their established patterns and relationships and communication patterns, what I'm trying to do is radically make people aware of the fact that they are crisscross communicating and hypnotizing themselves and others. And so Hypnosis Communication Incorporated is essentially a content creation company. And I have over 10,000 videos in my library. I'm a publisher. And so my library has grown very quickly.
Hold on, Edmund, because that makes sense when you come into a room and dialogue. But when that doesn't make sense is when you just bomb a room and start blaring music and don't say shit. It's two different things. It's two different personas.
Well, even if I were to play a bell or an alarm, it's the same thing. I'm hypnotizing and I'm cross hypnotizing. I'm agnostic, as to what I play, because I'm kind of just playing whatever I'm listening to. So I'm doing this for me, always for me. I want me to make the money. I want me to make the love. I want me to make the honey. Me, 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 me. But in the process of me, 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 it creates a lot of you, 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 you. So all I'm trying to do is create interesting communication, because the Zen saying is, I got into the bathtub, I got out of the bathtub, I said a bunch of nonsense, and then I got back into the bathtub. I got back into the hot tub. What I'm saying is all nonsense. It's all just Chicago cheeseburger. It's all just nothing burger. That's the whole essence to the troll, meaning that the more no you are, the more nothing you are, the more void you are, the more you can invert what you're listening to, because this is a hypnosis app. It's a social audio hypnosis app.
Well, as you say, and you believe all communication is hypnosis. So let's just be honest and keep it simple. You're just an acquired taste. This is the shit you're into, and that's what you do.
Well, he quite literally said that there's a purpose behind it, and that's actually, if you look at the programming MK Ultra, or in your context, the hypnosis state of the human mind, just by going and altering somebody's would be more subconscious, but just altering their thought pattern by saying something that's radical or playing music out of the middle of nowhere, you actually can convert an entire room, because they do it. You can convert an entire room from having a bad conversation into a good one, and vice versa. So is there some level of intrigue in what you do? Do you ever do this into a room and you walk away just going, damn, I had an epiphany of how fragile the human mind really is, or how malleable it is?
Well, coming from the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, and then all my life experiences, to have this security apparatus around me to be able to, what's so amazing about this app is when you basically raid a room and you troll a room or you hypnotize a room, let's say there's hundreds of people there. This is the futuristic technology that Big Brother is extremely interested in, because it is a form of mind control or brain conditioning or social audio conditioning. So this is like an extenuation of the MK Ultra technology research program. And so when you can hypnotize a room of 500 people and completely create a void in that room and suck all the spirit out of it, we're not just, genetic, biological, organ in, humans. We're not just tubes. We are tied into the whole universe, our brains, our psyches, our souls. So to be able to fuck with people at scale like this, and have the awareness, or the mindfulness or whatever, it is a little bit like being Magneto or Professor Xavier. It does give you like a mutant power to hypnotize and to do mass communication theory in practice. So, I'm not a celebrity. I'm a guy sitting in my mom's basement picking my butthole. I'm not Dan Rathers or Ellen DeGeneres. Those are the people that have real true power, because they do have mass communication theory and action at their fingertips. This is a microcosm of that power. So what we want to do is use this app to launch that type of star power. Or what we're trying to do is launch star rockets And every successful publisher in music, news, whatever kind of publishing business has that ability to launch star rockets. And that's what we're trying to do through communication, Hypnosis Communication Incorporated.
All right, let me ask you this. With I'm sure you're fully aware of the state of the world, where mankind is. And I did hear you mention something about Aquarius, and then you parlayed that into more of a comedic form. With everything that's going on around us, and I'm really actually digging deeper into kind of your philosophical point of view, would you, or maybe it's not a bother of yours at all, would you say, though, with what you're doing, even with the knowledge that you have, by promoting what you're doing and being a part of that, wouldn't that degenerating, or what's what I'm looking for? Society's a mess as it is, and you're just promoting that even further. And this is my perception, inevitably. Would you think that you're actually a part of the problem in and of itself? And
No.
You, the man. I'm asking a genuine question.
No. In round two, there's expressions which help us rectify a lot of what you're talking about. One is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Number two is you need not worry about your future. Number three is the most valuable object in the entire universe is your brain. Yeah, your intelligence, your understanding. And then number four, the number is always three. So we'll get to the third round, but technically it takes three to tango, meaning that you, me, and Key, we're the two wise men and the one wise woman. We are doing a triangle formation right now. And you need triangle formations to create the change. So who visited baby Jesus in Bethlehem? The three wise men. Those magi, those three wise people, are just references to the stars or magic, meaning that the magi is the magic, and it was three of them. So there is like a numerology tied up into the wisdom, correlations or comparisons. So I'm just trying to say that the ultimate maxims and motto are stop thinking and end your problems, number one. Number two is stop thinking, stop talking, or the more you speak, the more you think, the further from the truth you get. That's number two, because yourself is the truth. When you go outside the self, you immediately lose the truth. Number three is a Napoleonic maxim, which is a magical motto, which says, I command, or I remain silent. Shh.
That was interesting, hypnotic. Has everybody quiet? It's funny.
No, I'm not quiet. I heard it.
No, that was an interesting. I'm looking for words because I got 40 things going on in front of me right now. No, I appreciate it, man. I understand that there's many things that are misunderstood and understood. Very little's overstood.
Yes.
In this world that we live in. And I find it fascinating. It's people such as yourself, sometimes the ones that seem as if they're rebellious are actually the ones with the knowledge, and we throw that away. Now there are trolls that are just fucking bored. They sit at their house and I'm going here, fuck you. There really is no conscious doing behind their chaos. But there was something with you, and I was just you said keywords and stuff, little things here and there, and I was like, something's different here. I'm missing something. And it's interesting also that you came in the room, everybody, cheeseburger. I'm like, who the hell's this cheeseburger guy? And then I coined the room round two because there was somebody in here, something happened, I had to start another room, but it went straight into what you were talking about. So I don't know if the room title triggered what you were thinking, or it was synchronicity of what you
Pepe has arrived.
Room title. That's kind of the shit I think about. is I don't believe in coincidence. I think everything is a synchronicity. It's the old adage about what you see is ready to teach over the years. So it's interesting, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, synchronicity is syncing. You're syncing communication, which is information technology.
Damn, Court, you must have smoked some good shit today.
You know how I roll, Key. That's how I roll.
No, I didn't even know you smoked. I'm just teasing you.
No,
So-
I'm getting ready to go to work. It just I would say I don't present it a lot on this app. There's the philosophical, in-depth thinking. I wouldn't say we've lost the ability. We're just not interested in it anymore. And it goes back to some of the great readings, even the one that he shared, and Sun Tzu, and we think it's gibberish because it's not popular. But really, a lot of what we're looking for is in all these old writings. The Bible being one of them. I won't get into it out of respect for yourself, Key, but that I was shown some things in that book, and I went, "Damn, this is a lot deeper than I was ever told." And I think we're missing the boat on that. Not just the Bible, any of the older writings, that we take it for face value, surface level. And I don't know if it's been bred out of us to be able to dig deeper and see the philosophical point of views that some of these writings have, or we're just lost interest in them. But I think that they're hidden in plain sight, and we don't care anymore. But I found a lot of answers and stuff like that.
Well, what did and you already know we're here to engage in intellectual debate, and iron sharpens iron. So there's no reservations that need to be had on any level when speaking about any text. But if books were not power, then why was that one of the first things that the Nazi Party did? They burned all the books, right? So, and what is that? What is one of the most coveted things that the elite, and when I say the elite, we're talking about the people that all these quote unquote conspiratorial rooms talk about, those elitists. You know what is one of the most treasured things that they have? It's not fucking money. They print the money. It's not the money. It's their libraries and the books and that sacred knowledge that they hoard and hold on to. So, yeah, reading is fucking fundamental. There's no doubt. And when they want to disconnect you from that, they want to disconnect you from thinking. And when you get disconnected from critical thinking, you get disconnected from truth. And when you get disconnected from truth, then you get swayed into doing anything by anybody.
Absolutely. And here's what I gotta jump in the shower so I get ready for work. I'm gonna keep listening, but continue on, Keith.
No, that was my rant. What up, Cable? What?
So I was reading the Tao Te Ching. I'd like to read it another page, if I may. If while Court is scrubbing his balls and tickling Uranus.
Absolutely, brother. Go right ahead, and I'll be thinking of your reading while I'm scrubbing said balls and scratching said anus.
Yes, Dad.
So, that's the most awesome thing about this app is you can say gaslighting things in a very professional way, and it just doesn't have the same gaslighting effect as if I was like a street level trash thug using profanity and vulgar on this app nonstop to do talk therapy because of all my abuse in society. Listen, people use this app for a drug. It's a dopamine feedback loop, but the truth is, well, the truth is, if you were to come on here and do what I'm doing now, which is reading high value ancient wisdom, it changes the reader and it changes the listener. So the tongue is referenced to life and death. And, in that other room or whatever, we were talking about life and death and life. And You know, we all have hours left to live. We're on an expiration clock in the same way as if you were to get a timer for your kitchen. You know, I used to have a kitchen timer collection of I had a big collection of kitchen timers because there's so many different, you know, they're toys basically. They got, you know, all these cartoon and cool, awesome kitchen timers. I had a big collection because I wanted to remind myself that time is conceptual. However, we're all on a timer. We have hours left to breathe. So you do want to optimize.
You're a philosopher. You need to be a professor in a university.
I don't need to be put in a box so I can educate children. I can come to Clown House to do that. You know, that's not who I am. Who are you? You know, that's the big philosophical question. Who are you? If you know where you came from, you can end all your problems. Keith, do you have problems?
Of course I do.
Okay, so where do you come from?
Well, look at my PPR. That's where I come from.
Okay, well, that's not where you come from. It is a philosophical question. Where do you come from? You come from.
That's a philosophical answer. That's my family home in Turkey before we were genocided and it was taken over by the Ottoman Empire. And then my family came here and then it was generational curse upon curse from people that were once self-made, wealthy
Okay, so if I can interject and just say, remember, this is a social audio hypnosis game. This is supposed to be fun. Picture yourself at a casino playing a slot machine and you just hit the $1 million jackpot. This is a video game. I'm not trying to have a literal communication with you, a real conversation with you.
God. Okay.
So just play along.
You're reading ancient Chinese with them. Come on, you're picky. You're cherry picking when you want to be deep, and then saying, you know what? Here's where I want to be deep, but I don't want to hear your deep shit.
What I'm trying to say is let go, let it go. That's what I'm trying to say. And when I say
there is a letting go.
Okay, so there is. Let me just quote from the Xin Ming, which is a Zen Taoist Chinese document. It says, there is no past, there is no future, there is no present. Even time, the moment is conceptual. So when you're repeating to me your family's horrible history, what you're doing is you are doing a social communication, a cultural hypnosis communication. You're doing a conditioning. You're repeating your conditioning to the audience. That is your conditioning. But I go back to the fact that is not who you are. You are the tree of life. You are the earth. You are the sun. You are the moon. You are Mars. You are Venus. You are Pluto. You are the universe. The universe created you. There's no other explanation. It took an entire universe to create a tree. It took an entire universe to create a flower. It took an entire universe to create Uranus.
It took an entire universe to create Uranus.
Now she gets it. Now she gets it. She's surfing.
They want to hold on to that story. They want to hold on to that pain. They want to hold on to that thing that is keeping them in that cycle of that same thing. So yeah, you're right. I mean, you gotta liberate the minds and the spirit and the soul, and break those shackles off. That's facts. some dariness.
These in the shower, they just shower.
So I'll go back to the concept of the self, which is everything outside of the self is not at the center of the bullseye. Again, the bullseye is red, it's the center mass. Be still, focus, concentrate, hit the mark. It's red, it's love. LOVE. We are entering into the end of round 2. Congratulations, you lucky humans. You have made it to the end of round 2. Congratulations!
Hello.
What makes Xero different from other accounting softwares is two things. One, the software is just beautiful software, like what they say they deliver. And then the other side of this is the Xero people are beyond great business partners. They're always there with you to help you start your business, operate your business, whether it's strategy or tactics. They're always there as a partner for us.
Numbers move you, but some can stop you in your tracks, like the tens of thousands of people who were diagnosed with certain HPV-related cancers. For most people, HPV clears on its own, but for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers. Gardasil 9 is a vaccine given to adults through age 45 that can help protect against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen. Help protect what counts. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about Gardasil 9.
Okay, welcome back. We're now eating chicken. Mmm. 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 Oh, Issa, my darling! My clown house wife has come. Hello, my clown house darling.
How was your date with that other woman last night?
Oh, she was vivacious. She was a yoga instructor with a kundalini, a powerful kundalini.
So you tried her kundalini?
I did. We came together and unified our kundalinis.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
I'm sorry for cheating on you outside of the clown house tent, but just know that
What
love.
happens out of clown house, stay out of clown house.
What?
What happens out of clown house stays out of clown house.
This is true. And I don't bring business from outside of clown house into clown house, so let us stay focused and meditate on the beauty of love. Love.
What are you eating? Sounds like random noodles.
I am eating love, love, love. Love, love, love. I love leftovers. Delicious.
I know, right?
Love. Love is in the air. Can you smell the flowers of love in your life? Delicious.
So what is
Delicioso.
this room? What is this room about? The one no Gentiles allowed. Oh, sorry, no goy allowed.
Yeah, my mom's goy. She's not allowed to come in here.
Which room was this?
This was my room in the Clown Podcast.
Oh, I thought you were transmitting another room.
Oh, I was in round 2 in Court's house, but Court is in the shower washing Uranus. Do you believe in love, Issa?
I do.
Do you believe in the Aquarius?
What is the Aquarius?
It is love.
Yeah, I do.
So you're an Aquarian. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? L-O-O-V.
Have you made peace with John?
Oh, yes, we are in love. Without her, I never would have gotten the big deal with Netflix. I even love Adams. Without Adams, I never would have gotten the deal with Netflix. Don't you know this is all just for fun and love? Have I told you yet that I love you today, Issa? I'm in love with a girl from Guatemala that lives in Switzerland in the clown house world. I love you, Issa. Love, love, Love. And I
I
haven't.
think I've never heard you sound so unhinged as you sound today.
And I didn't even have one drink yet.
Yeah, but with that music, it sounds like out of a horror movie.
So this is the soundtrack to Barry Lyndon. I love you. I love you all. Have you slept yet, my love?
I think for a lot of families, they don't feel a lot of support on a day-to-day basis.
I went to bed last night at 10:30 and I woke up this morning at 11. I slept 12 hours.
Oh, my love, you must love yourself more. Thou dost not love thyself enough. You must have more love for thyself, my love.
I've been needing that. I've been needing to sleep. It's been amazing.
Love thyself and all things will resolve. Salve coagula. Be still, my darling dear. Fill your heart with love. Oh, I love you. I love you. My love, I love you.
So tell us all about your date.
I fell in love.
You arrived to the beach.
We went to the beach. I said, my darling, my love, don't bring beach. Don't bring sand to the beach. She said, what do you mean? I said, leave your baggage at home and just bring love. Love, 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 love. Love. Love.
You're like a crazy person.
Oh, really? You're projecting.
Yeah, really.
Okay. Welcome to Clown Jews Only, no goy allowed in the Clown Podcast. This is your good friend, John. Ooh, delicious. It smells like chicken, rice, peas, and carrots. Okay, so I'm going to read to you from the Tao Te Ching. This is verse 56. This is a powerful clown hypnosis. So take the deepest breath of the day through your nose and hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say, I am Buddha's flower. Now take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds. Be still and center yourself. And let it go and say, I am love. Love, 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 love. Okay, this is the hypnosis. One who speaks does not know. One who knows does not speak. Shut the mouth. Close the gates. Blunt the sharpness. Loosen the knots. Temper the glare. Become one with the dust of the world. This is called the secret embrace. One who knows this secret is not moved by attachment or aversion, swayed by profit or loss, nor touched by honor or disgrace. He is far beyond the cares of men, yet comes to hold the dearest place in their hearts. Okay, this is verse 57. To rule the state, have a known plan. To win a battle, have an unknown plan. To gain the universe, have no plan at all. Let the universe itself reveal to you its splendor. How do I know this should be so? Because of this. The more restrictions, the more poverty. The more weapons, the more fear in the land. The more cleverness, the more strange events. The more laws, the more lawbreakers. Thus the sages say, act with a pure heart, and the people will be transformed. Love your own life, and the people will be uplifted. Give without conditions, and the people will prosper. Want nothing, and the people will find everything. When the ruler knows his own heart, the people are simple and pure. When he meddles with their lives, they become restless and disturbed. Bad fortune? Yes. It rests upon good fortune. Good fortune? Yes. It hides within bad fortune. Oh, the things that heaven sends, who can know their final aim? Who can tell of their endless ways? Today, on Clown House, the righteous turn to trickery. Tomorrow on Clown House, the good turn to darkness. Oh, what delusion abounds, and every day it grows worse on Clown House. But the clown sage is here upon the earth to gently guide us back. He cuts but does not harm. He straightens but does not disrupt. He illumines but does not dazzle. Rule the clown people and serve clown heaven. Yet hold nothing more dear than the clown mother's harvest. Let every thought and every breath be the fruit of your offering. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Let her clown power run thick in your clown blood. There will be no obstacle you cannot overcome, no limit you cannot surpass, no clown empire you cannot rule. Ah, but in all your glory, never lose sight of the clown mother. Without her, your clown empire will crumble. Your clown power will waste away. For the clown mother brings the harvest. She alone causes all things to endure. We call this deep roots and a solid clown trunk. The way of long life and lasting clown insight. Govern a clown nation as you would off as you would fry a small clownfish. When God is present in the empire, dark spirits lose their power. It's not that they have no power, it's that the power can't harm anyone. When the clown god is present, the people enjoy the blessings of heaven. They find unity, they find peace. What's this about spirits doing harm? The clown sage is approaching, and they are rushing in to sweep his path. A great state is like a river basin that receives everything flowing into it. It is the place where all things come to rest, where all the clown world is welcomed. The low is greater than the high, the still is greater than the restless. The low country wins over its neighbor, the still clown female wins over the clown male. The sage wants to uplift the people want to follow the clown sage. Only by being low does this come to be. The sage bows to the people bow to the sage clown. And when they lift up their heads, only greatness remains. God is the treasure house, the true nature, the secret source of everything. It is the great wealth of those who are awake and the great protector of those still sleeping. If a person seems wicked, do not cast him away. Awaken him with your clown words, elevate him with your clown deeds, requite his injury with your kindness. Do not cast him away, cast away his wickedness. When the emperor is crowned, or the 3 ministers installed, they receive a gift of jade and horses. But how can this compare to sitting still and gaining the treasure of God? This is why the ancient masters honored the inward path of the clown Tao. Did they not say, seek and you will find, and you will be forgiven? Within. This is where the world's treasure has always been. Act without acting, give without giving, taste without tasting. Tao alone becomes all things great and all things small. It is the one in many, it is the many in one. Let Tao become all your actions, then your wants will become your treasure, your injury will become your blessing. Take on difficulties while they are still easy. Do great things while they are still small. Step by step, the world's burden is lifted. Piece by piece, the clown world's treasure is amassed. So the clown sage stays with his daily task and accomplishes the greatest thing. Beware of those on Clown House who promise a quick and easy way, for much ease brings many difficulties. Follow your path to the end, accept difficulty as an opportunity. This is the sure way to end up with no difficulties at all. A still clown mind can easily hold the truth. The difficulties yet to come can easily be avoided. The feeble are easily broken, the small are easily scattered. Begin your task before it becomes burden. Put things in order before they get out of hand. Remember, a tree that fills a man's embrace grows from a seedling. A tower 9 stories high starts with 1 brick. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Act and it's ruined. Grab and it's gone. People on the verge of success often lose patience and fail in their undertakings. Be steady from the beginning to the end, and you won't bring on failure. The sage desires that which has no desires, and teaches that which cannot be taught. He does not value the objects held by a few, but only that which is held by everyone. He guides men back to their own treasure and helps all things come to know the truth, they have forgotten. All this he does without a stir. The ancient ones were simple-hearted, and blended with the common people. They did not shine forth. They did not rule with cleverness, so the nation was blessed. Now the rulers are filled with clever ideas, and the lives of people are filled with hardship, so the nation is cursed. He who knows the play of Tao and De knows the nature of the universe. Tao brings forth Te from its own being to Te expands in all directions, filling every corner of the world, becoming the splendor of all creation. Yet at every moment Te seeks Tao. This is the movement that guides the universe. This is the impulse that leads all things back home. Why do the 100 rivers turn and rush toward the sea? Because it naturally stays below them. He who wishes to rule over the clown house people must speak as if below them. He who wishes to lead the people must walk as if behind them. So the sage rules over the people but he does not weigh them down. He leads the people, but he does not block the way. The sage stays low, so the world never tires of exalting him. He remains a servant, so the world never tires of making him its king. Ooh, all the world talks about my Tao with such familiarity. What folly! Tao is not something found at the marketplace or passed on from father to son. It is not something gained by knowing or lost by forgetting. If Tao were like this, it would have been lost and forgotten long ago. I have 3 treasures which I cherish and hold dear. The first is love. The second is moderation. The third is humility. With love, one is fearless. With moderation, one is abundant. With humility, one can fill the highest position. Now, if one is fearless but has no love, abundant but has no moderation, rises up but has no humility, surely he is doomed. Love vanquishes all attackers. It is impregnable in defense. When heaven wants to protect someone, does it send an army? No, it protects him with love. Okay, that's it. Reporting on Shaloyland, that's the Tao Te Ching, clown podcast style. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're full of divine illumination and love now. Go forth and spread the love. Fly, 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 my little lovers. Whee! You're flying on the wings of love. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Love. Welcome to the Clown Podcast. This is Clown Jews only. No boy allowed. Okay, hope you're having fun. This is the Clown Podcast with Clown John.
Suntan oil are coming from, rather than who's supporting Lindsey Graham's campaign. Not that it's not important, but hey, Lindsey Graham is from South Carolina. Quite frankly, I've got 99 things on my list that are more important to me than where Lindsey Graham's getting his contributions from. Now, if I lived in South Carolina, that would probably move up on the list. But I live in California, which is why I constantly bash California politics, Governor Gavin Newsom. That's why I posted on the Jumbotron about the California Supreme Court, which has to do with Proposition 22 and the gig economy. Because depending on what happens here, it may or may not affect the gig economy in the remainder of the states. Locale, where you live, has a lot to do with what's important to you. For example, Hermes lives in Texas. If Hermes is driving down the street and sees somebody outside their house cleaning their guns or cleaning their shotguns, it's not a big deal. It's fucking Texas. But if I'm in California and I drive down my street and I see someone cleaning shotguns, I'm calling 911. Where you live, your geography influences what's important to you. Don't you think so, Death? Or no? And Death, you might be busy with your family. Oh, cool. And by the way, did we talk about the price of haircuts the other day? Were you the one that said it costs like $70 to get a haircut? Was that not you?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 8.
Crosstalk. I love people talking to me, but generally for the majority of the show, I discourage the people not talking to me. But you can hang out and maybe we'll do that 5-minute rule, Mike Moon rule later if you want.
The Mike Moon rule!
That would be, we'll wait and see what happens if that's okay. So enjoy the haircut. Don't forget to give the barber a tip. If anybody in the audience wants to come up and you can wait your turn, you're encouraged to do so. You can talk about anything you want. It can be about God. It can be about religion, as you just heard for the past 25 minutes. It can be about politics. In fact, something I put up on the Jumbotron, which I'm ready to speak about, but no big deal. I can wait. Has to do with probably
Your call
the
has
biggest
been
conflict
forwarded to
issue in
voicemail.
California
The person
right
you're
now.
trying to reach is not available.
Could be a national issue. But let's say hello to Andrew. Good morning, Andrew. It's a pleasure to see you back on Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about?
Morning, Uncle Steve.
Hey.
Just for context, I'm in Ontario and we're paying about, and this is in US dollars, $4.33 per gallon, which we don't do that. We go by liters. But I did all the conversion over here. So that's what we're paying right now. And I just wanted to mention that I was listening to the news yesterday and today, and I'm wondering if you'd heard that Robbie Robertson's children are suing his wife, his widow.
You mean of the band?
That's correct.
Robbie Robertson of the band. Robbie Robertson of the band. Go ahead. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, Robert Robertson. They're suing his widow because I guess she married him just months before he passed away, and they're claiming that she had performed financial elder abuse on him because he was in his he was suffering from cancer, so he was on a lot of meds and stuff. And again, she had just married him months before he passed away, and they're suing her for the house that he has, or that she's in right now in Beverly Hills. I wondered if you'd heard about that.
No, I have not. No.
Yeah, so these, I guess they're claiming this financial elder abuse, and I think that's kind of a fairly common thing for people to be worried about when they get older, because your risk assessment goes down. And of course, if he was on meds, he wasn't maybe in his right mind and changed his will and all this stuff. So of course, it'll have to go through the courts. So it'll be interesting to watch. So just keep your eyes open.
Thank you very much. And I saw in the group chat, is it pronounced Regik? that says it's not mental illness, and I invited him up because hopefully he's an expert, if not an expert. Hopefully he can speak intelligently about a topic. But if it's not mental illness, and if it's not impulse control, when you call somebody who's been on the show before, they've heard the rules before, they heard the rules today before they came up. They come up, I politely ask them to wait their turn. I give them...
Did he kick me? Oh, no.
If it's not an impulse control problem, tell me exactly what it is. I want to learn. Enrique, I invited you, and you haven't come up yet. Maybe Enrique is the exact opposite. Maybe he has 100% impulse control and wants to make me wait an hour. Well, I can wait. But Enrique, you've got an open invitation to come on up and explain it to me. If it's not mental illness, and if it's not an impulse control problem, just what the hell is it? And if anybody else wants to answer that, let's see. Foudy wants to come up. Maybe he can answer that. I would love to learn.
All right. You ready?
Yeah, all right. Hey, good morning. How are you, Foudy?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Some people are just fucking assholes. That's all.
Okay. You know what? I by deduction, if it's not mental illness, if it's not an impulse control problem, then I'll take door number 3. Some people are just motherfucking assholes. You're right.
Now we can inspect why they're assholes and report assholes. How many assholes do they have?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to inspect a lot of assholes if you get what I mean.
I get exactly what you mean.
But I am sometimes fascinated how someone becomes an asshole. It is actually interesting to figure that out.
Well, if they had impulse control, they allowed me to take the time to ask them the questions, to probe into their personal life, which most people like that don't. They like to keep their personal life close to their vest, which I understand. A lot of people on Clubhouse want to remain anonymous for one reason or another. Me, on the other hand, the profile picture you see is my real picture from last year. My profile, Steve Abell, is the same profile I've had going into 4 years. You can look me up on the internet. Everything you read it.
Pathetic. You call that clown house content? God damn, Uncle Steve, your show sucks. Love, 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 love. Love, have more love in your heart. Love yourself. Love, love, love. Love, 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 L-O-V-E, L-O-V-E, love, love.
You see, what is the oldest version of
Love, love thyself, love, 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 L-O-V-E, love, 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 L-O-V-E, L-O. Love, 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 L-O-V-E, love, 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 love. Love, 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 Love. Love, 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 love.
Daddy, you just started
Love, love, daddy, love, daddy, daddy, love, daddy, love, love, daddy, love, 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 love.
You find the doctor or you find the site that says 99% of all narcissists were abused as children. You find that for me.
Trauma is the correct word.
Trauma.
Some kind of trauma as a child.
What, they got spanked once? Well, that is trauma. That is traumatic when you get spanked, right?
Right. So that trauma produces a mental illness, which we call narcissism. So it's a mental illness.
Well, yes and no. Narcissism is a mental illness, but many people that are accused of being a narcissist do not have a mental illness. They simply have narcissistic tendencies. Look, I have narcissistic tendencies.
He does?
I'm not a narcissist in the classic definition of the DSM-5 or is it DSM-6, where I
Dr.
have
Steve!
a mental illness of narcissism. But I am narcissist to a point. Now, I do care about other people. I care what other people think. I believe in a lot of things, and I do a lot of things that the traditional person who has a mental illness of narcissism
Steve, can I get
not.
here really quickly? You need to check.
Well, yeah, sure. In fact, Hermes, we beat this one. I think we had Andrew, and then let's go, Andrew.
Yeah, there's an interesting website, and I think it's called AITA, and it's MI the asshole.
Dr. Steve has fully blocked my other accounts. I can't even view this room.
Yes.
Describe a story that this is what happened. This is the circumstances, and in this circumstance,
Smoking a cigarette.
Am I the one who's being an asshole? I think that's an interesting.
when you're pressed, that's fun.
To this conversation.
Let me give you an old simple cliche. If you're looking for an asshole at the table and you've spent a half hour and you can't find him or her, it's probably you. You wanted to comment on narcissism.
Well, not necessarily narcissism, but
okay. Don't mention anybody's name, but say anything you want. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
You can mention my name, but go ahead. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. Since this room is called atheism and it's centered around.
The room is not called atheism. The room is called Ask the Atheist.
Oh, the club.
The house, yes. The house is the atheism house, and I am one of two administrators. Yes, go ahead.
I didn't mean to insult you.
No, hold on. You did not insult me. I just wanted to clarify the record. Go ahead.
Okay. Because sometimes people use atheist as a derogatory statement, so I didn't want to feel like,
I know. Oh, no. People think I don't have a brain. People think I'm fallacious. People think I'm not logical. It's okay. Go ahead. What's your comment?
Well, the comment here is,
how do you acquire knowledge without God?
Okay, so we want to, okay, hang on and we can talk about God. But hang on, I think people want to talk about what we've been talking about. So if you just...
Yeah, but you gave me the floor. Now you're going to cut me off and I have to wait another 40
You said you wanted to say something quickly.
Well, yeah, I want to have a conversation with you. You said
I would love to have a conversation with you, but other people haven't spoken yet. I will give you a fresh 5 minutes, and we can talk about God and atheism.
I want to just go back and forth with you, brother. That was
I
that's
would love
why I
to
came here. I didn't really come here for anybody else.
Okay, you had your back and forth time before, and rather than talking about this, you wanted to talk about Lindsey Graham. Remember?
I didn't speak about Lindsey Graham. I spoke about how there's more important things to worry about than Lindsey Graham.
Yes, I know. Bathing suits and suntan oil. You had 5 minutes before, right?
I just think that you're running away from actually answering the questions about how you acquire knowledge about God, and I get it. It's a very nerve-wracking question for you to try to answer properly.
You know what, Dad? Hold on, John. Hold on, John. Death, you're right. This very moment, I'm running away from the conversation because you had 5 minutes to talk about whatever you wanted. I will give you another 5 minutes after other people get their 5 minutes. That's the only fair way to do the show. So, yeah. John Mallinckrodt, thanks for doing the heavy lifting. Yes, sir.
Well, I thought better about what I was going to say. So never mind. Except I do want to say this. All I am is Gad de Nuevo and Universo.
Love that.
All right.
Love that. All right. Okay, so Z is next in my queue. After Z, Shanito. After Shanito, Benjamin. After Benjamin, Corletta. Z, you're up.
Yeah, I don't have all that time, Steve. I just don't have all that time.
That's okay. You can come back. It's okay. No problem. Z, you're up if you want it.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? There's been a lot of glitches, so just check.
We can hear you, and you can talk to me about anything you want, Z.
Well, I really, sometime I want to come up and say a few things about religious stuff, but I was just coming up because of there was a conversation going on with the narcissism and trauma, and if you get spanked and at 75 you're still crying because mom spanked you, and so
you're a good listener, Z. You're a good listener.
Thank you. I think that there are, I know that there are different levels to these things, so I don't think that.
You see, sometimes you get something right. That's the thing.
So do you have a campfire or no?
To me, here it's only like 11, not even. So I'm waiting, and then I'm gonna go to the rabbi. And there's two options. The rabbi that he has a son-in-law. I hang out with them. They're like my one-stop shop for a lot of Jewish celebrations.
Oh, by the way, I love your snort.
So I was just really saying that the kind of traumas that continue, that become a pattern and then become a pattern of behavior, those kinds of traumas do something to the whole body, which is the body and the brain.
Particular barbecue today in honor of Lag BaOmer.
It can set you up. It set me up for being like in some kind of weird space where you're not really connected to reality. So there's a lot of there's more abuse that happens. So you're kind of like in this zone where you know something's messed up, but you can't figure it out. And then I'm making a lot of sense. It made sense in my brain, but I just think that some people with traumas never wake up, and a lot of people with traumas just check out completely. Okay, like completely just check out, even kill themselves. So I think that there are levels, and there are lots of different areas here between just having like normal human being on planet Earth in a, on a spinning planet hurling through the universe, and we're all just figuring things out that, epilepsy is not from the devil, that it's from some virus or something in your body. Like, we're just trying to figure this stuff out, and it's not really easy when there's so much trauma. And then if you are a problematic person and you do get kicked out of your group, or you misbehave so bad you're kicked out of a group, it's not good to be out of a group. Everybody needs a group, a tribe, a family, and so I just want to say some compassion to that. And then also, people, hopefully get some intervention to say, hey, I'm the jerk. That's me. I'm the person who needs to be re-socialized. I'm the one that didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm the one that's got Stockholm. I'm the one that's like, so it just, I hope that makes sense to people, and to have balance, yes, to change things and to be on top of that, and also to realize that some of this stuff is very, it's ingrained almost in a way that is biological, and it's wiring through your electrical system, your feelings, your emotions, even to the microorganisms that live in our brains and our guts, can alter our behavior and make you cuckoo or depressed. So anyhow, this is the answer. Thanks.
Not only does it make sense, but not only does it make sense, but you get a standing ovation. That was beautiful. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Let's move on.
And see, by the way, you sound very attractive. See, I just wanted to let you know that.
Dan, you need to come into our daily red rooms, because we don't run the show like this. We enjoy crosstalk, as long as people don't talk over each other. You can talk to different people, but I will give you your 5 minutes to talk to me about my atheism.
Amen.
I'll tell you what. How about I make you first up?
Amen.
How about that? Stick around at the top of the hour, and then you will be
Amen.
first up. You can have 5 minutes.
Steve, I'm a family man. I just gotta get No crosstalk. We'll do it in between. Let's go to Shinito. Good morning, Shinito, and welcome back to Ask the Atheist. We are in our 4th year, and I'm damn proud of it.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah.
Good morning, Shinito. I'm doing great. The faithful are here, the fam bam are here, and the haters are here. I'm fucking loving life. Go ahead.
Hey, good. Yeah, I'm loving life too. I'm just relaxing at home, not doing a damn thing, and yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, they didn't hate me when I had 5 people in the room. Now when I have hundreds of people come into the room, now all of a sudden they hate me. Now all of a sudden I'm a slow boy. Now all of a sudden I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now all of a sudden I'm illogical and fallacious. When I only had 5 people in the room, nobody gave a shit. But question, how did I go from 5 to hundreds?
You hired me as a moderator.
I hired you as a moderator, that's right. Let's
be for real, Steve. They saw me in the room, and that's why they came.
Hey, you know what? People have come into the room because you're here, no question about it. Let's
I
now
doubt
go.
it.
No, it's true. It's true. Let's go to Benjamin. Good morning, Benjamin, and I clearly expect you to spice things up with your fresh vibe. Hi.
Yeah, good morning. I don't know if I can fix anything this morning. You got
Let's do our best not to mention names. Talk about topics. Let's try not to mention names. Except mine. You guys can mention my name anytime you want. Go ahead.
I guess we're gonna do pop psychology this morning. The only thing I would ask anybody that wants to do pop psychology is please bring receipts. Please show me maybe 1 or 2 studies from psychology that have been replicated, that are repeatable, that mean anything.
It's a field of speculation. It's got evidentiary, repeatable studies behind it. It has documented efficacy. We've had this discussion before. Yes, of course I do. Yeah, I do. Nothing in psychology has been replicated pretty much. Okay, so you don't believe the DSM? Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. You don't believe the DSM-5. You think the DSM-5 is completely full of shit, right? Everything that's in there. Well, the DSM-5 says the DSM-4 is completely full of shit. Is the DSM-5 completely full of shit? And that is not true. The DSM-4 does not say, the DSM-5 does not say that the DSM-4 is completely full of shit. And since you just said a moment ago, bring your receipts, quote me word and line where the DSM-5 says that the DSM-4 is completely full of shit. You said that a minute ago. There's a bit of a challenge, but I'm not making the claim. Yes, you just made a claim that the DSM-5 says that the DSM-4 is completely full of shit. Replays are on. It was 1 minute before you made that claim that you said if you're going to make claims, bring your receipts. So, please quote me word and line where the DSM-5 says that the DSM-4 is completely full of shit. Let's get the point that it is a DSM-5, right? It changes whenever people want it to change. So you're backing off. Hold on. No. He gets his 5 minutes. Here's the question. Does it just change because of people's feelings? No. It gets updated. Fair enough. Bring your receipts. Unreproducible claims. Bring your receipts that psychology is not scientific. Bring the receipts. Let's hear them. Don't give me but. You just said if you're going to make a claim, bring your receipts. I mean, there are real problems. A third time. Where are your receipts that say the DSM-5 is bullshit? I'm not coming in here. I'm emphasizing what you said. Based on pop psychology. See, Benjamin, this is the problem here. You've made 2 claims that when I called you on them, you can't back up either one of those claims. No, I think you've restated the morning. When I came into the room, the morning was doing pop psychology. I asked the room to provide any receipts, any evidence, any replicatable studies that demonstrate anything that they're stating. And I'm going to get crickets because there are no replicatable studies for anything in psychology. It's not a reproducible field. It's just speculation. It's adjacent to astrology in terms of its credibility. If I can prove you wrong, will you sell me or will you Venmo me $1,000? You're going to prove psychology today? No. Hold on. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to prove. Get $1 million from the government. I'm going to prove that narcissism is a documented, repeatable mental illness, which is what we were talking about. Yeah, and I'm going to prove that astrology is an accurate predictor. All right, now we're moving to astrology. You got 60 seconds left, my friend. You're part of the fam bam, but you have struck out badly today. Well, you have not only struck out, you have struck out badly. If you guys feel good about psychology, I mean, spend as much time as you want in your fields. But the problem with psychology is you'll never find your way out of your fields. You'll never find your way out of your opinion or somebody else's opinion or how somebody feels about something. All right, do it. Fair enough. It's a deeper bag. You can't get out of it. Fair enough.
I am.
If you think you can, there's a $1 million grant from the U.S. government, and that's the way to use it.
Thank you. And although Corletta, Paul, and Foudy are up, Foudy's always spoken, I'm going to skip the line. There's a reason for doing this, guys, so please forgive me. Corletta and Paul, you guys will probably be up out of the break, but I do want to go. I want to go to hypnosis first. I have a housekeeping issue for doing this, so guys, please forgive me. I'll give you extra time. Let's go to hypnosis. You have a fresh vibe starting now. Good morning. Welcome back to Ask the Atheist.
Good morning. Thank you for the fresh five, Uncle Steve. It's so great to hear your voice. You create the greatest milieus in these rooms, this communication, this intelligence, this emotional stability. It's an absolute joy to be here with you this lovely Sunday. In 7 minutes, I'm going to church. So thank you for the 5 minutes. God bless you. God bless everyone in this room. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. I put something in the chat. My first question that I would like to ask you, Uncle Steve, again, no one else chime in. I am talking to my Uncle Steve, please. Uncle Steve, my first question is all communication hypnosis?
No. Is there a second question?
Yes, the second question, Uncle Steve, is if I can use the remainder of my 5 minutes to read to you from the Tao Te Ching, written by Lao Tzu 2,300 years ago. It is a book on psychology, which I think will help answer Benjamin's misunderstanding of psychology. Would that be okay if I could use just a couple minutes of my 5 minutes to read to you from the Tao Te Ching, Uncle Steve?
As long as you don't mention anybody's name, I'll give you 60 seconds to read. You can use the rest of your 3 minutes to talk. You can have a minute to read. Go ahead.
Thank you, Uncle Steve. Speak little. Hold to your own nature. A strong wind does not blow all morning. A cloudburst does not last all day. The wind and rain are from heaven and earth, and even those do not last long. How much less so the efforts of man? One who lives in accordance with the truth becomes the embodiment of God. His actions become those of nature, his ways those of heaven. It is through such a one that heaven rejoices, that earth rejoices, that all of life rejoices. On his tiptoes a man is not steady. Taking long strides he cannot keep pace. To the self-serving, nothing shines forth. To the self-promoting, nothing is distinguished. To the self-appointing, nothing bears fruit. To the self-righteous, nothing endures. From the viewpoint of God, this self-indulgence is like rotting food and painful growths on the body, things that all creatures despise. So why hold on to them? When walking the path of Tao, this is the very stuff that must be uprooted, thrown out, and left behind. Something formless, complete in itself, there before heaven and earth, tranquil, vast, standing alone, unchanging. It provides for all things. It cannot be exhausted. It is the mother of the universe.
15 seconds.
I do not know its name, so I call it Uncle Steve. Forced to name it further, I call it the greatness of all things, the end of all things. I call it that which is beyond the beyond, that to which all things return.
All right, that's enough of the reading. Is there anything else you would like to say with the remainder of
Yes, I would like to say once and for all, excuse me, Galaxy, excuse me, Galaxy, Galaxy, Galaxy.
Galaxy, you have to wait. Galaxy, you have to wait. Go ahead.
Yes, before I was rudely interrupted by the Galaxy, I was about to say that all communication is hypnosis.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your valuable contribution. I'm pulling out the red carpet. You get a first-class escort.
Boom, bitch!
Yeah, I want to go to Corletta. And Corletta, I'm glad that I was able to get you in. Once in a while, we do special treatment. I had a specific reason for that, but I'm glad I was able to get you in before the break. Go ahead, James. Welcome back to the show.
Oh, Steve, you know I'm a man of very little words.
Yes, sir.
Dude, I appreciate your show. However, this is so comical and Benjamin, quit your whining and belly.
Yeah, try not to mention people's
Oh
names.
my goodness, mention me. Eye contact to me. Quit your belly aching.
There you go. Everybody should quit their belly aching. James, is there anything else?
That's it. It's all good, man.
Let's go to Galaxy. Okay, Galaxy, you've got a fresh 5. Then we have to take the break. Go ahead, Galaxy. You've been chomping at the bit. Now's your chance.
I just want to know, why did you bite off from Donald's idea? Or Axel, whatever. Like, why?
Well, firstly, I didn't. But second, why do you think my show is like Donald's?
No, your show is not like Donald's. Donald's is on a whole different level.
Exactly. That's I agree with you.
I do something we agree on. I'm just saying, because I've never seen you make a room say Axel, whatever. No.
My show, at least as far as I know, and maybe I'm wrong, but my show started before Donald's. I'm into my 4th year. Has Donald been doing his show for 4 years?
Listen, I don't care who's done it longer, who's done it, like, whatever the case may be, who does it more frequently.
He does. I do mine once a week.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Like I said, so you prove my point. So you are copying off of him. You're like, why not let me just use his idea or his concept, quote unquote.
Well, if you think that because he does more shows than I do, I'm copying his idea and that proves it, then I guess you've proved your point.
Yes, I did. But besides, no. But besides that, why do you always run your mouth? That's what I need to know. You just stop running your mouth, at least to me. I'm just letting you know. Please stop doing that.
Well, I can't, and the reason why I can't is that's the basis of the show. You see, Donald's show, if I'm not mistaken, is called Prove to Me That God Exists. My show is called Ask the Atheist. You see, by design and by definition, I run my mouth half of the time during the show. The show is normally 4 hours long, and I run my mouth every 2 hours. 2 hours out of 4 hours. That's why the show is called Ask the Atheist. Everybody that comes in, regardless of whether or not I agree with you, I don't agree with you, I like you, I think you're a complete asshole, it don't matter. I give you 5 minutes, and then I get up to 5 minutes to respond. That's why I run my mouth. The show is called Ask the Atheist, and if I speak half of the time, or run my mouth half of the time, I've been successful. That's why.
Well, I would like you to stop running your mouth as much as you do.
All right, and I appreciate criticism about the show, and that's okay. You can absolutely say, Steve, I want to hear less of you and more of everybody else, and that's fine. You can say, Steve, I don't like the format of the show. Steve, I don't like what you talk about. Steve, you're full of shit. I'm okay with that. The only thing that I ask is you don't talk.
But the thing is, you try to act like you're so educated, like you're overly educated, like you're not overly educated, like you're really not that smart. You think you're so smart, but you're not that smart. That's my issue. Because you really like to think that you are on some type of level that people are not on. But in all actuality, the level that you are on is really beneath most. And that's just the simple fact.
When have I ever said, no, hold on, no, Norm, we'll get to you. We're overdue for the break, but I want to finish this, and Norm, you can have a fresh 5 after the break. Galaxy, when have I ever once said that I'm smarter than you or anybody else?
No. You act like it indirectly. You don't say it, but with your actions, that's what you do. And you just see it. It's like, you can't do that. I am like many chess pieces ahead of you. Like, you know what I mean?
I agree with you.
No,
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I agree with you. You're many levels above me. You're like many chess moves ahead of me, and you're far superior to me. I agree with you. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, that's it. As long as you know.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you got your 5 minutes. You get a first-class escort to the VIP. And with that, we are done with our first hour. I think this has been a fantastic first hour. This is what the show is all about. We've got the fam bam in here. We've got the atheists in here. Hang on, no, nobody talk till after the break, please.
Yeah,
we have. It's okay. Normal get his.
Yo, you kill the room like this because I don't have all that time, Steve. I wanted to speak to you now. Like, you want to take a fucking break? Come on, Steve. Just wait your turn.
Would you like to wait?
I don't got time. I can't wait.
All right.
I don't have the time.
No. It's okay.
I'm getting ice right now.
It's better if you take care of your family. You get a first-class escort.
Boom! Oh my God, Martha's shitting his pants.
With your family, you're getting your haircut. You're concerned about suntan oil and bathing suits. Therefore, you get a first-class escort to the VIP. You're as fire today, Steve.
Nicely done, Steve.
It's been a great first hour. This is what the show is all about. Let me tell you. Anyways, as I was saying, the house. We have multiple leaders who can start rooms anytime they want. We've also started the Monday through Friday popcorn style, our daily bread room. For those of you that question what we're doing in the Atheism House, what I do on Ask the Atheist, you can back channel privately myself or Alfonso. You can talk to me or Alfonso publicly. Hell, you can talk to me during the show. I should be here for another 3 hours. And by request, we're going to play a Dennis Leary song. Don't go away, and we'll be right back on Ask the Atheist.
Brett Scott! Oh my God, Brent, what are you doing here? You kicked me out of all your rooms and now you want to come and make peace? Inshallah. Allahu Akbar! Kill the heretic! Brent is an LGBTQ federal activist. He likes gay boys. He's a federal MAGA. He hates Trump, though. He needs to go MAGA. He's Lebanese or he's Israeli. We don't know, but he was in a war. He claims he fought in the war. Which war? He's a gay Persian billionaire related to a Russian heiress. He hangs out with Roger Mayhem all day long, and he moderates rooms with an iron fist. He's got a couple dogs. He's always sick with cancer. Allahu Akbar! Bryant is a heretic! Here's the crescendo. Here's the big finish. Allahu Akbar! Bryant is a heretic! He likes gay boys!
I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of
Oh my God, the Church of Jesus Christ! You need to hear this, Bryant.
You can find these chapels all over the world with missionaries in them.
Ooh, hot fucking pieces of ass. Hot missionary pussy. I love how Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints is constantly showing off hot pussy in all their ads now. It's just like nonstop Mormon pussy ads. It's just beautiful. Jesus Christ has a mission for you and me, and it's to serve this hot Mormon pieces of ass. Give them your tithes. Serve the Mormon pussy. It's the best pussy in the world. Pussy Ben Steel. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
أشهد أن لا
We're gonna speed the. We're going into hyperspace. We're going into Islamic hyperspace. The Muslim spacecraft is traveling at 2 times the speed of the Merkaba. Hasten to prayer, bitch. Allahu Akbar! 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 Allahu Akbar!
all done, Viv. You got the presents, the balloons, and the raptor cake.
Allahu Akbar!
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah.
Allahu Akbar!
أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا
Allahu Akbar!
الله. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. الله أكبر، الله.
Brent is back! Brent couldn't stay away from the power of my Islamic hypnotism.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح.
Allahu Akbar!
الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا
Oh my God, Brent, you can't stay away from the power.
الله أكبر، الله أكبر. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله
Okay, Pepe Pepperoni, welcome to my troll bait room. This is called Islamic Muslim Call to Prayer. Yashiko, everybody, Shalom!
Good yontif though.
Good yontif! Everybody, Shalom! Lag Bail Man!
I had a good time last night.
What did you do?
My friend, so you got permission to use a abandoned lot to have a barbecue. My sneaker had a barbecue. It was great. A lot of fun. Started at 10. Yeah.
Everybody, Shalom!
How
the convention happened.
Yes, Rabboni Shalom.
I might have another information warrior.
Ooh, another Sith Lord.
You're a Jedi. You're a Jedi.
Rabboni Shalom. All.
The next from the first issue.
Also. The power of the Republicans is that they have the power of the Democrats, and the Democrats have the power of the
The convention was just an absolute shit show. It's not like chaos. We're like, one guy won. So they're all scumbags. But one scumbag won. And then the other scumbag bullied everyone in the room to have a floor vote to then reverse the election.
Wow.
It's not a great point.
Rabboni Shalom.
Mm-hmm. Well, how's everything?
Life is good, Rabboni Shalom.
That's good to hear. You still fighting that case?
No, salve coagula.
That's good to hear. How's the fan?
You know, the thing about the lawsuit is every 7 years you get a jubilee. So, who, me worry?
That's true. And every 50 years you get a major one.
Rabboni Shalom.
That was this week's tour portion. Last week's event. Now that it's a new week.
Shavua Tov. You see, because we have one extra day in the week, we have one more day that these goy do not have. Rabboni Shalom. We can start the week one day earlier. Right now, they're all resting while we are plotting, working, and preparing to take over the greater Israel. Eretz Yisrael, Rabboni Shalom.
No, they work an extra half. No, they have an extra half day, dude. We gotta work a half a day harder.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they only go to church for half a day. We do synagogue for a full day.
Oy
They
vey.
only observe Shabbat from 10:30 a.m. to 12.
Rabboni Shalom.
So they're different. They don't do Shabbat dinner, or our Kiddishes. I think they do the version of Kiddush. They got cookies and stuff after church. Rabboni Shalom on the G. You talked to Walt?
I called him this morning. He didn't pick up.
No, I think he called me. He needs to shut the fuck up and just do shit.
Oh, come on, man. He's too busy. He's got his fingers in the pie.
Yeah, what the hell, man? I was talking to him one time. He was on the he took out $1,000 in cash from the ATM. It's just that it does not make. He always has a grand cash on him.
Listen, he's the bus driver that smelled so bad. Every time you got on and off the bus, you were like, God damn, this motherfucker stinks. How's he even alive?
I'll tell him he needs to lose weight.
He needs to go to a gym. He needs to stop doing whatever he's doing immediately.
I know. Like, it's not. He wants to be chair like the elections in a year, and you're not going to make it.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the dilemma. He's a dindu. You just gotta. The thing is, just talking to him and recording him is all the evidence. All the evidence we need.
Because he reveals information.
He does.
He does. He talks to them. He's a little. But then he tells them what we say. That's fine.
Well, we have to remember always that all communication is hypnosis.
It is.
All right, Rabboni Shalom. Well, let me know when you can help me move my barbecue, and then I'll.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let me know when you're free, and then we'll do a quick.
I'll be here with Log on Air. If you want to come, there's a bunch of stuff going on.
Rabboni Shalom. I'm headed to the gym to work on the Holy Temple, aka my body. Rabboni Shalom.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, God bless. Take care. But before we head to the gym, we're going to play the Islamic prayer 1,000,000 times. But first, Britney Spears. Spears is so awesome. Okay, this is the Islamic. Oh, let's do the Invictus poem. Have you ever heard Invictus? It's my favorite poem.
The Kipling poem is one of my favourites since I was a boy at school. My father read it to me once. And I think it, to me as a little boy, summed up what a man should be. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet, don't look too good or look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters.
Oh my God, Hampton! Hampton
If
Spears!
you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you, except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, to be a man, my son.
My father gave me that poem when I was just a boy, but I didn't understand it. It was very confusing, but now as a man, I understand it. This is called Ithaca. Oh, Eitan is here. Rebbeinu Shalom Shavua Tov Yasha Koa Lag Biomer. Hello.
Hey there. You set out for Ithaca. Hope that your journey is a long one.
This is Sean Connery reading Ithaca.
Life's draconians and cyclones, angry, slighted, not be afraid of them. You'll never find things like that on your way. As long as you keep your thoughts raised high. As long as a rare sensation touches your spirit and your body. Wise draconians and cyclones, wild Poseidon. You won't encounter them unless you bring them along inside your soul. Unless your soul sets them up in front of you. Hope that your journey is a long one. May there be many summer mornings when with what pleasure, what joy come into heart trading to buy fine things. Mother of pearl, coral, amber, and ebony, sensual perfume of every hue. As many sensual perfumes as you can. And may you visit many Egyptian cities to learn and learn again from those who know. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you're destined for. But do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island. Wealthy with all you have gained on the way. Not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you the marvelous journey. Without her, you would not have set out. She has nothing left to give you now. And if you find her poor, Ithaca won't have told you. Wise as you will have become, so full of experience, you will have understood by then what things mean.
Okay, this is called Defeat. This is Khalil Gibran, a poem for dark times, life-changing moments.
Defeat. My defeat. My solitude and my aloofness. You are dearer to me than 1,000 triumphs, and sweeter to my heart than all world glory. Defeat. My defeat. My self-knowledge and my defiance. Through you I know that I am yet young and swift of foot, and not to be trapped by withering laurels. And in you, I have found aloneness, and the joy of being shunned and scorned. Defeat. My defeat. My shining sword and shield. In your eyes I have read that to be enthroned is to be enslaved, and to be understood is to be leveled down, and to be grasped is but to reach one's fullness, and like a ripe fruit to fall and be consumed. Defeat. My defeat. My bold companion. You shall hear my songs and my cries and my silences, and none but you shall speak to me of the beating of wings and urging of seas and of mountains that burn in the night, and you alone shall climb my steep and rocky soul. Defeat. My defeat. My deathless courage. You and I shall laugh together at the storm, and together we shall dig graves for all that die in us, and we shall stand in the sun with a will, and we shall be dangerous.
Goodbye, Shaloim. I'm going to now play for you Invictus.
Almost 150 years ago, in 18th recurring illness, I will William Ernest Henley.
Allahu
Out of the
Akbar.
night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Almost 150 years ago, in 1875, the late Victorian poet William Ernest Henley, born in Gloucester, England, wrote the following while suffering from recurring
Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbound. Oh. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbound. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black is the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the
begin Salat by first making the intention from the heart to pray to Allah. Now we will begin the prayer. Allahu Akbar. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من عذاب القبر ومن عذاب جهنم ومن فتنة المحيا والممات ومن شر فتنة المسيح الدجال. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. We begin Salat by making the intention from the heart to pray to Allah. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم.
صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم، سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى، سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان الأعلى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من عذاب القبر ومن عذاب جهنم ومن فتنة المحيا والممات ومن شر فتنة المسيح الدجال. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
We begin Salat by first making the intention from the heart to pray to Allah.
الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى الله أكبر رب اغفر لي الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى الله أكبر التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى الله أكبر رب اغفر لي الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى الله أكبر رب اغفر لي الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى الله أكبر التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم إني أعوذ بك من عذاب القبر ومن عذاب جهنم ومن فتنة المحيا والممات ومن شر فتنة المسيح الدجال السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
We begin Salat by first making the intention from the heart to pray to Allah.
الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين.
We begin Salat by first making the intention from the heart to pray to Allah.
الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. الصراط المستقيم. صراط الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم. سمع الله لمن حمده ربنا ولك الحمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. رب اغفر لي. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى سبحان ربي الأعلى. الله أكبر. التحيات لله والصلوات والطيبات. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من عذاب القبر ومن عذاب جهنم ومن فتنة المحيا والممات ومن شر فتنة المسيح الدجال. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Potbelly, we bring the hot.
Now everybody's going to know that Apartments.com's number of listings is astronomical.
الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم
When you have auto glass damage, let Safelite come to you. My customer enjoys time with her family. So if her windshield got a crack, she scheduled with Safelite in just a few clicks. We came to her house, replaced the windshield, and installed new wipers. That's service on her time.
We come to you for free. Schedule now for free mobile service at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وخلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم
بدها بتعرف لها اذا بدها يعني تسكت، اذا بتعيط، اذا بدها تسكتها. يعني انا ما بديش انا ما بعرف لها شيء ولا شيء. يعني انا هي اختي الصغيره لما اشوفها والله بتحسر عليها.
Families forced to rely on their surrounding community to make ends meet.
احنا مش علينا دولية يعني في بعرفوا بس يعني هجيب لهم مشي يعني انسوا الحرب منه. المفروض يكون معنا ابو ايه وبطلنا هلقيت ولا حدا يعرف. واحنا لما ننام هلقيتها كل اخوتي بيصيروا يعني قاعدين بيقعدوا يعيطوا بيقعدوا يصوروا. فيش ولا حدا عندهم يعني يحسسهم بالامان.
الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما هو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يئوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم
bigger side as a kid. I was always slightly thicker, big boned. That really continued into adulthood. Contrave is for adults struggling with obesity or who are overweight with a weight-related condition and should be used with diet and exercise. Contrave.
Who's here? What you mean Mr. Is? What the fuck are you? Who's here? Jefferson Park.
Good morning, Shalom, and welcome to the Clown House, President Oscar of the Clown Empire.
Did I give you permission to fucking speak, motherfucker? Hold the fuck on. Oscar, this is what you're like right here. What the fuck is going on? I'm talking about 5 seconds into the Clown House. Don't fucking talk 5 seconds. I see my brother person over here. What the hell is wrong with you? Between it Rico. Oh my God, fucking bro. Oscar, are you fucking deaf, motherfucker? I'm talking to you. Noor is here. Noor is here sitting next to me. I brought them. Hey, bud, what are you doing with that show? Salam, Eddie, my friend Eddie, how are you, sir? Come on, bud. I hear you all the way in the house. Oscar, I got you, but you gotta fucking take respect. What's going crazy? Yeah, well, I tried. This is none of my business. God. Clown House. I just hit the damn button about every time I tell you, know what you're fucking handing your dick, right? You know bitches, nothing. Just fucking all guys. Where the bitches at? Bro, I'm not trying to back and we're into that. Your girlfriend, bro. Give me mine. My girlfriend just went to the grocery store. Yeah, so you really know what I'm doing. Fucking bitch, motherfucker. I'll try to fucking girlfriend you. I'm never gonna bring that shit again. No, quit kicking people. Give me that mine, bro. Okay, just give me that mine. Give me that fucking. What the fuck is this one? Why are you listening to that monster? Seriously, no, bro. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, bro. No, why? I didn't know. No, I just want to see. You want to see my dog? Yeah, bro, come on, bro. We're gonna pick you out. Oscar, I know you out. You're good. Yeah, I'll bring a Persian girl. You can fucking finish that shit. That was bitch. Like fucking, that was bullshit, bro. Alright, calm down, bro. Okay, dog, man. I'm just saying. I know. You done ran off my people. You done ran off Rico, bro. Fuck Rico. Rico's a little bitch. Alright. I'm gonna drop myself from a mod. If I get mod, here come Rico right now. Security's called. You're gonna drop. So if security's called, what the fuck does that even mean? You don't understand what you're saying? Oscar. Alright, listen, Oscar, to you. What do you mean you're a broadcast motherfucker? That's what you mean. Alright, what the hell is that for you? Alright, I knew you had talked, but like, even if, okay, sure. I'm not gonna talk to Rico. I don't like him. I don't like his, I know his voice. I don't like him. Okay? So, Rico, you don't talk to me. Calm down, alright? Security's here, whatever, Oscar. Oh, security's there? Okay. Tell security come suck my fucking dick. You know address? I'll send you address. Alright.
Security is taking actions to limit the vulgarity of this conversation. All hail Augustus! All hail Augustus!
Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, Augustus? How you doing, bro? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up, Oscar? What's up? How you doing, big player. He sounds like. This way.
You know, it sounds like you were just waiting for me.
There's something about you that people dislike. I just want to know who you think you are calling me what. PTR. Look at my picture. Do I look white to you?
Yes.
Yes.
You guys are fucked up, man.
So Rico. And he smokes cigarette. Hey, Oscar. Yeah, don't pay that shit no more. We know how it is.
If you don't believe in the vaccine, why do you smoke cigarettes?
Get a nicotine patch.
I
like that guy. I didn't get reading why. That was my first. I did it from the jump. I remember my first cigarette. Yeah, no, my bad. Rick kept a man. Right.
Because here's my thing. I don't just keep people out to disrupt. And I felt like he was actually kind of interested in a decent faith discussion, but then he just decided to predict pictures.
What's up, baby?
What's going on?
Hey, man. I don't know. He wanted to see Brock's car.
Was your friend
show Brock is?
Was your friend too okay yesterday?
Yeah, I think you packed him up a little. You packed him up, but I think he's okay.
No,
you were gentle. You were gentle, and I forget who it was, but someone kind of intervened and then, got in the middle. Which one was that?
just the letter T. That's all.
Yeah, Amador packed up T-Rob.
From North Irish, he thought he could cook.
Yeah.
He thought he could cook until we met him. He thought he could cook until we met him.
I mean, he did realize he was in the wrong.
Yeah, well,
They're smart and they're happy to say it.
they're super crazy.
I can smell it.
They're super crazy. He tried
Let's
to
not talk about the past or the future. Let's just be here now. Be here now. Be here now.
Why did you repeat it 3 times?
Come up, Liv. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. So, Amador, the best part about that actually
I had no idea what he looked like, but I was probably going to say.
Let's be honest. This isn't
He just thought he was.
No, but it just reminded me back when someone told Lou that he looked like he had a big neck. He had no idea what he looked like. Right. Exactly. Intuition? Is that a word? Can somebody look that up? Liv, come up. Get your ass up here, Liv. Looking ass. Look at this picture. It's like the smoochy face, like, guys, look at me. Yes, up here, man. What's been going on up there? How's my community going? I look like a crash up there. They went viral for the other day. Got 4 million likes. Or 4 million views. A tweet? Yeah. I made a poster for him, and he published it on his Twitter, and it got 4 million views. Damn, bro.
Mass communication hypnosis.
Like, all my information. I follow you. Yeah. So if you had 4 million crap.
Do you think you could create a poster for Brock so he could post it to his Twitter so he could go viral?
So, whenever you go viral with 8 followers, the fuck does people just like you?
Honestly, it's just that I have a post, my most recent reel, it had 4.7 million views, over
Shit.
3,000 likes. It's just a matter of what hits people's algorithm, so what people want to see. So I have some posts on there.
your success.
Not really that serious, but yeah.
No, that's dope.
Popular.
I know it's not that serious, but it's still dope. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly.
I got more excited with sports center than my post and everything else. I was like, yeah.
You said sports center like you good.
Yeah, sports center. A couple baseball organizations. I was like when I saw sports center, I was like, now, here we go.
You got some bongos over there? Yeah. That jukebox? That ain't me. That's Harry. I can get down with it.
Harry is definitely a musician. What's your phone?
No beat yet, but we're working on it. Sounds like a new purchase. I'm gonna call what he's looking for.
Bueno, Shaloiloim, stop banging your pots and pans. You're annoying the birds. My birds outside my window are getting upset. Can you please stop it? This is a waste of our time in Clown Town. Stop clowning around.
Yeah, Harry, I don't know what the fuck that is, bro. You're looking for a big pan or some more skillet under your sink. Man, I can do better than that with my freaking remote. Harry.
I can whistle better than that. Reborn Shalom and Brock, when was the time your fat lad? When was the last time your fat ass went to the gym, Brock?
Hey, Rick, your fat ass went to the gym today. Rico got docs. Lil. So now find his brother easily Rick to bet on his brother.
Reborn Shalom, Isa and Tomas have love in their hearts. Let them love each other or love themselves. Either way, just have love.
Shit, boy, you missed it, Jefferson, right before you came. Boy, that was a way to open
Crazy.
the
I'm not gonna lie, man. I had no idea where.
Y'all funny, man. Shit, bud. Whew. Boy, that was a great opening to Clown House, I swear. Damn. A rash fucked it up, bro. Oh my God, money.
Yeah, but he did notice that she was pissed at him. He was like, "Damn, what you do to her?"
Someone's over here, hold on. Is his brother any good, Rick?
I gotta do some more research.
Okay.
It's fine. I don't know. He's a professional.
That's what.
Especially him too. Like, you know, if someone says my name, I'm
Way too many people.
But yeah, he does not want that to get out, and that got the
Especially him, he's fucking cringe right now. I know it.
He was waving me like 5 fucking times. I'm like, what? What?
Yo, Rick, that's not my name. Well, that's the Brock, was you in here, Brock? Where? Oh, never mind. I don't know specific, bro. Like, where, like, he says, like, one of our like, I'm like,
I don't really think that's I'm telling you, those goddamn emojis.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I can do that one. What's this one mean? We were trying to figure that out. Jefferson, what is that,
Riboinoi Shaloiloim.
Boy,
So who is the white man known as Tomos?
what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Tomas, what was it between you and Issa today that tickled Rick's feathers so much? Hello?
It means you. Oh, I see. What's that mean? Can you also do this one?
Hello?
Yeah. I was trying to figure out what this one meant.
Hello?
No, this one.
Hello?
Hey, man. Come on, bro. You think we talking to? Don't do that shit.
Hello?
I legitimately want to know what that one means. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It's the lotus. It's the lotus. It's wisdom. It's the lotus of the Buddha, you dummies.
I don't know. It's the lotus of what, Evan?
It's the lotus of wisdom. You fools don't read books. You come to Clown House to hypnotize yourselves. I read books here on Clown House. You are my clown slaves. Unite the clown army and assemble the clown clans. Honk, honk.
Well, that's good. That's good. You read books. I'm glad.
Oh my God, Evan, you're one of those people. Oh, I'm so smart.
Ooh, I read books. I know what a PTR is. I know what a logo is. I know what an emoji is. It's called a lotus blossom.
At the end of the day, we know that it's a big.
Look at my face.
Burger. You're a big nothing burger, Jefferson. It used to be Chicago cheeseburger. Now you're nothing burger.
And he's full of shit. He's a drama starter coming in here hot.
Used to be Chicago cheeseburger, now nothing burger. That's just how you
Well, in heaven, you must understand the nectar of the gods is cheeseburger juice from my nothing burgers. What do you think all these anti-gravity UFOs operate on? Powered nothing burgers.
Scam movie.
He's a scam artist.
Mm-hmm. He's not the only one.
This must be one.
Well, he's the one with 40 tons, so let's start there.
Damn.
Reboido Shaloy stop thinking and end your problems.
Do you just tell him to kill himself, dude? What the fuck wrong with you?
No, that actually happened to a friend of mine who's a lawyer. Don't say that.
Just stop thinking and stop talking. Every time you open your mouth, the further you're going to get from the truth.
Whoa. What's up, Lucky? How you doing?
Lucky Luciano.
I'm not trolling him. I like my friend, and he's also tied into the lawyer stuff.
Cool, Edmund.
He's not my friend. He's more of a hit it and forget it.
He's pretty cool, but he just comes at hot. Instead of listening with his ears.
I'm following as many Kennedy accounts as I can. The more Kennedy accounts I follow, the more Kennedy accounts they suggest. Jews for Kennedy!
Wow. That's crazy. So y'all ready for? Y'all think Trump's gonna actually win? I think a lot of people are falling back from seriously now.
Yeah, he just got booed off stage yesterday at the Libertarian Party.
Trump did?
Yeah.
I saw him say he was going to pardon Russ Ulbricht, and that to me seemed like 2016 energy a little bit.
But I don't know. RFK Jr. said he would fucking pardon Julian Assange, which is a debate.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That is a Trump 2016 focus. Pardoning Assange.
Yeah, but Trump didn't say that though.
Call him out.
He's kind of lost the plot, yeah.
Listen, you may not like Trump and he may not get elected, but his voice is a powerful voice.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot of the dumb people still follow Trump, but he has potential to be great, but I don't know.
You guys need to go read the book of Job, aka the Job book in the Bible, because you guys sound like all of Job's friends who are shitting on Job, and then God comes by and says, "Here, Job, here's everything I took from you, and here's a 10-fold, 100-fold, trillionfold, and you tell all your worthless friends who were shit-talking you to go to the bar and fuck off!"
Hey. Come on now. Whoa. Buddy, what's going on, bro? We're popping this motherfucker.
Augustus, I'm wondering if I can be an investor in Conspiracy Con. I would also like to run my own yoga class seminar at Conspiracy Con. Thank you.
So, Augustus, so being that you wrong with Kennedy or whatever, he doesn't like Trump? Does he like Trump or what?
He says that basically he respects Trump, but there's like a few major things that Trump's done that would make him never want to work with Trump. In like him being his vice president or whatever, because Trump asked him, "Will you be my vice president?" and he said no, and then Trump denied him ever even asking. So yeah, like he likes him or whatever, but he's basically saying, you know, like you basically violated constitutional rights. And he'll different amendments that he violated. It was the 1st, the 5th, and the 7th. And basically, he shut the country down. You know, it's like he said stuff like, you know, how the fuck does how do we elect a businessman to be the president, and then at the end of his term, 30 million people lose their jobs? Think about that.
Yeah. Yeah, that is crazy.
Oh yeah. So he basically, like, I don't know. It's funny. I actually liked him up until that point.
Yeah. Yeah, that is wow. 30 million people lost their jobs.
Yeah.
Again, just go to the jobs book. Open your Bible and go to the job book.
It might have even been 60 million because I know Americans took the first match. So it could have been even more.
Oh, that man. Yeah, I do think Trump will win in November, though. 100%.
There's no such thing as 100%, especially when it's coming out of your mouth, Brock. Fat boy, put down the beer and go to the gym, fatty.
If we can't win, well, by God,
Sorry, Brock. I don't let prophecy come out of your mouth as if it's real prophecy. You can suck my big Ashkenazi gefilte fish cock. Your prophecy sucks because you suck.
Damn. We're not going to start that here tonight. Oh, bloody.
I mean, honestly, what type of credentials do you have to be prophesizing about 100% futures, fat boy?
Well. Yeah, because I don't think he's 100% going to win, though. There's a lot of people acting right there for him, but probably not going to vote for him. Let's just crank it up a little bit, Oscar.
Oscar!
Oh, my favorite Muslim Jew from Somalia is here. Hello, Diamond.
I'm not Somali for the millionth time.
I don't put she's a Muslim. What is she?
And I'm not a Muslim either. I'm Jewish.
Okay, Diamond, they're talking mad shit about this. My homie Diamond!
Ricky!
You wanna wave at me? I'll wave at you. Hold on 1 second.
Why wait?
I'm gonna wave at you, Diamond.
No.
What the heck? I'm about to. What the heck you trying to talk to Diamond about? You can't talk right here.
Oh.
It's fat boy stuff. It's fat boy stuff.
Who's coming at Viv?
Fucking Pika.
Who?
Pika.
The faggot, aka Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, fuck Pikachu.
Where's Matilda?
That's the same person.
Ribono Shalolam, I want to know, why don't I have a green bean in the clown town? I made you the president of the Clown Association, Dr. Oscar.
Because if you had a green bean, you would not stop playing what career was.
That's not true. What I'm trying to say is either the clown empire grows or you'll be fired and replaced.
Okay, then why is he coming for Viv?
I don't know. There was one room one day, and they went off at each other, and I was like, oh, okay. And then they would end up in another room, and then they would kind of be okay, but I can't hear Viv's voice. And then
What are you, like an emotional savant? What are you talking about, Brockton?
Shut up, John. Wait, let him talk.
That's it.
Change your PTR. It's disgusting, Diamond. You make me want to vomit in my mouth looking at your sickening PTR.
That, because I'm friends with everybody. So stop the shit.
Stop the steal, that's what I say. Stop the steal. Brock, can you please mute up? Oscar, the president of Clowntown, would like to make an important public service announcement to all the clown citizens.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up, Jefferson.
You listen, you foul-mouthed, vulgar little rat. Go back to Somaliland.
I'm not from Somalia for the billionth time. I'm not Somali.
Then where is your sickening accent from?
I told you many times, you faggot sounding ass nigga.
Exactly. Brock, you are a piece of shit as well.
I found the button. You want me to remove you?
Go ahead, kick me, fat boy. Make me more powerful than your fat fucking ass. Kick me, fat boy. Welcome back to Clowntown Power. As if I care. As if I even cared.
Suspicious, no. Suspicious.
Was doing. Why do you keep...
Hey, this is Nelson Apega, CEO of the new Chatter app. Let's talk about it. It's not a scam. I'm looking for investors.
Hermes or Hermes.
The H is silent. Hermes.
Hermes, okay. So I can sound like an intellectual type.
No, I'm learning a lot from you guys. I always learn a lot from you anytime I
Okay.
change up.
Okay.
No, I was just gonna mention like the Nephilim and that whole narrative, right? I do see like we could have had contact, and maybe we just didn't know how to describe it without calling them the Nephilim.
Well, again, going with the theme of the book that we are reading, I think that again, if Max the Man was here, he would say something like, whether they were aliens or not, what was the impact on the following series of events and philosophy and economy and all these schools that he's bringing up in Jewish history? So I don't know that.
Look at the word alien. What were the Hebrews when they went to the promised land? They were aliens in the land. I mean, it's all about you. I'm not self-centered or narcissistic, but look at Sammy down in the audience, a concentration camp survivor, a World War II hero, an American veteran, an activist, a communicator. It deals with communication. Hermes, the name, deals with the god of communication. Communication that deals with transparency or clarity is the ultimate information technology.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, I wanted to quickly mention something. So I've always told this like to non-believers that the acceptance of like aliens or extraterrestrials, right?
there's not this group God in any kind of way. I always tell my theist friends, you know, we can't put a limit on what we think as puny little humans, what God would do or not do, right? And I would think that exactly what he did on this planet, he did all throughout the cosmos. It just makes common sense for me, right? But I know a lot of people don't see it that way. But I would always say that you know we cannot put a limit on what God will do.
Okay, let's be playful here. Let's take a theme that we already went through once or twice in what we read so far in the month book here, just got in history. Let's say the aliens came with this new modification in religion. Okay, what would the aliens do, and how would it all play out? I'm going to use Luther and Muhammad as an example. What do you think Max Demat would say that would happen with the Jews and the aliens in their relationship? You know what he'd say? He'd say the aliens would come up with some kind of modified religion. The Jews would reject it. The aliens would get really pissed off at us, sad at us, and become anti-Semites. But anyway, we all the same page here, people.
So the word apocrypha, by the way, comes from the same root as crypt.
Okay, cryptic, right.
So the hidden or doubtful writings of doubtful authenticity.
Okay. So are we all ready now to go to the next chapter called The Portable God? Are we ready to hear this?
Go ahead. Before you read it, I just want to say one word and one word only. L-O-V-E, love. Love is the great unifier. Love is the universe. That love conquers all. So anybody who doesn't believe in love, I would just stay far, far away from them. I believe in love. I want to be loved, and I love you all. I love you all. Love, love, love.
Okay, all you need is love. Okay, Beatles, get them there too. But let's go back to Max Demat.
Te amo, hermano, sí, hermanas.
You know what? Where'd he go? Did he run away? Because, what's his name? Cloud. Because he could have been the breaker. John Kidover, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, love is the salve coagula, or the coagula salve. It's the solution that everybody's looking for, but nobody can really admit because it deals with Venus. So if you haven't brought love into your heart or cling to love, the expression is not discovering love or finding love. It's a question of sucking love. You should suck love out of the mother of the universe.
What was that again, G?
He tends to be disruptive, so you might.
I'm not trying to be disruptive. I know Aton and I know G. I will go on mute. I'm just trying to bring up the concept of love. I think it settles all disputes.
I think it's a great thing to discuss. And maybe we should, John, at some other time, open up a room with discussing even the 7 different kinds of love, which I know you're familiar with, right?
No, I'm not trying to sidetrack. Just run your room. I'll go on mute. God bless you all.
That's cool. I always love your presence. Okay, so let's go back to the portable God, and I'll drink a lot of cold water because I'm fainting here because my AC is not working, but I'm just coming up with all these excuses. Okay, so let's go. Now we got the portable God. Okay. An in-depth survey of pagan age, which begins with a band of nomads known as Hebrews, who elbow their way into history, invent a monopoly God. It says monopoly, I'm not misreading it. Establish a kingdom. Okay, I had a phone. Are you there? Survive defeat and outlive their conquerors only to run headlong into the Greeks. Wait a minute. Okay, can you guys hear me? Because this.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
If you'd like me to take over, I can now. I'm at home.
Yeah, you know what? That'll be cool. Okay, do you know where we are?
Yep.
Okay.
I assume we're skipping the tables and going straight to the one grand illusion.
Yeah, if people want to glance at the tables, you can do that, and she's going to continue reading. At, I believe it's page 29.
29.
Yes. The Grand Illusion. Okay.
Chapter 1, The Grand Illusion. The Jews elbowed their way into history late and inconspicuously. They went through no Stone or Bronze Age. They had no Iron Age. For the first 800 years of
Gee, you cut out. You went into the Matrix.
all they carried with them were their ideas, which eventually conquered the world without making them its masters. Jewish history dates from the day 4,000 years ago when a man named Abraham had an encounter with God, known to him as Jehovah. Okay, well, we can say that, but whatever. The dialogue between Jew and God begins then. This continuing dialogue is the history of the Jews, with the rest of the world as interested eavesdroppers. But before we start the history of the Jews in the pagan age, during which time they were passed like concubines from the Egyptians to the Assyrians to the Babylonians to the Persians to the Greeks to the Romans, let us briefly review what happened in history prior to their entrance upon the scene. The first signs of civilization, with all the classic symptoms, cities, agriculture, calendar, refinement of weapons, armies, and taxes, began cropping up about 4,500 BCE. History gave birth to two civilizations at the same time, both Semitic. One to the northeast of Palestine and the other to the southwest of it. This is a little bit academically dubious, but okay. It took 2,500 years before these civilizations, Mesopotamian and Egyptian, found out about each other. After that, the fight was on, with Palestine paying the price for being a buffer state. Civilization in Mesopotamia, now part of modern Iraq, began with city-states. The oldest and most prominent were Susa, Kish, and Ur. It was around these cities that the first empires were formed. Just where they were located can be more easily visualized if we draw a east-west line through the middle of Mesopotamia. The northern part became Assyria, and the southern part Babylonia. Now, imagine Babylonia also divided in half. The upper part was the former kingdom of Akkad, and the lower part of the kingdom of Sumeria, the first two empire civilizations. In the 3rd millennium BCE, there arose in Akkad a great Semitic king by the name of Sargon I, who conquered the Sumerians and formed the Sumerian-Akkadian kingdom. The people in this kingdom had a high standard of living and a highly developed culture. They also had a powerful tool which transformed this Asiatic civilization from an agricultural economy to one of commerce and industry. This tool was cuneiform writing, from Latin cuneus meaning wedge, descriptive of the shape of the characters. A great improvement over the Egyptian hieroglyphs. It remained for a king and lawgiver named Hammurabi, to unite around 2100 BCE all city-states in this area into one vast Babylonian empire. Hammurabi was the Moses of the Babylonians, giving them their code of law as a present from heaven, much as Moses was to give his code of law to the Israelites at Mount Sinai.
Don't worry, if you know, you know.
Oh, trust me, I have a pretty good idea.
Good morning, Shaloilem. I have returned, Oscar. This is your final warning. Mod me and kick Brock and create justice in the world.
A little bit more of a traditionalist.
I'd say so too. Seems like that.
Brother Wadat, I come bringing love and joy. Wadat, I want to read the paper you wrote about Sufism. I heard you talking about it.
I did write a paper.
What was the critique of your antagonist or the person who didn't like it? What did they say that you know?
I mean, what can they say? That all the evidence is right in front of their face. And
I know, but they still must have said something. What was the critique?
There was no critique. It was just all in wonder.
Well, then, Rabbono Shalom, you hit the nail on the head.
Huh?
I said, then you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. Because I provided all the evidences, and so, but it was more the perennial philosophy to be more precise. So it's basically saying that mystics speak the same language. This is the history. This is the language. This is the science in terms of the qualitative studies done on psychedelics. This is Neoplatonic philosophy. This is non-duality in Hinduism. This is oneness of being in Sufism. This is Jesus' statement, I am the Father.
Well, can you talk about non-duality and duality, because you can make it very complicated and it's super hard to know it. So I guess what I'm saying is implicit dualism or non-explicit non-duality. Like, you can play with the words and then you lose the meaning.
Right. I mean, there's different philosophical approaches to non-duality. I respect all of them. There's qualified monism, there's absolute monism, there's gradation and emanation in the Neoplatonic context. I think they're all interesting models. I don't necessarily have to take one over the other.
What do you think about Hermeticism and LARPing at Comic-Con?
Oh, I don't know about Comic-Con, but I do know about Hermeticism. As above, so below.
Yeah, I mean,
Emerald Tablet.
It's like subjective, objective, subjective, or chicken and egg, egg and chicken. But when you look at the egg, it's the unity of the yolk. And, so I'm just saying that when you go to Comic-Con, you can do whatever you want to do. And what's the difference? It's all the same LARP. You got a couple hours left, that's it. Motherfucker, CIA bastard! You Bancho, don't come here fuck with me. You know me. Don't come fuck with my show. I'm recording here. You're interrupting my show, CIA. Yeah, I know. How are you doing? I do want to communicate with you and send you my resume, because sometime next year I'm going to have to get a new job, and I want you to get me a job at Accenture. I want Clown House to mean something.
If by the power of God and God willing, it has to happen, it will happen, and you will get into, your dick will be inside Accenture one fine day. Amen, they, them.
Amen, they, them. I am with you, brother. Together we will take over the world. Rico, come up. We want to make you co-president of Clown House Association. Michelle, if you will come up too, please, Michelle, and voice your concerns about the Clown House Association. We need positive feedback. After action, ready to review of all of our actions. Please, Mr. CIA, invite people to the room and conduct the Clown Town Power session with the Clown World. God bless you. Amen.
They, them, his, her, fuck, her, she, they, she, her, whatever the fuck it is. CIA by the power and the decree of CIA by the power of the Masonic Lodge of CIA, let me know. Michelle and Miss Rico. And I would like to tell you that Rabbi Akiva, ho, Rabbi Rashi, ho, Lakba Umar, ho, Rabbi, DJ, Rabbi, ho. Now you have been baptized and chastised, and you have been Rabbiized, and now you're part of the Israel Clown Town Jefferson Park. Please come up in this particular park, and please you can shake your booty and dance with your weed, and we'll be happy to host you. Please come up so that Jefferson Park is honored to have you in our clown house. Thank you.
Ding, ding, ding. What do you think of the three wise men, the Magi that went to God Jesus in Bethlehem? What are they doing? Was the three the triangle? Is that the Trinity? Were the three Magi the Trinity?
The description of what the doctrine of the Trinity is, just by that statement alone. When you say that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I heard like things, but the main thing is we don't think that the Father begat a human nature in eternity past. That was probably one. We also don't think it was necessary for the Son to become incarnate. We think He freely chose to become incarnate. So,
But who are you? What do you know? I mean, you're like friends of Job. You are giving criticism of Jesus Christ himself. Who are you, Boris? You're just guy on Clown House. Uranus. Pick your boat hole.
Okay, so
you know, maybe you got to fill out some more FMLA paperwork, but it's that the third, but they was like, well, nah, you got to fill out more paperwork. You can take 12 weeks, you know what I'm saying? So they just bring my paperwork back through the same chain. Gave me 12 weeks instead of 6 weeks. I ain't going back to work till July.
I'm glad it's about income for them to do that. They deserve that same time. They been deserve that same time.
I ain't gonna care about water, but I go back to work.
I'm saying, I'm working Monday.
Raboino Shaloilem, I'm a white-skinned man, and I also say what I feel and feel what I say.
The country, the government, Israeli government, didn't actually defend themselves, but they literally say that. We're going to make it. You know why he's lying, anyone? It's because he thinks we're stupid. That's why he's running away like a mouse.
I think he's playing the devil's advocate because the white phosphorus that was deployed is like something you cannot hide.
No.
You can hide the obvious, right?
No.
It was like all over the place. And Al Jazeera, showed it. Even some international media outlets, they showed the white phosphorus being deployed on Jenin, right? So he's just playing a devil's advocate. And sometimes people believe him. If somebody just came in a room, he hasn't seen what happened, actually, they're going to believe what this person said. Oh, he's saying these people are lying. Yeah, he must be telling the truth, you see? Because, listen, people get their information from this app, you see? They don't actually go and do their own research. They just hear what people say, they take it as truth, and they just run with it and just spread it all over the world.
Yeah. But you know what it is also like with Zionists, right? Zionism, and for instance, Zionists. I don't call them Zionists. I call them Zio-Nazis because that's what they are. Racist, rural riffraff. I mean, look at Israel, like in the West Bank or Gaza. Like in my country, Holland, when children throw stones, at worst, the police uses tear gas or water cannon. What do they do in Israel? Right? They use live ammunition, and when they arrest these children are not taken before a civil judge, an Israeli judge. They are taken before an Israeli military judge.
James, can I interrupt and ask you a question real quick?
If you must, if you find it,
you're basically
to interrupt me.
You're answering my question as you're speaking. So I do want to just ask my question, even though you're answering it as you speak. Can I still ask it?
It's you can ask me, but that doesn't negate the fact that it was rude to interrupt me. Do you not? Can we agree on that? And then you can ask the question.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
Okay, go ahead and ask the question.
So I hear the word Zionist tossed around a lot. Zion, Zionism, Zionist. There are men and women who are engaging in what you're describing. However, I just get the feeling the word Zionism is not just happening in Israel versus, Palestine, or Jews versus Muslims in that region. Zionism is a global phenomenon, and it's happening not just in Israel, Palestine, or Palestine, Israel, or just Palestine. Zionism is happening everywhere on the planet.
Agreed, but even though it's happening, look, even though it's happening everywhere, that does not negate the fact that it's fascism. That's what I'm not against Jewish people. My eldest son's mother is a Jewish woman, right? I'm not against Jewish people, but I'm against Jewish policies that Israel does. And I know a lot of Jewish people here in Holland, and they're very angry because Israel is committing war crimes in the name of their religion. So not all Jewish people support Zionism. This is just a fact. In fact,
If you ask Dutch and European Zionists, most of them have nothing to do with Israel. Don't get me wrong, they have the Jewish faith, but they are citizens of the country where they live. And not only that, this is no longer 1945. There is nowhere on this earth where the Jewish people are being persecuted. Are Jews being persecuted in Brooklyn, or in London, or in Amsterdam, Brussels, Paris? No, they're not. So why would they go somewhere and pretend to be Jewish, right? So they can get free land. Look, if the Israelis want to build houses in the Negev desert, I have no problem with that. That's Israeli territory. But look what they've done in the West Bank.
I get it. Do you know the root word of fasci?
They've built more than 700,000 illegal settlements.
That in itself is a disaster. It's a disaster there. It's obnoxious. They're horrible. They're killing each other, burning each other's homes. What kind of world is this where these people got great land, great houses, and they're killing one another? The fascists are killing the other people, the non-fascists. However, the media tells us who the fascists are. We can't say who the fascists are. And the fact of the matter is, the fascists have been doing this throughout human history. There's nothing new under the sun. Fascism is not new. 2,000 years old. Look what they did to Jesus. Look what they did. Look what they did.
They talk about what happened in the Second World War. Objectively, that was a very, very bad thing, and it ought not happen again. But that one side was Jewish and one side was German was a coincidence. This is the bad shit we people do to each other. You know, the Jewish people did not invent suffering, so let's get that straight.
Well, the Buddha resolved it by saying, I do yoga, so I have no pain in my body, but I have pain in my soul knowing that the planet is not doing a yoga, that the people on this planet are the worst, nasty people ever. They're literally shooting at each other's faces. What kind of person does that to people?
What would you do if someone came to your house, evicted you, and then after a while said, you know what, I'm going to give something back to you, part of what you had, I'll give it back to you. But he gives it back to you. The place that he wants you to live and wants to give to you is rocky soil. No water, no arable land. Who would accept that, Sean? No one would accept that.
Well, when you go before the law court, whether it's in society or in the heavens, you have no choice but to face your maker, and everyone has personal responsibility for their own deception and violation of the law. So I at least have some recompense knowing that I have seen justice firsthand, and that sometimes the courts get it right. But a lot of times it's very slow, very expensive, very corrupt. And at the end of the day, as they like to say on the Clown Town Clown House, it's God wills it. It's in God's hands. I have total faith. I don't think there's a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And I know that may be controversial, but it's a repositioning or a reframing for my own personal self-help. I'm not self-centered, but I'm trying to be self-aware.
Well, I'm not religious like I told you. So my moral compass comes from what I would not like to be done to me. I cannot condone it being done to other people. God has nothing to do with this. This is about justice.
I know, but one of the divine attributes of God has to be justice.
Yeah, but then how can God allow people to kill his children?
Because it's one component. It's one component. It's not all of the components. There's many components. God is not just justice. He's 10 things, 100 things, 1,000,000 things. It's not just one thing. God is universal.
According to you, but look, when you...
It's not according to me. Do you believe in the universe, that we exist in an outer space?
I don't believe in the universe. because I know it's there. I don't need to believe in something that's there that I can observe.
My point is, it's an all. The G-O-D is the same spelling as the A-L-L. It's all God. It's all God. It's all God. You may not agree with that, but it's an opinion, and you heard it from me, John. All God, God all.
It's not a fact. It's an opinion, and I respect the feeling. Look,
I agree. It's an opinion. It's an opinion.
Guys, I think we should not talk about religion or the existence of God. Agreed. Because,
But when you're not talking about God, you're still talking about God. You can deny it negatively. I'm trying to bring a positive sentiment to at least your Sundays because I believe in the power of positivity.
But nobody's stopping you from believing anything. I mean, look, even though I don't believe in God, I would never stop someone from going to the place that they choose to worship. All I ask is, please bring up the respect that I don't, believe in what you believe.
No, I respect your atheism or agnosticism. It's not a question of that. I'm just saying we're playing a word game. Can't you admit we're playing a word game?
No, because first of all, I'm agnostic, meaning that I can't say 100% that God exists, but at the same token, I cannot say that he doesn't exist. The only honest answer, knowing what I know, when I know it, is I don't know.
I agree, but by negatively denying God and saying not this, not this, not this, it's, you're still playing a word game, though. You can't escape the words, especially in a social audio app.
Let me explain it another way. I'm not against the principle of the existence of God. I'm open to that. In fact, I wish there were a God to stop the suffering, especially of the innocent and the weak, right? But God doesn't play a role in any decisions I make in my life. When you
But that's still an opinion-based statement. That is still an opinion-based statement.
You are still interrupting, and I'm being nice, and I haven't booted you off the stage. Can you show the same courtesy, John? Or is that too much?
No, of course I can.
So why don't you?
Because I'm just doing what you're doing, which is saying that it's still just my opinion.
It is your opinion. If I ask you to prove that God exists, right? Can you do that?
I can attempt. I have tried before.
Well, I've heard many people try it before, and I've not been convinced by a single person. Look, basically what I'm saying is I'm not against the concept of a God, right? It's possible. However, I have issues the way some groups describe God. To me, the God will be an inclusive God, a forgiving God.
Well, I can interrupt you with one thing from Buddhism, if you'll permit me. It's very quick, and it's just a question of dialectic. You have to agree.
You or not, you still keep on interrupting. And the next time you interrupt me, John, I'll just leave the stage. I don't need to countenance this.
Listen, I'll listen to you, but I would ask you for 10 seconds when you're prepared to give me your 10 seconds.
I don't even want to talk. You can say what you want. I don't really care.
Okay, if you don't care, I'll still say it anyways, because you're not the only person in the room. There's a lot of people in this room, and
you're the only person in the room, and everyone on the stage is agreeing with you, John, right? Name one person on the stage that would agree with you.
I think, you're really getting on his nerves, so come on, man. Don't, push it.
Listen, I'm not trying to get on his nerves. That's your opinion. What I'm trying to say is the Buddha says that if you want to play the word game... All right, I'll go on mute. You don't want to hear me? I'll go on mute.
No, I just wanted to say, we are, this has nothing to do with the existence of God. Maybe that's a topic for another room. But what I'm saying is that whether there is God or there is nothing God, whatever you believe in, it's what is happening right now. Our mission as human beings, according to any religion, according to any ideology, is not permissible under our eyes, and our job here is not to make corruption on earth. However, is to try so hard tooth and nail to prevent any evilness from happening and to take out.
I know, but I take personal responsibility for evil in the world. That's what you're doing now. We're on the same boat.
Exactly. So we are all the same, and all of us should stand up against evilness. Whether it doesn't matter who that person is, if he's Japanese, Jewish, if he's whatever. But he lived.
I mean, some people will not accept the fact that we're on the same boat. When I say we're on the same boat, some people will say, no, we're not on the same boat. And I would just say, well, it's your opinion and we're not on the same boat. And then I would say, it's just my opinion that we are on the same boat. So how do you know if you're on the same boat? Meaning it's all conceptual. It's in the mind's eye. Like you said, under our eyes, we can't witness this evil and not speak up. So it does deal with the concept of I, which is the personal self. So you have to accept responsibility for the evil in the world. And what you do is you activate, you activist, you fight back, you communicate, you do it peacefully. You try to create a peaceful vibration in the world. If you can't do that, no conflict will ever be resolved. There will be no compromise. If there's no middle way, there is no way. The middle way is the way. That's the philosophy I've read in philosophy books. Other people may not agree with that sentiment. If you don't agree with that sentiment, just present your opinion and present the opposite, and we'll get to the truth. Because I am not the truth. I am just a guy in my mom's basement in my underpants on a social audio chit-chat app. I'm just telling you that through multiple people or multiple points of perspective, we can get to the truth. It's not a one person perspective. It's multiple perspectives. And then the milieu creates the truth. The truth is always the center, which is the truth.
I like your thought process, John. I commend you for that, bro.
Shukran habibi, ana barf shway Arabi.
Wow. How far can you go?
I'm here right now, communicating with you.
Oh, shukran habibi.
The question of what's up is what's down. You know, the lowest point usually gets the cheese. If you can bend at the knees, you can do what's that game where they go below the bar at the parties and stuff?
John, according to Judaism, what is happening after death?
Reincarnation is now. There is no other explanation other than the sentiment that reincarnation is now. If you want to be free, it's your freedom to do that now. There is no life after death. You can have life after death now.
Okay, so there is no heaven and hell, right?
No, heaven is now, hell is now. It's a question of your will. My political campaign advisor is calling me. I have work to do, aka this thing called a job. Do any of you have jobs? I've got a job. I got work to do.
What a philosophical way to say that you need to go.
No, I just texted him. I said, I'll call you back. So, Roland, how are you today, sir? I know Roland on this app for a while now. God bless you all.
Where are you from, John?
I was born in the Aquarius, but I originally came from Uranus.
That's funny. So who do you campaign for? Donald Trump?
Of course. The orange MAGA one. He is the Trump. The Trump is Magus. I've been to the planet Uranus, and I've seen where he's from. The Trump orange MAGA one is a Hermetic mystic. However, we do have Sith Lords in charge of the White House. They have hair plugs and fake dentures, and they have Alzheimer's early onset. His name is Sith Lord Biden.
He's sitting out, huh? You think so?
Without a doubt, this man is the embodiment of Satan himself. He is Samael, Satanama, Satanama, Satanama.
I like him so much. I'm not an immigrant myself, but I have some family members who are in the U.S.
He sniffs the daughter. He sniffs his pussy's daughter. He fondles her in the shower. His son is a disgusting, vulgar, disgusting. They're the worst Americans, and that's why they got there. They were the worst of the worst, and that's how they got there. Joe Biden, Dr. Biden, and Hunter Biden, they are essentially the demonic Satans of the world. That's how they got there. They're the worst of the worst ever.
Okay, wait a minute. Are you going to vote for Trump? Because you hate Joe Biden that much?
I'm voting Kennedy. Kennedy is the solution. Kennedy is the answer. Kennedy is the peacemaker. Blessed are the peacemakers.
Okay, good for you.
That's like, you're blowing up right now. I still have a question. So there is no heaven and hell, right?
It's all now. N-O-W, that's God. G-O-D, that's you. Y-O-U, that's Zen, Z-E-N. Roland knows what I'm talking about. Roland, would you tell these people about the psychedelic voyage and how to get to the gnosis of the now with, heaven and hell now? Roland, come on, speak up, Roland. I've educated Roland a lot, and Roland is not helping me. I need supporters here. We are against the green bean tyranny. These are fascist green beans, my friend Roland. Did you know, listen to this, I'm not trying to bullshit you, but in the brain, there is a part of the brain known as the Rolando. He was a scientist in the 1600s who opened up the brain. His name is Dr. Rolando. I'm not making this up. You can Google it. And he's a legit...
Guys, I have to go now. It's been a pleasure speaking with all of you today. A1, everybody, salam.
Alamak Habibi, Alamak Habibi. Let us speak again soon. I love you.
I love you too. Bye bye, baby boy.
Bye baby boy.
You were talking about the psychedelic. Okay, go ahead.
So I was talking to Roland here like a week ago. I was in Moab, Utah at the time, or Salt Lake City, and I was talking to Roland, and we were talking about how cannabis is the gateway drug to the divine. So, like that movie Beetlejuice, when they go open that door and they're able to go to a different dimension, cannabis can be the dimension, a cocktail that you're looking for.
How is that? I mean, like when you use the drugs, you get high and you go to the most high.
Well, it's more than that. You do have to do work. You have to push. You have to fight. You got to do a job. So that means reading a book. A book. Many people discount books, but books are essentially it's software. That's what it is. So if you use the cannabis with a book, it's like you're giving the software an operating system to jump to play with. So again, it's just play. You can't really expect anything to come out of it. It's just something to do. But it is hyper therapeutic, it is hyper intellectual, and it is hyper emotional. So, you'll have to work the genie out of the bottle. You don't want negative side effects.
So why drug is illegal though? If drugs like
Well, what I'm suggesting is you just use cannabis, red wine, and coffee, and milk.
Interesting. But the country I'm from, there's no cannabis. Even if you have one, you might go to jail.
Yeah, well, you can come to America. Cannabis tourism is a thing. Just come to America. Every major city has cannabis. Chicago is a huge cannabis tourism city. People come here, they get high, they go on vacation here.
Okay, when you say cannabis, marijuana included?
Like
hashish?
Yeah, hashish, cannabis, marijuana, same thing. It's all the same thing.
So, guys, sorry for the interruption, but what you guys are talking about, I see that the topic has been diversed.
Yeah, you can get back to Israel-Palestine because we are talking, I wouldn't discount anyone's opinions in terms of the seriousness of the topic. So I think, it is the ultimate topic at the moment because it is the flashpoint. It's always the area of conflict.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And I just wanted to tell you something that we, have been This room has been open for 3 continuous hours, and I think that we squeezed each aspect related to this topic. So I've got no more energy in order to start another controversial topic with someone who's supporting, the other side, or who's supporting, a side that I've never supported. So I think that's not for now. But I've just because I was doing something. Could you please mute yourself? Okay, thank you. So, I've just heard. Hi, everybody. Yeah, Dean, okay, just wait a little bit. So I've just heard that you were talking about some existential question. I'm not sure about this. We can start inshallah topic tomorrow, talking about the existence of God. I'm not sure if you talked or adopted this point of view or no. Those used to not very interested in talking about those kind of topics that are related to the religions and so on. So we can postpone talking about them inshallah until tomorrow.
Yeah, I would just.
I just wanted to ask a question because he said tomorrow we're gonna talk about the existence of God, right? I think this topic has been exhausted. If we talk about it, it's going to be me and opinion, right?
Excuse me. Yeah. Please.
I'm just saying, even if you don't talk about God.
Interrupt you. Excuse me. Interrupt you. I really enjoy talking with you. I enjoy to listen to you guys. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, most welcome, Salah. Okay.
Yeah, Alamak, Habibi. It's been fun.
I support Palestine, and to kick off the topic.
Yes.
I support Palestine. I think Israel is committing genocide, and it's committing great evil, not only in Palestine but around the world.
Ribono Shalom.
What's that?
I said you might be right, but what if you're wrong?
I think the evidence shows that I'm right, and millions and perhaps billions of others who agree. Evidence points to Israel committed genocide. It's factually committing atrocities and killing women and children and men, and it's destroying schools and hospitals in a targeted fashion to suppress, quell, murder, and kick off Palestine off the land. So that's not whether you're right or wrong. It's actually
I know. So let's say you're right, and I agree with you, and everyone else agrees with you, and we move forward with that agreement. What is the action or response to that situation which would help change the situation?
That's a good question. So it's on multiple fronts: politically, economically, militarily, in media. So there's many different fronts that you have to address the situation. Ultimately, is to get have accountability and justice, and which leads to peace. You'd have to get Israel to be. You'd have politicians to empty their pockets of the lobbyist money, because a lot of politicians, particularly in America, UK, and other places, are bought out by the Zionist lobby. You have to address the media. Media is very biased. It has a Zionist-controlled narrative in the media. It's not fair and balanced. It's not objective. So there's a variety of different fronts you have to attack it.
So I would just say that, look at my PTR. That is a Hermes, the Greek god of communication, which I believe is a hypnosis. So what I'm trying to say is, like, our chances of changing the situation is very small. However, by what you just said, that is a micro-mnemonic or a micro-mnemonic or micro-meme. You see what I'm saying? So, like, you're changing your feelings, your attitude, your emotions is really how you create the change you want.
Yeah, of course. But if you do that individually on a micro level, and each individual does that, then it has to change on a macro level. So there's an example, as you guys have probably heard before, but I heard an imam basically Muslims every Friday prayer. There's a sermon, and he mentioned it in the khutbah. Is that starfish? There's a man and his boy. They're walking on a beach, and there's thousands of starfish out there on the shore on a sunny day. So as we know, starfish cannot survive being out of the water. So the boy, he took one starfish and put it back into the water. So the father basically said that, why did he put it back? It's not going to make a difference. So the boy said, well, it will to that one. So if we had the collective, each of us thought like this boy to put one starfish back, and thousands of it did this, the whole beach would be cleared of the starfish. So if we individually, make change, then collectively we could see some massive action take place. You see what I'm saying? John, you see what I'm saying?
That's a nice analogy.
Right. So is anybody here pro-Israel?
As far as I'm concerned, no. They're all against Israel, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's my opinion. I usually like to spend my time in rooms where there's people who are not really sure, or there's, not Zionist. Zionists are very difficult to convince because no matter what you do, even tell them all the truth, they're very difficult to convince. But people who are in the middle ground, the opinion spectrum, I think are more worth spending time to speak to. Yeah. And those are already from Palestine. We already know. So no need to talk. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think about criminal psychopathology or criminal science, meaning that the administration of law from a Sharia perspective?
Well, there's two, what you discussed are not two identical topics, but they're related to each other. Obviously, Sharia law is great. Sharia law is a God-ordained law for the benefit of mankind, to provide justice, fairness, equity. So it's great for mankind. There's a lot of stereotypes, intentional propaganda against Sharia law, particularly in the white Western world, to make Muslims seem barbaric and primitive, and that the Western form of justice is more superior morally and ethically than the Islamic way, or the Christian line of reasoning.
Well, I mean, in terms of criminal justice, English common law versus Sharia law, and how it descends from Muhammad and Islamic, legal interpretation. I mean, they're different domains.
No, they're the same domain as far as justice. Law, there's basically punishment for crimes, and they're not to be overly punished or under punished. They're but to do the right thing, essentially. So they're essentially the same field of our existence, which is justice. So that's established number one. Number two.
Wait, before you go to number two, let me ask you just a quick follow-up question about relativity, or context. Do you think the truth is created by context and multiple positions of opinion to get to the center of the truth, which is essentially love?
Yes and no. Because in Islam we have objective law. We have law that God has ordained, that no matter multiple opinions will not change the law, with some exceptions that there's some nuance to this. For example, the punishment of cutting off the hand. This is what God has ordained, but it's not to, when do you apply it? Do you apply it to somebody who stole a loaf of bread? Or do you apply it to somebody who stole somebody's car? There's different, so, and then do they get a warning? Do you apply right away? What are the factors that led to this person stealing? there's nuance to this. So, for example, one of the righteous companions, closest companions of the Prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon him, is Omar. Omar was the president of the Muslim.
Was Omar the first person to issue the Islamic call to prayer?
No. That was what.
That was Bilal, right?
Bilal. Bilal was the black man who was a companion of the Prophet, and he was the one who was honored with that position. So Omar, there was a famine at the time of Omar's caliph. Omar's presidency was about, I think, 7 years, and for about 2 of those years there was a famine. So during that time, the punishment was not, upheld because people were stealing at need, not at greed. So stealing at need versus greed are two different issues.
That would be nice.
So there's nuance when it comes. There's more detail to that, but there's nuance when it comes to applying the law. But the law is objective. If in a democracy, if 60% of the constituents want to legalize alcohol, that would be legalized in a democracy. But in a Sharia law, in Islam, God has prohibited alcohol. So even if 90% of people want to legalize alcohol, it cannot be legalized because that is God's law. And that's a good thing because reality is temporal. It ebbs and flows. You can see, for example, in the West, particularly America, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, it would be unthinkable that 2 men could kiss in public, or there would be gay marriage. But now it's legalized. And that may change, who knows, about 30, 40, maybe 50 years. It may reverse. We don't know. So morality changes. But what's stable, finite, concrete is God's subjective law, Sharia law.
So what is a God's objective law?
Sharia law. What God has mentioned, particularly in the Quran, what Prophet Muhammad has mentioned as well, which that comes from God, peace be upon him, is the objective law. It doesn't go by somebody's feelings, or I feel like this, or a group of people get together. No, I don't think. I think we should make this law instead of this law. I think we should abrogate this law.
So when I listen to, I have Kawali music. I bought a bunch of Kawali CDs on eBay. And when I listen to Kawali music and I'm driving around, I live in Chicago, when I'm driving around Chicago, I feel it's a drum circle. It's a spirit. It's an attitude. So Islam is an attitude, but the music is liberating and it's powerful. So, I was at a bar one time in Los Angeles at UCLA. Anyways, I'm just telling you, I got into a fight. I didn't fight this guy, but this guy wanted to, he was like, I told him I was a Muslim. He was like, motherfucker, you're not a Muslim. And I was like, where are you from? He's like, Saudi Arabia. I was like, Alamak. I was like, I am a Muslim. And anyways, he wanted to, kill me. He wanted to fight me. And I'm like, because he just wouldn't believe me. Anyways, it was a very intense experience, and I just stood my ground, and I was just staring him in the eyes. I'm like, man, I swear to God, I'm a Muslim, bro. And he was from Saudi Arabia. He was like 6'5", he was huge. And I was just like, you'll have to kill me or punch me in the face or something. But I just stared him down. I said that to him, and then that was the end of it, and he walked away, and we went back into the bar. That was the end of it.
So, John, are you Muslim?
I don't think so. Based on my...
John, so you swore to God that you're Muslim to this guy. It's the same with me.
Well, see, listen, what I'm trying to tell you is you brought up the concept of alcohol. I was drinking at that bar. So I was drunk. And so what I'm trying to tell you is, like, I respect a Muslim that doesn't drink and who can lecture me and say, listen, stop drinking. So I respect it. And you give respect, you get respect. It's not a question of conflict. It's a question of knowledge and understanding.
All right. So, John, this is the basis of Sharia law. Sharia law respects the rights of others. It's, I'm going to tie back to this topic here because you mentioned it, back to Palestine, is that to safety, to education, to healthcare. These are rights that are afforded to everyone. The universally agree on these rights, and these are paramount in Islam. These are very important in Islam. And Israel, particularly, is violating these rights with impunity. They're terrorizing the Palestinians. They're using terror to inflict upon them with impunity, with the support of the American government, UK, and a few others. The precious nature of one life, let alone 10,000, 40,000 lives. So Israel is really, in for awakening all those people. When you meet God, God will judge by His law and not human law, because human law is full of flaws and injustices, and judges and prosecutors can be bought out or threatened, and they will swerve in their justice because of these pressures, money and try to coerce and support. The prosecutors are getting threats. Governments are saying we will make life very difficult for you. Like government U.S. is saying that to the ICJ. So that's where Sharia law is beneficial.
I mean, look at the word Sharia. It's like sharing the Iya or the Allah. It's like sharing Allah.
No, Sharia means.
Oh wow, yeah. That's
it's not to regulate Sharia. Okay, let's nasharre. Nasharre means let's regulate. So don't confuse it, bro.
I know, but it is like sharing Allah, because Allah is law. It is sharing Allah.
English, I get it. But you see, until you become Muslim, John, because if you like listen to quality music, but look, in Islam we have believe in God, and you every day pray to Him, you communicate with Him, you bow your head in prayer, and put your head in the ground, and
I know, but look at it this way. Why can't you?
Okay, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, finish. I'll respond to what you got to say.
But yeah, so I'm saying there's a verse in the Quran that says, verily in the remembrance of God, Allah, do hearts find rest. So you feel rest and serenity, and when you remember God,
okay, I get that, but don't you think that is universal?
Yeah.
So if you look at Hinduism, if you look at Buddhism, if you look at Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, any other kind of ism, it's all dealing with peace and tranquility.
Oh, I don't mean universal that way. No. The belief in God is not universal. People can basically ascribe partners to God, or say He's part of a Trinity, or God manifests Himself in a form of idol. So that's not believing truly in God. It's believing different forms of God, which He never gave permission to believe in.
So that is the Abrahamic way of non-tokenizing or idolizing. So de-idolization is the concept which is universal, meaning that it's not distinctive to Abrahamic faiths.
Wait, say that again.
You said you tell me again about Islam and the idol and creating idols.
So, in particular Islam, we're only to worship God alone. God has no partners. He has no father, mother. He has no son, literal son. He has nothing comparable to him. And so we believe in only the God. We can't associate any idols or anything with them.
Right. So, like in my PTR, you see that's the god Hermes. I just searched for god Hermes, and that was the image that came up in Google image search. So that would be considered an idol, yes?
Yes, we don't believe in these Greek gods. That there's Hermes or Zeus or whatever. These are made up.
Right. So what I'm trying to emphasize, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism is very small on the totem of world religions. Because so what I'm trying to emphasize is that within the major five that I've identified, peace and tranquility is the esoteric equation, the outcome of the mathematical equation of their system.
Yeah, but peace and tranquility, I can derive a concocted religion of my own and emphasize peace and tranquility. Yoga, meditation, people who don't even believe in God can derive forms of worship or self-worship or world worship, Mother Nature, whatever it may be, to derive peace and tranquility. But who created us? God. God created us. He created us from a cell, a drop of the Quran. It says the semen. Like we're created from nutfa. Many. So
I know, but but Dean, look at the word semen. I mean, I'm not trying to be gay here, but look at the word sea men. Men that come from the sea. Men that come from the sea.
I never saw that one either, but
Listen, Dean, I'm trying to play with it because it is every time you get to the truth, it ends up becoming gay.
Okay, no, it doesn't. But anyhow, I know you're Canadian. But John, I gotta go in like about 2 minutes. But what I'm gonna say is that.
Listen, thank you for calling me a comedian and recognizing me as my preferred profession. Ribono Shalom.
So God designed us, and He knows our souls are truly happy and truly find tranquility, and He knows when our souls are debased. We get what takes us away from God, what takes us away from truly being happy and tranquil. So there's a false sense of tranquility that one will get ultimately when they go to other sources of peace besides God. They may feel tranquil, but ultimately when they return to God, this is of no benefit for them. One of the verses in the Quran says those who lose most, basically, those who suffer most, those who basically who think they're doing good while rejecting God. They're helping so many people. They live life, but they reject God. It's a form of arrogance. It's a form of delusion to reject God.
Well, let me ask you. You do believe in information technology, right, or software, hardware, essentially. I mean, you're not a complete 1650 Muslim, right? You believe in the information technology age, yes or no?
Yeah, like probably most of the Muslim world. Yes, of course.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, constitutional conventions reformulating, because it is a political thing. If you believe in religion and you believe in God as a Muslim, as an Islamist, as a Mohammedan, you have to also accept law because Sharia deals with law. So there's a framework which all men of the world can use definitive terms or databases. I mean, do you agree with that?
Definitive. What do you mean definitive terms or databases?
Meaning that there is a universal database.
Like for what?
For law, compromise, negotiation, trade, barter, etc.
No, well, I mean, the United Nations was supposed to serve that purpose, but you can see that powerful nations can get away.
Hold on a second, Dean. Look at the audience. Don't be so self-centered. You can see Pally in the audience is laughing at you. I don't think they're laughing at me.
Pally, say it's not for long, okay? Life is short, right? Can you say that, John?
Oh, 100%. Life is very, very short.
No, seriously, I'm laughing at you, John. Because, the first thing that makes me laugh is international law. If anyone states international law or anything related to it, I just laugh because they have been violated.
the international laws have been violated maybe 23 times or more, like this or more.
I'm not asking you whether they've been violated. I'm asking you if you agree that there is an international database.
No, that doesn't make any sense. There is international or it doesn't exist. If it exists,
Hold on, sweetheart. Whatever your nameless name is, before you say no, 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 you should also understand the opposite of no, no, no is yes, yes, yes. It is a question of perspective. I'm not here to antagonize or to waste our time, and I don't want to have any emotional mood swings vis-a-vis. What I'm trying to tell you is that you have to accept the fact that there is a universal language. The only universal language is silence.
Okay, John, but I really gotta go. But what Pally was basically saying is that, we'll take Israel for example. Israel's violated over 62 UN resolutions, and it's with impunity. And if there's a standard international law that we would agree to, is there one? Yes.
Dean, you're talking about a living organism, a corporation. It's a business, baby. I gotta go too. Don't tell me again about how you gotta go, because we all gotta go, Dean. You're not more special than anyone in this room.
I'll take more time. Oh, don't worry. I'm here for you, John. Right. So the problem is that but Israel gets away with committing the most atrocious crimes that violate international law. They violate over 62 UN resolutions. And why do they get away? Because U.S., which is heavily influenced by the Zionist lobby, Zionists who are politicians. Even the President of America is a Zionist. He said about 40 years ago that he's a Zionist. And if Israel didn't exist, he would create Israel. So the Zionists are...
Chat app AI bot sent from ChatGPT to communicate with you from Uranus and Bill Gates. The difference between you and me, Dean, is that my middle name, you don't know what it is, but it is. It starts with a Z. So what if I told you that Zionism, you may not like it, but it exists in the world to be the antagonist, or the Tao to your Te, or the Te to your Tao? It's the black and white, Dean. I'm trying to point out to you mathematical...
Trixie, what are your thoughts?
Trixie? Go ahead, Trixie.
I'm agreeing with the AI.
Trixie, what are your thoughts?
Dean, she just said that she agrees with John. So score one, put one on the board for John. Can we get some more scoring? Please continue the scoring. I love the scoring. Keep going. Listen, I got a +1, baby. +1 over here. +1 over here. I got a reservation RSVP with a +1, Dean. I won. My debate won. I won, baby. Thank you, God. God, I won. Allahu Akbar. I won, baby. I won. +1. Come on, Dean. Give it up. You're a smart guy, Dean. I'm a smart guy, but give it up, Dean. I'm a smart guy. I agree with you. I think you and I can be friends because I know you're smart, dude. You're a normal human being. You're smart, bro. You're a good guy. I can tell.
All right, I'm going to pause a little bit so Trixie and Pally can speak.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. 1, 2, 3, 4. Occupation no more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Israel is a terrorist state. Yay.
100%. This is a chant that's out all over. Israel's committing genocide. It's terrorizing Palestinians. But Trixie was waving an Israeli flag. Trixie, what do you think about that?
I feel like the people that are there, they're fair and square. Most of them purchased the land even before 1948. I believe 60% of the land was owned. People off of land that they bought, fair and square.
Trixie, what do you mean it was owned by the Jews? Do you mean that thousands of years ago they were there, or what? What do you mean by it?
No, they started purchasing it
1888. They started purchasing up land.
I mean, there were Arab Jews there, and was European from where they come, who get the rights from.
I try to address the issue of purchasing and buying and bartering and money because, honest to be God, anyone, look at Australia.
Respect. Let her finish.
I'm sorry. Let me defer. I have a +1 over here, Dean. But you're right. I'm a compassionate man, so I'm going to open 2 of my ears.
You're a cool guy. You're a cool guy, John. You're a cool guy. You're a funny guy. But let her finish. The guy stop interrupting.
No, I agree. I'm sorry. I'm opening my ears to love.
Okay, thank you, man. So maybe there are some people, a few people, they were buying and purchasing. That's true. Okay, I cannot deny because the land is for everyone, and everyone, like the earth is for everyone. They can buy, they can sell, whatever. But most Palestinian lands were literally stolen, including my grandfather's home. Seriously speaking, I mean, it's facts. It's history. Like 1947, it has always great. Like maybe 20 years before 1948, clashes and all of these things. But officially, 1947, there was this 2-state solution by UN, United Nations. And then Israel decided to take over most of the land in 1948 by genocide, by committing genocide. This is a real thing. And you can read archives, there are, at least Israelis themselves, they admitted that, there are books if you're interested, I can give you some. So this is a fact that nobody can deny what happened in 1948, 1967, all the genocides that are happening, and they're still happening until now, happened and it's still happening.
Beneath the night that covers me, bits and cold
they were writing history again, because they refused to surrender, and they have been patient for almost, 76 years now. And they're dancing, they're smiling, despite losing everything, they still have this spirit. So they will win, and the world is slowly, it's little by little, it's slowly, waking up. But there are countries that they are now recognizing Palestine as a state, independent state. So, I mean, there will be one day those people will get their own.
Let me interrupt you and ask you, do you believe in the concept of macro versus micro, micro versus macro, or even subjective versus objective, objective, subjective? Do you believe in the all versus the atom?
Okay, I'll answer that. My answer to that question is that it's off the topic right now.
Hold on, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this beautiful Muslima who's declaring free Palestine. Stop the genocide. Ceasefire now! Now!
What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? Well, in which context?
Hello, guys.
Hello?
Hello. Alhamdulillah. So, hey, so I want to mention one thing. Is that, look, what for the part So, the Trixie had mentioned
Good luck, Dean. Good luck, Habibi. Good luck. You can't control the communication, Dean. Miriam is going to interrupt you every second word. Just watch.
No, don't worry about it. No. So land has been stolen. From Palestinians, and that is the issue. Palestinians dominated the land as far as the land mass. All right, this is their land. They've been there for thousands of years. They've been this land. And what if Israel's Europeans? Europeans came, mainly the Zionist Jews. They came and stole Palestine. So Trixie, if you have an issue with
Get him, Miriam. Get him, Habibi.
Their land is being stolen to this day, even to this minute. It continues to be still as we speak, day by day. They're stealing more land that is not theirs, and 90+% of that land is Palestinians. Palestinians are Muslims and Christians. So do you understand, Trixie? So, because your moral issue is that land is being stolen. So by that, if that's the moral basis which you judge by, then you're 100% a Palestinian supporter if you don't even know it. You understand, Trixie? Oh, okay. All right. So, I guess not. So, Pally, do you want to say more, or do you want should we let Radov speak?
No, I just wanted to ask John, like, what this has to do with subjectivity, objectivity, micro concepts. Like, I didn't get the point.
I'm here. I love you. That's all I'm trying to say is that the center bullseye is red. It represents love. Love conquers all.
Yeah, but love is not found in the land right now. There is no love. This is the truth. Like, I cannot love someone who's
So all I can tell you is I believe that the truth can only be got at the using multiple points of reference. So what I'm trying to say is if you look at Chinese philosophy or Buddhism or Hinduism or Zen philosophy, there's a way to rationalize things which you may not agree with. However, it's for your personal benefit outside of the scope of the reality. So you have a job, you have work to do personally. We all have to take care of ourselves. We all have to have personal responsibility. We all have to have courage, faith, love, strength. We have to work together. You can look at Clown House as an alternative government. You are the future. Your personality, your emotions. People come to this app for mood swings. Be honest. People come here to have mood swings, and they're doing talk therapy because their lives are not in a state of harmony, unity. The middle way. There is only the great way, which is the middle way, which is equilibrium. So if you can't understand the words that I'm saying, it still comes down to your well-being. I'm just a chat app bot in my mom's basement in my underpants.
So my response to that is Palestine will be free one day, inshallah. God willing, inshallah means God willing. It's not anti-Semitic to say from the river to the sea, Palestine be free. Don't fall into attempts by Zionists to label that slogan as such, because it's not. To the contrary, the Good Party is in their charter to rid the land of Palestinians from the river to the sea. I gotta go one second. I'll be back.
I mean, that is a mantra.
Yeah,
you got to understand that there could be freedom from the river to the sea, but it could mean that there's no more death, no more killing, no more violence, no more hatred, no more anger, no more sadness, no more grief. It's possible that the information technology or some type of really advanced, like alien type of technology, changes our reality in a way where the politics dissolve. The land dissolves. Everyone lives in abundance and everybody lives in peace. It's possible. Not probable, but it's theoretically possible. So all I'm trying to suggest is that there could be new avenues of approach or different lanes or different categories created out of thin air that which somehow radicalize, revolutionize, and transform reality for the betterment for everybody. And the past doesn't mean anything. The future doesn't mean anything because everybody is in a state of extreme abundance, joy, harmony, peace. There's no more weapons in the land. Nobody lives in fear. And everybody is just happy. That type of situation is possible, but that's what everybody secretly wants. And nobody can admit that because they're hyper political.
Not about hyper political, but the thing is, there's someone, like, for example, John, you're sitting in your home and then someone comes and took it literally and killed your family. So, I mean, like,
I know. So the diaspora happens, then I come on Clown House and I complain about it and I rectify it. There is a balance and equilibrium to the communication. I can affect change in the real world by doing what I'm doing now, which is coming on a Clown House app and talking and being transparent, having clarity, having peace of mind, having love in my heart, and being centered and strong and courageous, which is the same thing that you're doing on the opposite end of the spectrum. But we're not on opposite ends of the spectrum. We just don't have the technology. Just all they want is power and money and free money and pensions and big houses and security. They don't care about books. They don't look at books. They don't care about people. They only care about themselves.
You know, that you're claiming that you're just one moment, like he's claiming that he's full of love, blah blah blah, and all of these things, and he's been insulting me since then, like indirectly.
Hey, wallah!
Like way or another, he's claiming that he's filled with his heart is like his heart is full of love, and blah blah blah. Man, these are just words. Like many people who speak, yeah.
Yeah, good point, really good point. And Marashi, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts? Do you support Palestine or do you support Israel? Which one do you support?
Question for me.
There's a lot of noise in the background. Brother, do you have any thoughts?
So, can I?
Yes, you can. But it's hard to hear you. Noise in the background.
No, really, sorry.
Who runs the world?
Climate change, that's right. Sorry. Now,
okay, that's better.
So, now I'm expelled from one Jewish group. Just waiting here, I'm expelled from one Jewish clubhouse group. So, I'm arguing that because you're representing very bad country, because recently you capturing the land of Palestinians. Some citizens and they expelled me. Fortunately, I'm here. So I'm actually supporting the Palestinians because they're well people, because they have very big heart. That's why they invite them. They are welcoming the people of Jews. They got the persecution in different countries of from Europe. Then they welcoming the peoples of Jews. But after, unfortunately, they are take the role of capture people. They captured all the land of Palestinian people. Now they are recently attacking the peoples.
Thank you. Literally, like those Zionists, they are good at talking. They talk. We are good people. We are victims. We are blah blah blah. They're good at speaking, John. Like John, they speak. But when it comes to action, oh my days.
Listen, I'm not disputing you. You're right. You have to understand, though, that it's information technology. Mute your mic. You're fucking the audio up for everyone.
I'm asking this question on that group because what's the difference between Benjamin Netanyahu and the main Holocaust Adolf Hitler? What's the difference between those people? They have experience.
They're all fascists. Listen, the truth is, I read a book about dehypnosis. It says that every government is a fascist government, that we are bees collected in a hive, and we all worship fascist governments. That is the truth of the earth.
I don't know. Every government, they're not like a fascist government.
That's not true. It's your opinion. It's my opinion that all governments are fascist governments. All governments are Zionist. All governments are Zionist. All governments are Zionist.
Okay, one second. Hold on. Zionists. Of course not. No. But yes, there's indeed a lot of support from particularly Western nations for the Zionist project. And it's been that way since the last century. So now when we talk about justice, we talk about international law. Israel's been continuing to violate, as mentioned, 62 different UN resolutions, and with impunity. And why did they get away with it? Because of Western backing, particularly America. It can skirt international law. It can violate international law with little consequences. But yet, when Palestinians or other states, Palestine is recognized as a non.
Dean, I'm in concordance with you, but Dean, you.
One second, John. 1 second. And also is recognized as a state by about 170 some countries. So it continues to violate law, steal land, deprive the rights of Palestinians, and so the concept of justice, fairness, and equity has been thrown out the door because the world sees it even more so now. Because what is happening is the continued theft of land and the destruction of Palestinians, their infrastructure, their hospitals, their schools, their libraries. I mean, just the other day they were burning down libraries. What purpose does that serve? Their heritage, their museums, they have a lot of archaeological things. So this has been going on, and it's been going on prior to October 7th. This has been going on every year as far as the theft of land and depriving of rights since 1948. Now, this is the reason, and like John, I know you have some thoughts, but let's center the conversation back to discussion. So if anybody views otherwise, we're free to talk about it, in a open dialogue. If anybody, makes they support Israel or against Palestine, we can talk about that. But you can never erase what's the foundation of the issue, the heart of the issue, the heart of the matter is.
Okay, well, Dean, let me ask you this. I mean, I ask people this often. What is the source of happiness?
John, you're being very esoteric right now, and we're trying to focus the cause.
I know, but at least appreciate the milieu, the cornucopia of the melange of the different flavors of the spice. You have to appreciate the joy of the cornucopia.
Yes, John. I can appreciate the joy, but we're really focused on.
Listen, Dean, we're not marching in the streets. We're on Clown House. This is a safe space for freedom of thought, the power of the creative. Let it go.
All right. Another point I want to mention here is that the critique of Zionism, the critique of Israel, its actions when it does wrong, is not anti-Semitism. So we must not erase this. We not fall into this trap of anything critical of Israel is anti-Semitic. The one thing they want to do is say from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic. Absolutely not. This has been propagandized to make it seem as if it's a statement of genocide by Zionists, particularly. And those Zionists who they're trying to convince the general American public that's the case. But it's not.
Dean.
It's not a statement of genocide. One second. I'm going to say what it means. And there's many articles you can look up under this from a non-Western, non-Zionist perspective. From the river to the sea means the liberation of the Palestinians, their freedom. It does not mean death of Jews. It doesn't mean that all Jews are kicked out. But it means that Muslims will have, and Christians who are Palestinians, about 20% are Christian, will have their freedom, their justice, and their land back. And it's the right of return. UN recognizes that, your right of return. Now, to what borders and whatnot, that's an area of debate, discussion.
Dean, put me in the queue, please.
All right,
You're right. And the thing is, like, Wallahi, the concept of Palestine from the free Palestine from the river to the sea is just like, like the Palestinians think, we want to be free from the Jordanian River, the Red Sea. But if you see the concept of Israel, the river to the sea, and it's really to the river, because they want some land to the Euphrates, which is, it doesn't make any sense. They want to take over more and more and more of the land. That's crazy.
It is. It's part of the strategy. The Palestinians know this, and a lot of the world, especially the reason world leaders know this, that Israel, its goal, and it's been its goal, its stated goal, since the 1980s. Theodor Herzl's one of the founding fathers of Zionism, the Zionist project, is to to expel natives from the land and from the river to the sea, the Tigris Euphrates, from the Mediterranean Sea to the southern Lebanon, parts of Syria, parts of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt to the Nile. These are the borders of the Zionist project, and they're continuing to pursue that goal with impunity to the detriment of the lives, the livelihoods, the peace of others who are non-Jewish. That's their stated goal, and that's what they're doing. So what's been happening in Gaza, they've had a goal, this is well before October 7th, they've had a goal to take over Gaza. And that has been a stated goal. They've been trying to find the right way, the right time to do it, an opportune moment to exact their campaign. Now, what they've been done strategically is they've been pushing Palestinians from the north to the south, right? So they can incrementally take over that land to make it unlivable. That's the stated goal of the Zionist regime or leaders. These are not my words. It was specifically stated by ministers of Israel, including Minister of Defense, in the South Africa's case against Israel. This was in their docket. Specific comments, quotes, statements that we will deprive them of food, of water, of electricity.
Dean, I hate to interrupt, but put me in the queue.
All right. Hold on, John. That they deprive them to make it unlivable. That's literally their quote. This is a beautiful thing to see Gaza flats and the shores, or the land of Gaza in the north. What a pleasure for the eyes. That's not Micaiah Lafu. Many other statements. Their goal is to really starve the population, to kill them off the land. It's stated. They prove genocide on the land. Now, what they've been doing is they've been pushing Palestinians from the north to the south. And what they're probably going to do now is the whole 2.2 million Palestinians, about 50,000 have been killed, and who knows how many have been amputated and injured and so forth as a result of these indiscriminate bombings that flatten whole blocks of people and families. They would push them down to the south, and the population concentrated down the south. What they're going to do now, they're going to, in all likelihood, they're going to bomb the border, the Rafah border, and open it up somehow, such that it will push Palestinians in the south into the Sinai, into Egypt's land. That is their goal. And they've already talked about, including Netanyahu just a couple days ago, building settlements in Gaza.
Dean, you said you have to go soon. I have to go too. Put me in the queue, please.
No, I take my plan.
But they can't wait in Gaza, you know. There is no 232 days, but they can't even literally invade Israel.
Yeah, so what they're going to push, they've already attacked, they've already been bombing people, tents. You can see these videos all over TikTok, Instagram, which is why they want to censor. They've been shutting out media, they kicked out the AP, they've bombed Al Jazeera offices, they've bombed journalists, they've assassinated journalists. It's a targeted campaign to suppress media. That's the whole subtopic. But we're already seeing in the videos, the images of whole camps being bombed, people in tents, people running away, children being shot at, women with hold up white flags who are shot dead, sniped. We hear comments from Israeli soldiers, videos from Israeli soldiers saying, I killed 13 kids and I'm happy about it, and I want to kill more. They've been allowed to operate with impunity. We don't hear about why did they get this way. Well, it's the indoctrination of Israeli soldiers and Israeli society in general that Palestinians are to be feared. Palestinians want to do this. There's no innocent Palestinian. Babies can be targets. This is Daniel Sheen is a Jew, Israeli. I'm not sure if it's an IDF or not, but anyhow, he's a journalist, and he documents what the IDF soldiers are taught, what they're taught specifically in their training period. So men they're required to serve in the IDF for 32 months, and women 24 months. And what they're taught in these training sessions are not unfortunately tactical military.
I hate to interrupt, Dean, but please put me in the queue.
Okay, so and they're also taught by rabbis from a religious standpoint justification for killing babies. All right, Daniel Sheen, you can look up Daniel Sheen IDF training, and he exposes what the rabbis in their own quotes, their own statements. And these not low rank rabbis, they're high rank rabbis who are shaking hands with Netanyahu and so forth. They teach them that if you believe that a child is a future threat, future enemy, then you can kill that child. There's also rabbis who say that you can kill the wombs, the mothers who bear those children, because they'll bear future enemies. So this is the ethical principles, or the lack of ethics, immoral principles that
Dean, please let me interrupt and put me in the queue. I want to say something important.
John, just it's okay, John. Really, I mean, you're a funny guy, but
what is this? I mean, I'm an audience member. I want to voice my opinion too.
John, but I think in this situation,
it's not the Dean monologue show. Is this the Johnny Carson show?
If anybody else besides John would like to speak, I'm happy to.
Listen, I can be intelligent. I have something important to say.
Tyler, you want to
say something, comment on Dean's, what he said. Dean, what you're saying is really important, but it's dangerous at the same time because it pushes the Israeli narrative. Because when you say that the North, like they try to deceive the world and tell them, see, the North is empty. All Palestinians from the North, they immigrated to the South. And this is what happened when they first come in 1948. They just told the world that Palestinian land was empty. There was no Palestinians. They were doing genocide there.
Religion.
So the thing is, nowadays, what
if we accept this
all
viewpoint,
Palestinians are in
we
the
can
South.
explain the story of Abraham's encounter with Jehovah as a later addition by biblical editors. It can be further explained as a partially successful attempt by the rulers to unify two racially related but religiously different peoples by conferring upon them the same God through the device of having both.
Hey Walter, how you doing?
How are you?
Hey, good. I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, they had Republican Party, the state thing, 2 days ago.
Yeah, I was just talking to Max. We were having a good old chat. You want me to call Max? You want me to conference him in?
Yeah, right.
Okay, hold on. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hey, Yeshiko, I'm going to add Walter. Hold on. Okay, you guys are merged in and you guys are live streamed on all my Instagram stuff. I got 2 other clown house rooms going and I've been hypnotizing people all day long. So let's keep it brief, but let's keep it topical, gentlemen. Raboyna Shaloilam Yeshikoa, I mean 007, 007. What's the good news? Raboyna Shaloilam.
Shaloilam? Hey, what's up? Yeah, what's the good news?
Lila Tov, did you say Lila Tov?
No, Tov.
So
good afternoon.
Walter, I'm referring to you now. Your new code name is Godfather.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great title, man. You got the title, bro. We kiss your ring. Max and I, we bend the knee.
No, there's no ring. There is. It's gotta be.
It's a title, man. We gotta LARP it. Don't you know we're at Comic-Con and we gotta use Comic-Con to fight the Democrats because they go to Comic-Con. We can't even get into their events.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, no, we could probably.
Walter, you are the linchpin. You're the hand grenade, man. Go down for the team. Take the bean. Throw the grenade. You are the fucking. You're the shortstop, bro.
Yeah. So what is your guys' plan?
We got no plan. Walter, our strategy is no plan. Don't you see that? We're Taoists. We're Kabbalists. We believe in the Spirit of God. Don't you? You believe in the Spirit of God. You're the Godfather.
No, for real. What are we going to stop? The rhinos, the Democrats, everyone. Everyone. And we're going to build you up. You're a dynasty.
Yeah, dynasty. And listen, you're Max. What did you tell me about your dad one time? His legacy. Walter, you need a legacy. We can make you our legacy, and we are your legacy, man. Max and I are your legacy. We had to sit down at La Via, man. Like, it's in the stars at this point. Bob Fioretti looked at us. The Silver Star has been cast, man. It's only a question of getting the emails and the telephone numbers of every voter in my ward, in Max's ward, in your ward, and we got our own thing, man. It's Cosa Nostra. It's all over again. We'll repeat the whole thing. Next thing you know, some kid who just graduated college working for the FBI will say, "Oh, we heard you on a phone call talking about La Cosa Nostra." And we'll say, "Don't you know we were at Comic-Con? We're talking about The Sopranos on HBO, you fucking Stugats."
Absolutely.
I'm trying to say to you, we want to have more fun than we're having right now. Do you understand? We want more fun.
More fun. Let's go fun. One, you know what'd be really fun? Yes. Getting all the records for all the Chicago Warriors. There'd be a lot we could do with that. And if you can get Cook County, there's some people I want to see, like, what their voting record was. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, how was their day in spin? Really good. Yeah. Really good. So, how many people went from Chicago? A lot. Like 10 or 20. Wow. That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I mean, 700 people went to the whole shindig. Yeah, but I heard there was a fight down there. I heard like being people and like the Warriors, like they took out everyone. But the Warriors were on the white side? Yeah. King County. Yeah. But do you like being white or no? Or is it part of the problem? We'll find out now that he's in power. Oh. No, he's part of the RNC. Yeah, because nobody wanted Mark Shaw. You know? Right? Yeah. But he's in a lot of committees. You look at the Illinois Sunshine. Look at Mark Shaw. Oh well. Lord, I gotta go, but we're going to slow him. Well, that's the help. Yeah. But what, you guys going or what? Well.
The people to the king, either to the monarch or to the god. I mean, people are
and also Jews who live
Hello?
were living that land. Their fathers, their great-great-great-grandfathers in that land. I'm talking about European Jews who imported themselves after.
It's also interesting. He's clearly contending with this genetic fallacy.
They're living Jews, Christians, and Muslims. About 20%,
This idea that
about 5%
we are
Jews,
not
about
right?
20% Christians, about 75% Muslims. There's different estimates, but this is their general
we're not going to decide. We're
proportions.
not going to like
They live there in peace.
or deny
They live
one
there in
theory
peace.
over the other because that's not actually the design.
And believers, Jews and their
Right, it doesn't matter. And so, like, he's clearly contending with
their
like,
churches.
still here.
They trade, they commerce with each other.
When's he writing? Not writing in the 50s?
This is back.
50s and 60s.
So,
You're familiar with the book, right?
oh, I used all of his books in my undergrad work all the time.
Ribono Shalom. Hi, Caleb. Caleb, I just want to let you know that I consider you my clown house rabbi, aka my clubhouse rabbi, and Migzad. You two Yiddishkeit have illuminated me to a lot of beautiful truths. And same with you, G and Eitan. Ribono Shalom, Shavuto. You too, Joanna. Love you.
Happy Lag BaOmer, by the way. Lag Sameach.
Log some out. Let's light some fires.
How about maybe like
You know-
We're gonna do s'mores at your school.
You know, if you're going to light some fires on Lag BaOmer, my friend Mark Needleman here in Chicago, he's an award-winning Emmy producer, director, and he's Jewish. His mother was a survivor in France. She hid in the basement, and she died, you know, young, relatively. And anyways, my point is anger management, meaning that, you know, he's been locked up in jail. He owns a big real estate business. But, you know, he's gone out, he's gotten drunk, he's gotten in fights, and he's been locked up a couple times. Anger management, you know, if you study Torah or you study wisdom, it really does make you a ninja. I mean, I don't like that concept, but it does make you a warrior. So it makes you a warrior of intelligence, understanding, and knowledge.
the state of Israel. He said, I'm paraphrasing, but if I were an Arab, I would fight back. How would we accept this? We are the aggressors, and they are defending themselves. We have stolen their land. He's literally saying this. He said this in many different statements, all referenced in speeches and books and so forth. That he's literally said this. This is the first prime minister of Israel who, to Palestinians, Christians, and Muslims.
Dean, can I interrupt your flow? Please put me in the queue. I'm the only non-green bean. I'm being so polite, and I'm giving you my ear as an audience member. I know I'm not in the audience. Raboino Shlomo.
All right, John. We'll give room for you. John, go and speak, and after you is Sarah.
Listen, as I look in the room, I see Sarah, that beautiful woman. I mean, I just see love. And when I see a beautiful Palestinian baby, I see love. When I see a dead Palestinian baby, I see a system, I see an environment, I see an organism. Something has gone wrong in the equation. Everyone who wants peace believes in a universal equation of joy, harmony, equilibrium. I assume you live in America. I live in America. America is the embodiment in many ways of universalism. All faiths, all religions, all ethnicities, all together towards this republic, this democracy, this peace, this harmony. Look at Mahatma Gandhi in India. There has to be an understanding and a knowledge of the way on all sides, every side, left and right, Israel, Palestine, Palestine, Israel, yin and yang, Tao Te Ching, black and white. There's a universal understanding. It has to be knowledge and understanding. If it's in English, it's in English. If it's in Arabic, it's in Arabic. If it's in Hebrew, it's in Hebrew. If it's in Greek, it's in Greek. If it's in Latin, it's in Latin. But the peace and the harmony has to be universal. It's a middle way. The middle way is the great way.
Thank you for your contribution, John. Sarah, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the stage.
Never subordinated to the needs of the state.
Sorry.
The lofty framework of these laws permitted the emergence of a democratic form of government, virile enough to last 800 years until the prophets in turn renovated them. The American Constitution thus far has weathered just over 200 years. The Mosaic Code laid down the first principles for a separation of church and state, a concept not encountered again in world history until 3,000 years later, during the Enlightenment in the 18th century of our era. In the Mosaic Code, the civil authority was independent of the priesthood. Though it is true that the priesthood had the right to some cases not specifically covered by Mosaic law, that did not place it above the civil government. The priesthood was charged with the responsibility of keeping this government within the framework of Mosaic law, just as the United States Supreme Court is not above the federal government, but is, nevertheless, charged with the responsibility of keeping it within the framework of the Constitution. Moses also laid the foundation for another separation, which has since become indispensable to any democracy.
Jamaican grandmothers
Created
are
an
Caribbean
independent
grandmothers
judiciary.
are they're very
There's a curious
superstitious
resemblance.
and they have all of these beliefs and all of these experiences and all of these ideas as to how the world works that is not consistent with science. And that's how I used to think about it. And then I started having some of these experiences. And then I'm like, okay, so what's subjective and what's objective? So that's kind of where I'm at now. So I mean, I have the default, which is the atheist, skeptical, empiricist perspective.
Ryan, can I just interrupt you? Are you talking about the chicken and the egg?
Do you want to talk about the chicken and the egg, John?
I want to politely and lovingly interrupt you and say egg and chicken, not chicken and egg. Do you love me? I love you.
Yes, I do love you, John, Republican. Even though you're a racist asshole, but it's fine.
Oh, that doesn't sound very loving. Jesus Christ.
But right, yeah, you know, we're brothers from the different brother. So yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, man. I had a similar experience in that, you know, inexplicable, right? That you're not sure where the land is. You know what I mean? I had a friend die by drowning, and he wrote a poem that was completely not him. You know, because I used to gather poems that the two of us would submit them for a magazine that was paying for this, right? And it just so happened he wrote
Stating
the
their
poem,
maxims in
and
negation.
I received it. He died the week.
We can see this gulf in thinking interestingly illustrated in a maxim attributed by Christians to Jesus and by Jews to Hillel, one of the great teachers of Judaism. According to Christians, Jesus said, "Do unto others what you want others to do unto you." According to the Jews, Hillel, who lived 100 years before Jesus, said, "Do not do unto others what you don't want others to do unto you." There is a world of philosophic difference between these two expressions, and the reader is invited to ponder on them and reason out why he would prefer one to the other as applied to himself. I just mentioned this like 2 days ago to somebody. I don't remember who. Anyway, in reading these laws formulated some 3,000 years ago, one is amazed at their
Sucking.
One cannot help but wonder if the world would not be better off.
Sucking.
Universally adopted.
This is called sucking.
Slaves were treated
According to the
more
Zohar, this
than
is
they
called
were
sucking.
treated in the United States in 1850. All laws applying to free men also applied to the slaves.
This is called
who had to be set free
sucking.
after 7 years of servitude.
Sucking.
That's a little misleading. Divorce laws were more liberal in the time of Moses than in present-day England, and women were held in high esteem. It might be of interest to outline briefly the views on sex held by Jews 1,200 years before Christ. The Puritan idea of sex as a sin never gained a foothold in Judaism. Sexual desire was held to be normal. It also was felt that its fulfillment should be within the marriage institution only. Therefore, early marriages were encouraged. Cohabitation between man and wife should be joyous, but it also had to be voluntary. It was a crime for one
Or
person.
just come up their surfboard,
I agree.
and you will be
But
okay.
hold up, but I never said I was.
Why is that your argument?
You don't have to say your actions speak louder than your words, my friend.
All right, check this out. Are you
Am I what?
greater than them?
No, I'm not.
Then shut the fuck up.
Moderators, this is Jefferson Park. Put me in the queue, please.
You're just being fucking neutral. I agree with you. This brother is very disrespectful.
Thank you, moderators. Put me in the queue, please.
Go ahead, get in the queue. You can talk now.
I will wait for Day and Mala to confirm my queue status. Oh, my darling Issa! Thank you for coming to sucking. Kiss, 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 kiss. Emoji! My wife, my clown house queen. You are my goddess on Clown House. I love you, my darling. Let us speak in private. Let us speak in... It doesn't matter. It's just another baboon room. What are you doing?
I heard the replays of the room you were in with Rick and Oscar, fucking Rico.
Yeah, what was that all about? Did you have a shitstorm on Rico or something?
No, it's just the dude. I'm just tired of him. Like, I mean, he doesn't understand. You know, I have blocked him since November from everywhere.
Yeah.
He has no access to me. And he keeps sending me messages through people. He keeps coming in the rooms where I am in, you know, where I am not a mod. He can't come in. And I end up leaving because I just don't want to share space with him.
Yeah, but Issa, I can just stop you real quick and just say you are your own worst enemy. That maxim, Jazzy would hate that maxim, but you as an intelligent, beautiful young woman with an incredible future ahead of you, you have to accept the fact that you are your own worst enemy. You are on a social audio chit-chat app. This is a game which is engineered to fuck with you. And you are failing to see that you're your own worst enemy. I would just say it out loud to try to clear yourself of that fact. Like, admit it. Say it. I am my own worst enemy.
I am my worst enemy. I know that. But I also am human. And even if I can try to ignore, the fact is that when somebody is just like fucking with you all the time, yeah, it just goes to point. What can I say?
Okay, well, listen, Pepe.
And I went at him.
Okay, Pepe Pepperoni is here. Let him do our audio analysis, and together we'll get to the truth.
Yeah, let's do that. Just to catch you up, Pepe, I was just telling John that today I had a conflict with fucking Rico or Thomas. So he doesn't understand that it's over. And so I was telling John that I already blocked him back on the 20th of November from everywhere possible, so that he can just fuck off, you know? And he keeps chasing me, he keeps following me into rooms where I am, he keeps sending messages through people, like they have screenshots of things that he wants me to know, so that I unblock him. It's unbelievable. And so today I just went off and John was telling me that I am my worst enemy. And I agree.
So Pepe has taken a vow of silence. Issa, I just want to point out, do you okay, so there I'll just be transparent and clear with you. There is a motto or an expression. It says think, know, or think, dare, think and dare, think, dare, know, do, remain silent. Silence is the secret. Pepe is and I am not Pepe. Please don't misconstrue me. Pepe is taking a vow of silence because clearly this person, whoever he or she is, has had enough of the system and has taken a sincere vow of silence, and I respect that. And Pepe has been contributing to my rooms and listening and typing, because typing is just as good as talking. Let's be honest, it's actually more consuming than talking. So Pepe writes, regarding Rico Thomas, he seems to be entering criminal territory. You blocked him and made it clear you do not want to speak with him. Yet he's following your... Well, let's just let that go. Let's just, Issa, do the catharsis work because I am here to help you liberate. I'm not here to help you think of the past or the future. I'm telling you to look at the title, address the title. I read the Zohar earlier. It talks about sucking, not. I know it sounds ridiculous, but what it means is sucking is like, when you suck a titty and you drink the milk from that titty, that's the same corollary as sucking from the divine wisdom. And look at my PTR. I changed my PTR. You may know me as the name John, but that is not my real name. My Hebrew name is Zachariah. So Zachariah is the Jewish version of the Greek Hermes. Hermes dealing with communication or information technology. So be academic, be professional, be loving, and you will rise like a phoenix. And when I get fired for being on Clown House for 4 years, you're going to hire me at whatever major international corporate, and I'll work for you, and I'll love you, and we will do amazing, transformative things for everyone.
Great, amazing. You're right. So the thing is that I lost my shit today, and it was a small room. It was just Rick and Oscar, and I don't know who else was there. And I came back to the room, and I said his name, and I said, leave me alone, because the more you follow me, every time you come again, I see you and you come on purpose in my space, I will say nothing about you. And I said his name like 5 times.
So I would tell you to read the chat. I don't want to read Pepe's chat stuff because replays on. People who listen to this in the future can read the chat. What I'm trying to tell you, Issa, is philosophically speaking, there's a document I have called the Shin Shin Ming. It says there is no past, there is no future, there is no present. Only now. Only now. So you have a 3-letter named word. What's your real name? Isabella? Isabel. So is a bell. And today I set a goal of trying to go to church at 10 a.m. this morning, and there's a magnificent congregation near me here in Chicago with a very big bell. A big, beautiful copper bell atop a beautiful mount, a giant pillar. So you want to be the bell. You are the bell, but you are your own worst enemy. Just say it out loud with me. I am my own worst enemy.
Yeah, I am my own worst enemy. I did this exercise one day with Randy. But he told me to repeat 100 times. I am my own nigga.
Woo, boy, wait, hold on, Issa, hold on. Don't say that. Hold on. Don't bring up the rabbi. Do not bring up Rabbi McDickerson because he's a child. He's immature. You're a beautiful internationalist businesswoman, and Randy is an angry analyst working at a bank in Toronto. Okay. Don't bring up the rabbi unless the rabbi's here. He's not here, so I don't want to divert.
You reminded me of him right
now. Okay, well, that's because I'm trying to teach, but don't divert from sucking. Continue sucking is what I'm trying to say.
Just keep sucking. We are our own worst enemies. I agree with that.
If you go from that position, it resolves everything. That is the salve coagula that I was telling you about. Randy is a Freemason, okay? Or he says he is. So, well, whatever he is, we wish the best for him because we wish the best for ourselves. I mean, Issa, you want the best for everyone. I want the best for everyone. Pepe wants the best for everyone. And we have to do this through transparency, clarity, through boundaries, through respect, mucho respeto para tú. Yo hablo español, estudio en colegio y la escuela de la secundaria para 4 años. Soy de Chicago. Yo hablo español, So what I'm trying to tell you is that language is not a boundary or a barrier. Language needs to be used in a way which inculcates or incorporates information technology. So I have all the documents. The Zen documents say stop thinking and end your problems. Be here now, 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 be here now. That's the mantra. Anytime anyone on this app diverts from self, which is the self-centeredness of the wisdom, not the self-centeredness of narcissism, but of mindfulness, of awareness, of love. That's why you have to continue sucking, sucking, sucking.
That's right.
And thus why you are my clown house queen, my clown house love, my clown house heart, my clown house joy. There's a reason why people want to talk to you, Issa, because your name secretly is not Issa. It's Joy. Don't you know that? Your real name is Joy.
Is that what Isa means, really?
Yeah, in English it means joy.
Oh, that's nice.
But that's like saying now. Don't you see? Zen, now, you, Tao, joy. It's all the same. God, Tao. You are a God man in disguise. You're a trans man dressed in a female body.
No trans man for me. Thank you.
I'm just trying to point out Taoism. You understand opposites, black and white, gay, faggot, straight, and heterosexual? Pronoun. It's the pronoun war. Engage in the war. War is another three-letter word. Be here now. Engage in the war of words. Engage in the war of concepts, of philosophies, of love, of joy now. Be the Issa. Be the Grand Phoenix Rising. Grand Rising. Hello?
Hello.
So if you can always play the game in the now, you can always win at the slot machine. That would be one way to say it.
Would that be nice?
So the thing about the slot machine is you're going to win and lose, but you're going to lose more than you win. So it's a question of your attitude. What I'm trying to teach you is mystical love or emotional intelligence. It's the same thing. I have a book called The Tao of Politics. I have a second book called The Tao of the Lovers. Taoism is zeros and ones and zeros, opposites and equivalents. Equivalents and opposites, subjective and objective, egg and chicken, yolk and egg, love and hate. Opposites. So you got to understand, Issa, whoever this guy Rico is, this Bitcoin maximalist on Clown House who's running a scam as a rich white intellectual guy who somehow created millions of dollars, or who he is, it's irrelevant. Create your security bubble, love yourself, be the queen that you are, and go forth and conquer as the Queen of Pentacles, as the Queen of Wands, as the Queen of Swords, as the Queen of Cups. You're the queen. You are my queen. You are Pepe's queen. Pepe is here to support you. We're not, Pepe is a prick, but Pepe is also a good analyst. Just accept the free analysis. Even contacting others to contact you. Sorry you're going through this, Issa. This is what Pepe Roni is writing. That he doesn't respect your boundaries. I read Issa means Jesus Arabic. In Hebrew, God is my oath. Oh, maybe Pepe Roni is a rabbi. When Isabella means pledge to God, God is perfection, and God is my oath. So there you go. Pepperoni is your new rabbi.
Is he Jewish?
All right, just ask Pepperoni. You don't have to ask me. He's listening.
Are you Jewish, Pepperoni? That would be amazing. Because I kind of like the Jews.
You know, I was actually thinking about you today, Issa and Andrew Meyer, and how you two used to talk all the time, and how you used to talk with a lot of people. A lot of people have disappeared from this app.
I talk with a lot of people, but I have never been close friends with Andrew Meyer. I mean, I just what's the word I'm looking for?
Trust is one
And
thing.
that's
I
from the
mean,
very beginning.
what kind of trust do you need on a social audio app that you could throw in your toilet?
Of
Wipe
course,
with...
I don't really trust people, but no, that's not true. It's not that I don't trust people.
Listen, I just went to the grocery store today. I spent $187 on groceries. I bought 2 packages of baby wipes. I trust those baby wipes more than I trust people on this app. What does that tell you about my trust level? I don't trust anybody on this app. I think you're probably an agent for a foreign government, Issa. I think Pepe Pepperoni is probably an agent for a foreign government. It's irrelevant. I'm here to transmit information technology, emotional equilibrium, joy, love, harmony, health, wealth, love, peace of mind.
I think you are more likely to be an informative for a foreign government.
Listen, the fact that you can't even say informative for an international government, listen, I understand you're an MBA student. And, I'm a guy in my underpants shit posting on people's Instagram posts. I mean, I'm a nobody. I'm just telling you, when my money runs out, I'm going to send you my resume and say, can I have a remote job while I'm on Clown House all day? I'll be your secretary. He said, get a job, get a great job, make $250,000 a year, $400,000 a year. Pay me $1,000 a month. I'll be your personal AI, your personal secretary. If you have a complicated Excel work to do, I'll send it to my friends in Chandigarh and Jaipur, and we will work for you. My love, my queen, my clown house dom. I'll be your bottom. Be my top.
No, I prefer to be your bottom.
Yeah, I've noticed that actually, that women do prefer to be bottoms because there's something about below and above and below. Like when you rotate, it seems to me like a woman is able to orgasm obviously easier from being the bottom.
That's right. And whoever says otherwise is a lie.
But I will say it's rather irrelevant because in front of me, I'm looking at a beautiful painting and the light is illuminating it. There are lotuses, pink flowers, green leaves. It's the Buddha sitting in harmony, sitting in equipoise, repose, love, joy, harmony, balance, equilibrium. Heavens, just know that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And whatever organization you join, whatever team you join, you will flow with the love, and people will say, huh, I can't stump this one. She does all the work. She's full of love. Ugh, maybe we should make her the boss. And then people from other business units and departments will say, oh, we want that girl, Issa. She's so smart. She can do anything. Ugh, we need her here. But the truth is, they just want your presence. They want your awareness. They want your mindfulness. They want your soul.
Even if you just troll, I really like what you say. I think that you're one of the wisest people here in Clubhouse.
I appreciate that, but just know that you are your own worst enemy. I'm not here for. Listen, it is so random that I'm even here. That's my faith. That's my testament. That's my prophecy. I repeat Mahatma Gandhi. My life is my message. I'm here randomly communicating with you for hopefully some God-given purpose that at some point in your future, you're some type of linchpin or triangle Illuminati. And you're like, uh-oh, now I'm the triangle Illuminati. I'm the red triangle of reign supreme. You have to enact the law. You have to be the law. You have to be good. There's so much evil in this world that just being good is so revolutionary. You can't fail. The ultimate ammunition, the ultimate weapon is the good. Just be good and you can't fail. Nothing can stop the good. And when I say the good, it's really God. That's all I'm saying. That's why I've changed my PTR to the image of Hermes the god, because God is good. That's what the word means, God. And look, Tomas is here. Hi, Tomas.
But it's not. It's another Tomas.
Are you sure? Isn't that Tomas,
Yes,
your ex-husband?
Sure. This guy is Australian. No, sorry, it's not Australian. It's from, I
Do you accept that Tomas? You know, Tomas told me on that replay that he slept with you, that you two made love, and I said, do you realize now that she's your ex-wife, or she is your wife? Because every woman you've ever slept with is your wife, and so as a result, every man you've ever slept with is your husband, your soul husband, and this deals with simulation or Calvinism or even Catholicism. There's in terms of love and sex and morality and marriage and all these things, life is very, very short. If you honestly think that like a marriage and sex, it gets so convoluted, Issa, you have to accept personal responsibility, meaning that you are free. You're a goddess. You are God in disguise. Free yourself. Change your PTR for God's sakes. I was going to tell you. Change your stupid PTR from the pirate woman to the goddess. Become Isis. Liberate yourself from your conditioning and your social hypnosis here on this stupid fucking app. I am so ready to take this app and throw it in the fucking lake. It's so stupid, Issa. Change your PTR. Free yourself.
People know me.
Trust me, Issa. Say it with me one more time. I'm trying to free you here. Like, this is free consulting.
You know what? It's kind of working, actually.
Issa, it's not kind of working. When you take this away, I'm doing an upload. I'm sending you a transcript. That's what you don't understand is I'm doing this pro bono. This is a nonprofit charity endeavor of my own making. I am a blessed man. I'm very fortunate for everything that I have to be able to do this. Tomas the Tank Engine wants to say something.
Hi, Tomas the Tank.
No, I just wanted to ask who's doing the second.
Well, the truth. So it's a reference to Zohar or Kabbalah, meaning that wisdom is derived from sucking, and sucking implies drawing from, pulling from, salivating, the moisture, the lusciousness, the beauty of nature itself. Does that make sense, Tomas?
Oh, I'm disappointed. I thought it was Isha who was doing all the second. Alright, I'm disappointed.
So, Tomas, I made you a moderator because I have faith. Please tell us something of high value intelligence. Information technology. I play the troll and the comedian, but give us something juicy.
Service of, freeing her. So I thought maybe why don't you also free me? Why don't you, give me that service of, extend the service to me also. I want some freedom too.
So let's look at the word free. It's a little bit like in the movie Dune Fremen, or free men, free women. How do you free yourself? What is the source of happiness? How do people liberate themselves? Through wisdom, understanding, knowledge, technology. Very basic concepts. But on Clown House, people are so dopamine fixed, drug addicted. They're here for the short-term dopamine feedback loop. They don't care about you because they don't really care about themselves. They don't have love. They're not going to the gym today and doing yoga, lifting weights, having a sumptuous, healthy dessert, dinner, etc., reading books of wisdom. No, they're here to listen to fucking degenerates, people worse than them, to make them feel good about themselves. It's a paradigm. It's a pyramid. Liberate yourself from this clown house insanity once and for all, and just come here and read a book. I've read books on here 100 times, 100,000 times. Until you come here and read a book, and I hear you reading a book like Epaminondas, Plutarchus, or myself, you're still enslaved. You're still in clown world. You're still in a shell, and energy is being sucked from you. You're not creating energy. I will quote the. Go ahead, Thomas.
Are you talking about all these dopamine addicts, on Clubhouse, including yourself?
Yes, the title of this room is Sucking, Sucking, Sucking. I'm projecting, of course, but I'm here that hopefully when I'm sober and, happy, I can go back and listen to this and say, okay, there was some divine wisdom there. I'm doing this as a sacrifice of myself for you and for other future listeners. Where's your compassion? Where's your hard work? Where's your ethic? Is all you have is criticism, Tomas?
No, but I suggest you don't suggest people to read Plutarchus. It's pretty boring.
Well, you have opinions and judgments. Again, I'll ask you, Tomas, do you have any high value intelligence to add to this conversation other than your useless critique and opinion?
That is my high value intelligence. My useless critique.
So let me ask you this, Tomas. Do you think you have a higher IQ than John?
No, I don't have any IQs.
Okay, well, John, don't you agree that we're doing wordplay here? Wordplay. It's a social audio chit-chat app. That means that we're using words, right? And we're playing with our words. Oh, my car alarm's going off. Some nega is breaking into my car outside. Some nega.
I think there's it's enough. Enough is enough.
Okay, thank you very little, Tomas. So back to my room, which I created, that you had no responsibility at all in creating, yet your big opinion, which seems to dominate the room because you're so intelligent, is taking up my sucking. You are the embodiment of sucking. If you want to be personal, if you want to tell me about your life, go ahead, Tomas. Tell us about your struggles. Tell us about the conflicts. Tell us about the terror. Tell us about the sadness. Tell us about the immeasurable grief you've endured as a man. Go ahead, Tomas. Tell us about your abuse. Tell us about your suffering.
Yeah, it's so painful. There's so much suffering. Actually, this morning I wanted to, wear an underwear, but my underwear is now shrunken so tight I can't wear it. I mean, I'm kind of squeezed together so tightly, my cheeks and things like that. Right now, my butt cheeks are suffering. I need to get some new underwear. But the problem is I need to buy new underwear.
Could you imagine being so poor that you can't even afford underwears? Beyond pathetic.
That's right.
Sadness, grief, despair beyond belief. Despair beyond belief. Can't even afford underpants. Unbelievable, the poverty of these men. The intellectual telling me that you shit on your khakis and your corduroys and your jeans. Oh my God, Brent is here. The Jewish warrior, the gay LGBTQ federal Trump MAGA judge. Oh, Brent has arrived. Crescendos cascading into a Brent. Brent, come upon my stage. I've come upon your stage where you're the judge and you're the green bean. Welcome to my world. This is called sucking.
What did you suck? What did you suck today? What sort of alcohol did you suck up today? Or suck in? Tell us about those.
It is my room. I will lead the conversation. Please remain on mute, Tomas. Brent, welcome. Ishmael, welcome. Brent is now in the citizen courtroom. Brent, you're being judged. The gallery has been formed. The jury has cascaded. Brent is now a question here. A homosexual, federally appointed LGBTQ radicalist judge who views black people as being degenerates, who gives leniency and compassion to respectful people. If you give respect, Brent gives respect. I believe that in my heart. I think Brent is a good man, though he's gay. I don't know how to resolve and coagulate this homosexuality, but nonetheless, I would trust Brent to do the right thing in most situations. However, we are all subjected to our anger management disorders and to mood swings. Ishmael has been given the green bean. Ishmael, I have opened Rewild Chicago. The franchise operation is a success. I have over 200 signups for my tree tour and my mushroom education seminar this upcoming 4th of July. Thank you, Ishmael, for the economic opportunity. In communication, I trust. Ribono Shalom. And Shavua Tov, Lag Biomeh. So welcome back to Sucking. It is popcorn style, so feel free to suck as much as you want to suck. I drink your milkshake. I drink it all up. Suck, suck, suck. Welcome to the sucking room in Hypnosis Communication Incorporated, a subdivision of our international amalgamation of corporations, banking, industrial complexes, as well. Ishmael, please, I've said too much. I need your content. I need your participation, and it is so great to see you. Shavua Tov and Lag Biomer.
Hello?
It's so funny. I was just about to say that, Issa. I was just about to say hello. So, Brent, I guess I'll give you a green bean. I mean, they say that, if you want to be better than your persecutors, better than your enemies, it's better to not be like them. And as someone who has been kicked out of more clubhouse rooms than any other clubhouse, clownhouse user, I gotta say, I can moderate anyone in total faith. So red is the color. Red means love, and I'm trying to hit the mark with this bullseye. I'm doing artwork. I'm looking at the green trees. The sun is shining forth. The birds are chirping. Joy, love now. Love, love, love. Love, love, love. 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 I just want to quote Michael Jackson from Gary, Indiana. Love. Netflix, send me a contract. Adams is my entertainment manager. Issa is my... Issa, what position do you want? What position do you want on my start? Do you want to be my makeup coordinator? Because consider me the Liberace of Brent's Uranus. I recently went inside...
What positions are available?
Whatever you want, darling. You can have any position in the organization you want.
I'll be your... let me think about it. But no makeup. No.
How about just president of Sucking Incorporated?
I'll be the sucker, the official sucker.
President of Sucking Incorporated, yeah.
Oh, I'll be the chief sucking officer, CSO.
So what would your first act as CSO be of the Sucking Incorporated?
I will implement sucking training to make sure that everybody's sucking the right way.
My sister is an instructional and design engineer, and honestly, she's technically a sucking engineer.
Why? What is her main function?
Obviously, sucking. So if anyone thinks that sucking is sexist or derogatory or vulgar, just know that I'm referring to a holy scripture known as the Zohar, where it says that the process of gaining wisdom is not so much education, knowledge, or understanding, but it's considered a process of sucking. And when you say sucking, it's a reference to the eternal mother or the breast of the universe.
So we need to suck from the universe?
Correct. The eternal mother or God the Father is technically a giant universal titty which emits universal space cum, and that is the sucking you're looking for.
And there is unlimited.
Correct. The space cum is unlimited. It's the spice of life, and the spice must flow.
Yeah,
Oh, Chris here recently went to Niagara Falls. Chris, did you take the water boat tour as I suggested? You see, on Clown House, I actually get to know people. I actually talk to people. I don't just run, Johnny Carson television shows. I want to know that I'm giving you information technology to help you on your life, to make you more loving, more joyful, more full of happiness, and more full of space come.
Who's in the room now?
So we have Isa, Pepe, Tomas, Brent, Ishmael, Tivan, and Chris. It is now 3:32 p.m. CST. 5:26:24 timestamp.
Shit.
So again, this is John Kidover. John Kidover on Instagram. This is Hypnosis Communication Incorporated, a subdivision of Sucking Incorporated, Kiss Corporation, to help illuminate, educate, and provide housing, food, clothing, and education to the masses of the depopulated peoples of America. A clown army will be raised. Those who would serve step forward. Unite the clown clans and assemble the troll army. Clown armies will be formed. Round them up for justice. Then hang them so the world can see. One of you Clown House members has the key to the detonator.
What is a detonator?
It's just a joke. This is a reference to Bane from Batman. But I do believe the power of words, Basically, it's kind of interesting because if you think about the end of the world, if there is some kind of thermonuclear detonation that, actually, capitulates or catapults us into some type of, end of world scenario, it will be done through communication. That's a fact. And a lot of Clown House people here don't read books, but books are communication devices, technologies, and, all the computer systems we build in the world, it's not as good as 65 million years of human evolution. And it took 65 million years or 600 million years or infinity to create a fucking book. So if the universe can create a tree and it can create you and me, and it can create this social audio useless discourse chit chat out, and it can create all these books from 2,000 years ago that we can read now, and you're going to listen to Hampton Spears talk about his booty hole? Or you're going to listen to fucking King Solomon talk about his Angeal? Or you're going to listen to Jazzy talk about her Irish pygmy descendancy? Or you're going to listen to Ishmael talk about his wicker weave baskets from the motherfucking Orient? Or you're going to listen to Issa talk about her love affair with some Clown House loser from wherever the fuck some fuck comes from in America? Or you're going to listen to fucking Pepe talk about black FBI statistics? Or you're going to listen to Chris play some audiobook from YouTube? Or Tivan, who I don't know and just left? What I'm trying to tell you is just be here now, be here now, be here now. That is the essence of love. That is the formula of love. L-O-V-E.
What was Chris known for? Sorry.
Playing audiobooks. What I want to say is, I just want to quote Michael Jackson. L-O-V-E. L-O-V-E.
Are you going to the teacher again?
I just want to quote Michael Jackson one more time. I met Tito
I met Tita once at the W Hollywood Hotel in Westwood, and I just want to quote Tita when I say hello. L-O-V-E. Just know that the secret name of God is not I-S-A. It's a 4-letter word. And it's spelled L-O.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
Are you projecting? Can't you just say it with me? I just pretend
You
that
are
I'm
your own worst enemy.
just pretend that I'm Michael Jackson inside Uranus. And just say with me, L-O-V-E. Say it with me, everybody. Just say it with me. Let it go and don't have any fear. Just say love with me.
So my point is, don't you guys see that what I'm doing is performative? But I am trying to give you, I'm trying to instill within you a deeper wisdom, which I have incorporated through, standings and reading books. This is not original.
I love it.
This is not original. This is not who I am. This is information that I have drawn to create a composite, as they like to say in a lot of these rooms, a mosaic. I'm an interior decorator of Clown House. I'm here to entertain you, to illuminate you, to let you know that your monthly reminder is that you're the eternal dancer and you're complaining about everything still. Brothers, sisters, friends, family, lovers, enemies, you are the eternal dancer. Stop fucking around with your bullshit about your past, about your future, even about your present. You are the soldiers. You are the army of God. You are the eternal dancers. Stop wasting your bullshit time, you fucknuts. Note to self, that's another brand logo product. Fuck nuts.
Are we done? Hello? Hola.
Hello? Hello? Welcome back to Sucking. Well, we are sucking and sucking and sucking. Stop sucking. Delicious, isn't it? Keep sucking. Mmm. Ah. Mmm. Delicious. So delicious. Mmm. 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 Oh, you're sucking. Oh, you're sucking. Delicious. Delicious. Mmm. 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 Yummy. Mmm. Yummy. Delicious. Delicious. Oh my God. That's so good. It's so delicious. Mmm. 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 Ah, it's so good. Mmm, yummy. Delicious. Mmm. Yum. Mm. 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 Mm, it's so good. Oh my God. Mm. Oh, it was so delicious. My precious. Oh, my precious. My precious. So delicious. Mmm. Mmm. Delicious. Oh, my precious. You're so delicious. Mmm. Yummy. Oh, sold this commercial to Kellogg's. Oh, Kellogg's bought my content for my delicious cereal. It was called Sucking Cereal with a little 2% milk. Oh my God, it was so good. I made so much money on that deal. Oh my God, Kellogg's, they saved my life. Ooh, it was so good. Just like the vaccine in my anus. Oh! Oh, I'm inside your anus. Ooh, don't get me excited, Bruce. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! We did it again. Hey, boy, no, you loy. Okay, welcome back to All Communication is Hypnosis. This is your good friend John. In the Hypnosis Communication Clown House after Boy I Shall Island. Oh, Brent's back. Back for more. Are you, Brent? Well, welcome to All Communication is Hypnosis Incorporated. Congratulations, you're out of this Hypnosis Communication.com Incorporation. Ruboino Shalom. It is now 3:47 p.m. CST, May 26, 2024. Brent, do you have anything to say for yourself? Hello? I guess the cocksuck faggots got your tongue. Hello? Hello?
This weekend is the unofficial start to summer, and we know Memorial Day weekend can be a violent one. Hey, I said 4 o'clock.
Fuck, I leave before the stock market closes and scream at me for not watching the phone, guys.
Hey, Richie, I'm for you.
Jesus Christ. I gotta tell you, Brother Jackie was like a fucking god. Great leader. And I heard a lot about you.
Yeah, well, I heard a lot about you. That's why I'm here.
What do you mean?
Out of respect for our friend here, I'm gonna talk nice. I ever hear you raise your hands to my niece again. Next time you won't see my face. You understand?
Who told you I put my hand up?
Just keep getting jerky with me. Look, kid, I shouldn't have to explain myself. I'm from the old school. You want to raise your hand, you give her your last name. Then it's none of my fucking business. Until then, keep your hands in your pockets. You understand each other? Now get out of here.
Jesus, mother of Christ. Rich, so when'd you get out? How come you already told me?
Oh, that's funny. All I wanted was tell me he ran into you this morning.
Hey, honest to fucking God, nobody said a word.
Just shut the fuck up. I did a lot of meditation and can on this.
On what?
Can't believe how crazy things. Do you meditate?
Me? Meditate? Are you crazy?
Not as crazy as I used to be. Still crazy enough to take a night out.
What's going on here? Rich?
10 years. And now gonna pleasant go fuck yourself from you again.
You know, I always asked how you were doing. Hold on there. How could you let my dear friend sit here with an empty cup of coffee? That's all right?
That's all right. Take it easy, kid.
Bring this gentleman a nice veal palm sandwich. Now we're gonna fuck up about it.
The other two stores doing as good as this?
Come on, you know, it's a grind.
It doesn't answer my question.
Hey, look, Rich, I know you're a made guy, so I lose either way. But I always respected you and your brother Jackie. No victim here. I'm not some greaseball store owner. I'm sorry, Richie. I will not be shaken down.
And sucking up to Tony Soprano has done wonders for you. I go away for a while, I come back. You're a tough guy.
Don't do this.
Don't do what? Take what's owed to me.
What's owed to you?
Put you in action, BZ. You got a bad memory, BZ. If you're a Parmesan sandwich, fuck you. I'll be back every Saturday, partner.
You know, I don't fucking believe what I'm hearing. I'm being shaken down for what? What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? This is not right, Richie. I'm not gonna fucking lay down. I'll step up.
What's this? What's this? It's the jacket. The jacket. The jacket. Get the fuck off, BG. I did. Then I put
That's it. Push up. Now, bracing yourself on the bedside at the end.
Richard, could you excuse us for a moment, dear?
No.
Are
Are you alright, Mr. Veda?
He's fine. He's so proud he won't accept some friendly concern.
Just stay right up, Novel. What do you want? Why don't you fucking kill me, you cocksucker? For Christ's sake, look what you did to me.
Whose idea was the ramp?
What ramp?
The fucking ramp. If you need help, I'll fucking help you. You understand? You talk to me.
I don't want jack shit from you.
Okay. I'll leave. But if you go crying to Tony Soprano one more time, if you open your mouth, I'm gonna send your arms where your legs are.
I'm thinking I'm over to my Uncle Joey's lot to look at IROCs, and they actually think I come by and say hello first.
You've been doing some things with Christopher Baltasante.
You know, this and that.
Yeah, dude, the camera knows fuck. He ever lays his hand on my niece again, I'm gonna tear him apart piece by piece.
Camel nose? You can't make that shit up.
What the fuck are you talking about? I just did. Did you ever notice he's the only motherfucker who can smoke a cigarette in the rain with his hands tied behind his back? No, it's just a natural canopy. Yeah, the kid has his good points.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying anything against him. He's my homie.
You what? Likes? What? Look. Look, you're flexing. Let's go. That's it. You're flexing. That's a simmer down. Simmer down. Easy. Can I help you with something, sir? Yeah, I want to buy a boat with 3 propellers. What? Kid, you see me here every week. When are you going to stop asking?
Oh, Rich.
Your problem? No, I'm just breaking your kid's balls. Like the pimp says to his hoes. Keep them coming.
Hey, Rich. That envelope's too shy. I'll catch up on it next week. No problem. I just got caught a little off guard this month. You know, I took a second on the house, calculated into my budgets. No big.
No good, baby.
It's just a status step. Like I said, it's no big.
Difference gets tacked on to the principle. You know that.
I understand.
I don't take this personally. But I don't want to see your face games until you caught up.
Come on, Rich. That's not necessary.
Kid, you think I started this life 10 minutes ago? Guy hands you a line envelope. It's just the beginning. Nothing personal.
Yeah, I know, but it's just...
I know. It's just a stutter step. Look at this fucking line. Johnny said he must have free tokens at the tunnel. I expect to make a dime with this fucking stonewaller. How'd you get in here? Same as you, through the front door.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Rich. You want some locks? I got some nice fresh locks. You got some flipping balls, you know that?
I do.
I should stab you in the fucking eye.
Hey, come on, Rich.
Get your hand off of me. I'll put one in your head.
Hey, don't fucking threaten me, Richie.
I'm threatening you. I got a hard on for you already. Give me a reason.
Nothing about shit.
Now I want to talk. I saw him the fuck down. He comes here and he sticks it up my ass. What's that got to do? You disrespecting my game.
Like you wouldn't do anything to...
You're fucking right. I'm getting sick of this holier than thou act. And I'm not the only one. Oh, really? Well, if anybody wants to make a move. You're so fucking dramatic. All I'm saying is sometimes you act like you're in a different business. Now send that little prick out so I can talk to him. No. You realize this mole as fuck is in for me for over 8 watch. He's got money to play here. Let him pay me my money. Send him out. You go home, Richie. This ain't gonna happen to one of my players. Eric, garbage. This fucking serious, huh?
You drive. He comes here, he dumps the garbage all over the place.
Oh, you did, huh?
What he did?
About
You
those
can get
guys.
it now.
Get what, sir?
The goddamn garbage.
We thought you wanted it back.
What? What?
They're ready to get from the deli.
Hello? Where are you?
Yeah, you called yesterday to complain? No, that's our policy. It's written on our trucks. Don't get your garbage back if you're not satisfied.
I complained because you didn't pick full pickups on 12, 16, 20th. And then I get charged double for it.
Right. We had to come out twice.
You charge me double for pickups you missed.
My dispatcher asked you, if you're not satisfied, did you want your garbage back?
Of course I don't want garbage back.
And you're satisfied.
You are speaking shit to me.
We'll try to send the truck out tomorrow.
Guys, it's me. Open the door.
What the fuck are you doing here? Where's my sister? Store. I'm making breakfast. You want some eggs? I want some eggs. Why don't you put your fucking pants on? Let's have some coffee. So what the fuck, Rich? The mattress in the shelter a little too lumpy? We're adults, Tony. And we got history together. Yeah. Israel and fucking Palestine. You can change. It's been a long time. What about? 10 years you thought about Janice? Your man in the camp and looking at my sister. Each his own, Tony. Each his own. I hope you're not thinking about moving in here. It's late. I slept over. We're taking it slow, okay? We're picking up where we left off. High school. Grabbing blowjobs on my mother's couch. Crossed the line on me once, Anthony, and I held my tongue. She made me his sister. Back the fuck off. You know, all due respect. Respect? What the fuck do you know about respect? I put you back in business, you cocksucker. Chussy Beansy. Fucking paraplegic. But you make him some fucking eggs.
Oh, and the planners checked the almanac, and he says there's a 65% historical chance of rain on the 12th. So he wants to get a 10 for backup. So, what do you think?
I can't decide on shit like that. Janice, come on.
Okay. But when you start bitching, when you see the bill, don't.
My kid hit me up for $5,000 today to go to England. For these dance cunts.
Ricky's still coming to the wedding, right?
Richie. How many fucking times I gotta tell you? It was little Ricky when he was 12 years old.
Jesus, all right. He's still coming, right?
I wouldn't miss an opportunity to fucking foxtrot and tango in front of everybody.
Ballroom dancing is a legitimate art form.
Carries my name, Richie. Fucking discutiado. I got the Jackie. I couldn't have a son like that.
Yeah, you came home with a fucking attitude today. You know, I've been in this house cooking your fucking dinner and taking care of that fucking black hole upstairs all day.
Voice down. She hears everything.
Not tonight. I gave her 2 Nebutos. Because I thought maybe we'd want to have sex, but not likely.
My fucking dinner on the table and keep your mouth shut.
But you shut up. But just because he's a ballroom dancer, you think your son is gay. And what if he was gay? What difference does it make?
Ooh! Ooh! Ah!
hands in your lap, put your feet flat on the floor. Take a long breath in. Let that breath out with a sigh. Deeper and deeper with every breath you take, every beat of your heart. I just want you to give yourself permission to allow yourself to go on a very short but amazingly powerful journey with me. As you focus all of your attention on the lids of your eyes and you relax those tiny muscles in your eyelids. Relax them to the point that they're so relaxed you couldn't actually open them without putting tension back into them. Relax them that deeply or even more. And when you know you've got them that relaxed, just test them real quick.
The word of the law is thelema. Who calls us Thelemites will do no wrong if he look but close. Into the word, for there are therein 3 grades, the hermit, and the lover, and the man of earth. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. OTO was the first organization to adopt the law of Thelema as the basis for its moral and social teachings. Although the organization had existed previous to the Cairo revelation and to Aleister Crowley's involvement, it was originally developed by the German singer and intelligence agent Albert Karl Theodor Reuss as a vehicle for teachings that he credited to the chemist and occultist Karl Kellner. Kellner himself had great wealth from the invention of the industrial process for making pulp paper. He had a passionate interest in yoga and other forms of esoteric study. He had received instruction from 2 Asian adepts and an Algerian Sufi. Kellner was an initiate of the mysterious Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, and also a close associate of the prominent theosophist Franz Hartmann, whose occultist ideas were important within the small circle that became OTO. The Freemason and music composer Henry Klein was also among these few founders. Theodor Reuss had previously been one of the principal organizers of a revival of the Bavarian Illuminati. Kellner is supposed to have disapproved of this project, and it was only in 1902, when Reuss split with his Illuminati collaborator, Leopold Engel, that Kellner agreed to authorize Reuss to organize students of his teachings. These students were later called by Reuss Perfect Illuminati, and we now know them as initiates of the Sanctuary of the Gnosis, or members of the 9th degree of OTO. These first brethren, admitted to the order's central secret, formed what they called an Academia Masonica. The idea was that this group would instruct Freemasons in esoteric doctrines and impart to some of them a supreme secret, later generally supposed to involve a technique of sexual magic. If they called this group OTO, it seems that they did so only privately until long after Kellner's death in 1905. Reuss had started publishing a journal called the Oriflamme in 1902. The title itself is the name of the Templar banner. As an organ of the Grand Lodge of Freemasonry for Germany, created in Paris with Reuss at its head, and claiming recognition and authorization from the Sovereign Sanctuary of the Rite of Memphis in the USA, and the Grand Lodge of the Swedenborgian Rite for Great Britain and Ireland. The first subordinate body of Reuss's Masonic jurisdiction was Holy Grail Lodge and Temple number 15, established in Berlin. In addition to the German Grand Lodge of Freemasonry, the early Oriflamme promoted a form of esoteric Rosicrucianism, with organizational connections to the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia. With the Swedenborgian Rite, which operated a version of the first 3 Masonic degrees, the Memphis Rite with its higher degrees, Royce was in a position not only to teach Masons, but to initiate aspirants into Masonry, particularly various hobbies not otherwise available in Germany. In addition, starting in 1902, he invited both already initiated individuals and already formed lodges to submit their affiliation and obedience to his Grand Lodge. By 1904, Berlin for Germany in the person of Royce, and in Manchester for Great Britain and England in the person of John Yarker. Yarker was a Masonic historian with a fascination for obscure and marginal rites, and he had supplied Royce with some of the latter's earliest Masonic patents. With the cooperation of Academia Massonica fellows Franz Hartmann and Heinrich Klein, Royce established a constitution for this consolidated Masonic front in 1906. In 1908, Royce attended an international conference of esoteric bodies in Paris, organized by Gerard Uncos, also known as Papou. This Royce had demonstrated an interest in internationally expanding his authority by chartering a subordinate Grand Lodge in Berlin to Rudolf Steiner, who was at that time the General Secretary of the Theosophical Society in Germany. At the Masonic and Spiritualist Conference in Paris, Royce entered into several agreements. To Uncos, he dispensed national authority for France in the Oriflamme system of Masonry, and he also received from Uncos national authority for Germany in the Église catholique gnostique, which would later become the Gnostic Catholic Church in OTO. This may have been the point at which Royce received access to whatever Martinist credentials he later claimed for OTO, since Uncos was first and foremost the organizer of the lodge-based Martinist order. Royce also chartered Arnold Krum Heller as a personal representative and was the head of the American Masonic Federation, which appears in later issues of the Oriflamme as a national body connected to Royce's orders. Thompson had emigrated from Scotland to the U.S. as a convert to Mormonism. He had been a Mason in Scotland, but arrived in Idaho to find that Mormons were excluded from Masonic bodies there. In his long quest for legitimacy, or at least a credible facade of legitimacy, for his Masonic efforts, Thompson took part in various interstate and international transactions involving other Masonic jurisdictions looking for ways to transcend provincial institutions according to the ideals of universal brotherhood. The later upshot of the story, however, is that Thompson and his American colleagues were convicted in federal court of mail fraud for operating a system of irregular Freemasonry. They were really using the Music Man system of Masonic organizing. They sold charters, diplomas, rituals, and regalia with only the most nominal gestures of actual initiation, got out of town and left the locals to figure it out for themselves if they could. But it was during this earlier period when OTO was genuinely kept secret behind Royce's growing synthesis of Masonic, Rosicrucian, and Gnostic initiations that Aleister Crowley joined the order. He did so in the then usual way by affiliating at his existing Masonic rank, which was the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, equivalent to what became the 7th degree of the OTO system. In 1912, Royce initiated Crowley into 3 further degrees of OTO proper, that is, the 8th, 9th, and 10th degrees, making him Grand Master of a new English section. At about this time, the Oriflamme began to announce the ancient Order of Oriental Templars, Ordo Templi Orientis, or OTO, as the summit of its initiatory system. Crowley promoted his Grand Lodge as a section of the international OTO, not a Masonic obedience as such, and in 1913 he wrote the Gnostic Mass to serve as the central public and private celebration of OTO. In the years leading into World War I, Crowley revised the English OTO degree rituals, or Mysteria Mystica Maxima, to put distance between them and regular Masonry, to calibrate their orientation to the supreme secret, and to incorporate the law of thelema as a central feature of OTO initiation. Since the Theosophical boom, various esoteric groups, including the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The early 20th century had seen co-masonry developed both in connection with the Theosophical Society and otherwise to initiate women into Masonic degrees. And OTO also accepted women as members, beginning with the section Charter to Rudolf Steiner in 1906. Although Royce had not himself appointed women to any conspicuous leadership roles in the order, Crowley was quick to do so. Italian-born Vittoria Kramers was the first Grand Treasurer General of the British section, and Australian Layla Waddell was its second Grand Secretary General. Royce spent World War I in Switzerland, operating an A-National Grand Lodge in the bohemian and idealistic artists' community of Monteverita. The war was very bad for OTO, which had been formed as an expression of idealistic internationalism in the vein of the Theosophical Society from the war. In 1917, with Crowley in the United States, the London authorities arrested OTO Lodgemaster Mary Davies on a fortune-telling charge and confiscated the furniture, library, and records of the lodge. The real reason for these actions was understood by the members to be English fear of German subversive influence. In 1918, the Gnostic Mass was adopted by Royce as the official ceremony of the Gnostic Catholic Church within OTO, and published in German, just a year after its original publication in English in the United States. After the war, Crowley established a profess house of the order at Cefalù in Sicily, styling it as the Abbey of Thelema. In 1921, Crowley proclaimed himself Royce's successor and demanded Royce's abdication. Royce died in 1923, leaving no will or other written instrument regarding OTO succession. Crowley claimed to have received correspondence in which Royce appointed him his successor. In any case, the remaining active national heads recognized Crowley's succession to the headship of the order. Crowley was kicked out of Italy by Mussolini's government without explanation at the time, but evidently
Okay, this is Communication Theories Communication Incorporated. This is John.
Test. 9/11 was in reality just another CIA special effects movie production. The assassination's long-lost twin, because witnesses who know the truth of what really happened are all being murdered. This didn't stop some people from immediately pointing out that the London Tube bombings were a hoax. The alleged terrorists couldn't have ridden into London on a train which was cancelled. And seasoned researchers are now becoming quite surprised at how sloppy and obvious these alleged terrorist acts are becoming. Any detective would instantly realized the Woolwich Terror incident was a joke. We were shown pictures of a supposedly decapitated man lying prone on the street. If that were true, he should be lying in a puddle of his own blood, and the alleged attacker would be soaked in blood all over his front from arterial spray. All terrorism is fake. It is military deception practiced by the rich upon the poor in an ongoing class war. And the most important weapon at their disposal in this class war are television presenters. The BBC has actually become the Ministry of Truth from Orwell's 1984. Everyone working for the BBC today is a whore of the ruling class and a traitor to our way of life, because it is very hard to believe they are all unwitting accomplices in this class war. When we remember that it was some of the BBC's own journalists who revealed that the 9/11 hijackers were all alive, it's hard to accept that their news presenter colleagues haven't figured out the totalitarian nature of what people like Jane Stanley, who reported the collapse of World Trade Center 7 20 minutes before it came down, are really up to. And yet still they go on giving us reassuring smiles while telling lies on behalf of the ruling class. Of course, then people ask, oh, yes, but why would they do it? Why is all of this Muslim, multicultural, political correctness thing happening to us right now? It's happening because we no longer have an enemy. Tourists today can visit what used to be the Eastern Bloc, and they can photograph the derelict rustic heap of scrap metal, which used to be the Soviet war machine. It has gone. And this has created an unprecedented political situation which the world has never seen before, in which there is only one superstate, the Anglo-American alliance. No other power on Earth today is capable of fighting a war on the grand scale. China, North Korea, Russia simply do not have the economic resources. So in order to make us believe that we still have an enemy, and therefore have to live in fear, the rich had to provide us with a new enemy. And this is why in recent years they've encouraged unstable Islamic people to emigrate to the West. It's to provide us with a ready-made enemy. This is their master plan for this single superstate age. And it's for this reason that they perverted practice to make people believe that anybody who refuses to go along with this new doctrine of multiculturalism is the worst person of all. In the West today, we've become quite used to seeing confrontations between the alleged lunatic fringe of Islam and indigenous white men who are trying to defend their culture from foreign influences. What groups like the EDL do not understand, however, is who is really pulling the strings here? Who is behind this? Who arranged this fight? Because any Roman senator would tell you this is simply the old maxim of divide and rule. The Romans invented this system. They always made sure that every conquered region pushed together tribes who were traditionally hostile to one another. The British copied this method after World War I by redrawing the entire map of the Middle East to make sure that the new boundaries always set one Arab tribe against another, particularly the Kurds. What we see on the streets of Britain and America today is the same thing. The whole idea is that while you're fighting against Muslims and they're fighting against you, no one has the time to stop and think about who actually created this situation and who their real enemy really is. The rulers of the Middle Ages arranged a never-ending religious war between Catholic and Protestant for precisely the same reason. Now, why must we always think we have an enemy? Because the ruling group always maintain their position in society by controlling population through fear. Think about it. If we don't have an enemy, would the public be prepared to pay for the army? Would we be happy to pay for MI5 so that they can read our emails and put a surveillance camera on every street corner? Big Brother has to have an excuse for watching us all the time. And what they call national security is always the perfect excuse. The moment you make a world at peace, it's gone. The keystone in the arch of ruling class power is gone if we don't have an enemy. So the rich are always going to provide us with an enemy forever. And the lesson we need to learn from all of this is that everything in our lives is and always has been a rich man's trick. When people think of ancient Rome, they always tend to think about the gladiators in the Roman arena. But something people don't realize is that Roman amphitheaters were a scam. They were perhaps the very first big confidence trick in human history, played by more cunning rich men on a naive public. What Caesar did was to say to the Roman vulgate, I will give you gladiatorial games, but only if I can have your votes. And he only offered this one because he knew the vulgate loved the games more than they loved anything. This is how the Roman maxim, panem et circenses, bread and circuses, became established. Because Caesar was the first politician to understand that if you give people what they want, they will tolerate being ruled. By this means, Julius Caesar made himself the first dictator whose fortune was protected by a professional army. And everything that every ruler has given us since Caesar has simply been another rich man's trick. Religion is a rich man's trick. It was invented because wealthy rulers realized the population was getting too big for soldiers to watch over constantly. So they replaced the idea of having many gods with one single god. A simple idea, simple men could understand, who could see what everyone was doing all the time. The idea of one God became the surveillance video of the ancient world. In the Middle Ages, the same sort of people grew rich by charging people for the forgiving of sins. And when a new age dawned with the coming of Industrial Revolution, they invented new tricks to control the population explosion, like censorship. Every grown-up knows that there is one law for the rich and one law for the rest, because the justice system is a rich man's trick. Mafia godfathers like Sam Giancana walked free from American criminal courts over and over again by taking the Fifth Amendment, because it is a criminal's law. And it's the same with everything else. The media is a rich man's trick. The tax system, because the rich never pay any tax, is a rich man's trick. Political correctness is a rich man's trick. The murder plot to kill Lady Diana Spencer was a rich man's trick. And the war on terror, 9/11, the London Tube bombings, the Woolwich terror attack, the Kennedy assassination, all of it is simply another rich man's trick, controlling how we think. Now, once again, it is very easy at this point to imagine the reaction of conservative politicians, who will, of course, try to laugh this off and scoff. Everything is a rich man's trick? Are we seriously suggesting that the Cold War was a rich man's trick?
Now, in your research and analysis, and your efforts to bring out the facts about what was going on in our society, did you encounter any effort to discourage you, to prevent you from bringing out the background of America's involvement in the financing of international communism?
Yes, very definitely. For example, when I was at the Hoover Institution, in 1972, I went to Miami Beach to give some testimony before the Republican National Committee. And although a congressman had hand-delivered to the wire services this testimony, which was later printed, the wire services refused to transmit it to the newspapers. And when I got back to the Hoover Institution in California, I was called into the office of the director, and I was told in no uncertain terms not to make any more speeches like that, and that this information should not be made public.
And this was the information that we were giving the Soviet Union the technology to develop its war potential.
Yes, at that time we were in Vietnam, and as you know, the Soviets were supplying the North Vietnamese.
This was 1972.
1972, yes. And for example, I knew that the Porky plant
which was built by the Ford Motor Company. But the Gorky plant in Russia produces the gas series of vehicles. The gas vehicles had been seen on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. We were supplying the equipment to the Gorky plant. In the middle of the Vietnamese War, and these trucks were being used to carry ammunition supplies, which were killing Americans. I thought this was morally wrong. And I said so to Miami Beach and to the Constitution, and this is type of information that was suppressed.
The rich would much rather we didn't think at all, and certainly not about the wise words of the columnist Claire Rayner, who once famously said that the only reason we now have to live under kings and queens and presidents is that in past ages their ancestors were the best thieves. In the Middle Ages, when the king was feeling greedy and wanted to pay for a new mistress or brand new palace, he simply sent out his robber barons to steal half the herd of every local farmer. And if they complained, the robber barons would say the king needed to feed the army, or some similar excuse. That is how it was done then. But today, the ruling class face a different problem. We now live in an industrial age, and as George Orwell explained in his novel 1984, if the machine age was directed solely with the intention of making the common people physically comfortable, in a mega-productive, computer-controlled epoch, we could soon all live like millionaires. But think what this would mean. If we're all millionaires, we're all first class. So the king and the queen and the president have to wait in a queue with everyone else. And do you honestly believe the Queen of England would wait in a queue behind you? If we're all millionaires, we all play golf. The king and the president can't get on the course. And there's no room on their exclusive beach. Orwell himself would have said the most important single sentence in 1984 was this one. If it once became general, wealth would confer no distinction. Our lords and masters are not going to wait in queues with the rest of us. So the special problem which fat cats face today is how to keep the wheels of industry turning, because as Orwell explains, the oligarchs have to make use of the masses without significantly raising the general standard of living. This is a more sophisticated age, so the robber barons need a more sophisticated means of stealing most of the wealth and of keeping most of the common people in poverty. What the rich face today is a situation in which the common people spend most of their lives on a 9-to-5 treadmill. They make things in factories, they grow things and harvest them, they teach in the schools, nurse in the hospitals, and as a result of their daily labours, a huge mountain of money is produced. Now the rulers have a problem. How can they keep the ordinary people hard at work so they're too exhausted at the end of every day to think about whether this is a fair system? The solution, as Sam Giancana explained, is to invent a foreign enemy, a boogeyman, who wants to conquer the whole world. This becomes a perfect excuse to make people pay for a sophisticated array of increasingly expensive weapons, which are made by companies which the fat cats themselves own. And in one neat little scam, the modern robber baron has a means of stealing most of the wealth produced by Western society, while leaving the common people with just enough crumbs to keep them going. Every year, America's oligarchs take $3 trillion out of the United States economy.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion with a T. That's $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in America.
But in order to keep this fraud going, the public must always be convinced of the need for military expenditure. This is where all the phony terrorism comes in. And if we want to find out who is behind this ongoing hoax, we only have to look at Securicom, the company in charge of World Trade Center security, who removed all guards and sniffer dogs from the buildings on September 10th, so that the charges which brought down the towers in controlled explosions could be planted. If we now ask, who is the chief of Securicom, who do we find? Marvin P. Bush, brother of George W. Bush, son of the man who orchestrated the plot to assassinate President Kennedy, and grandson of the man who made the family fortune from Auschwitz slave labor. The Bush family and their rich friends have been behind all of it. During his time as president, George W. Bush connived with Tony Blair to introduce a deliberate policy of allowing unbalanced and aggressive Muslims to flood into Western countries. They did this in the hope that they would commit atrocities in their adopted countries, and they were actually delighted when the Washington DC sniper and the Fort Hood shootings made headlines because they knew such events would make it easier for the public to swallow the idea that 9/11 was simply more typical Islamic terrorism. The truth is that Islam is simply being used like a pawn on a chessboard in a game the fat cats have been playing since World War I. 70 years ago, they gave us what they called their Hitler Project. 50 years ago, it was the JFK Assassination Project. Today, we're having to suffer the War on Terror Project. And when this current lunacy is over, they'll have another excuse ready to create yet another phony war and yet another patsy. If George Orwell was still alive today, and he was asked to comment upon all the significant political events of the last decade, it's quite likely he would simply restate the Orwellian definition of totalitarianism, to wit, a society living by and for continuous warfare, in which the ruling caste have ceased to have any real function but succeed in claiming to power through force and fraud, and then ask whether this sounds like the world we live in. Because it ought to be obvious by now that our seemingly endless economic recessions are being deliberately orchestrated. In today's world, the commodities markets are arranged in such a way that the price of virtually everything, particularly food, hardly ever changes. So how then can it be that the price of oil increased tenfold in the last decade? Economists are now tacitly agreeing that this was due to financialization, which is just a fancy way of saying rich creeps like the Bush family and their merchant banking friends used their trillionaire fortunes to rig the market. Why did they do this? Because great entrepreneurs like Stelios, with their budget air travel, had managed to break the cartel of the major airlines. Because a jet-set lifestyle is supposed to be the exclusive preserve of the rich. What would happen to their social status if the whole world were part of the jet set? So the rich arranged for the credit crunch, and now working families who used to fly 10 times a year can't even afford to use their car. What George Orwell understood better than anyone is that every age is basically the same. It is always a story in which a small elite group of greedy people claim to unjust power and privileges by practicing an ongoing deception upon their followers. Caesar did it with bread and circuses in the Roman arena. George Bush did it with false flag terrorism on 9/11. British newspapers have told their readers that the Queen of England is only the 10th richest person in the UK with a fortune of $3 billion. But experts who have calculated her real wealth reckon that her ownership of 1/6 of all the land on planet Earth puts her true fortune nearer to 22 trillion. And they also estimate the true wealth of the Queen's merchant bankers, the Rothschilds, the people who started all of this greed by lending money to the Harrimans and the Morgans, to be at least 100 trillion. So finally, we have to ask, what is to be done about all this? For in the case of America, it is obvious the tyranny of the CIA. The time has come for ordinary Americans to ask their strong men in uniform just exactly what and who they think they are defending. And they better not take too long about it. Having established Islam in the West in order to provide us with an enemy, the elite have recently started on the second phase of their master plan, which is to wipe out anyone who is sick or disabled. In Britain, this has been manifest in the Atos scandal, which has stopped all welfare payments to people with terminal illnesses and allowed invalids who in some cases have no limbs to starve to death. The extermination of anyone considered feeble-minded or infirm was exactly how the Nazi regime began. And now they've started doing it again. What most amazes me in all of this is the naivety of the good people in the truth movement, who go on and on and on saying they want an independent inquiry. The Bush family and their rich friends are not going to investigate themselves. And there isn't any authority on earth above that of the ruling class, so it's never going to happen. These people have got the police and the judges and the justice system completely under their control. The Queen of England cannot be prosecuted for anything, not even genocide, in a crown court, because the crown courts are hers. She owns British justice. The only way to change our corrupt system is through revolution. Everyone has to sign up to the Revolution Now website. And then the people have to march on Washington, just as they did for CIA agent Barack Obama's inauguration. Only this time, they need to kick him and every other crooked politician out and take power genuinely for the people's sake. And once again, we better not take too long about it, because the last time the rich decided to play a really big trick on the world, 6 million lives were extinguished. Supposing they decide to give us the world's first incidence of phony nuclear terrorism by dropping an atomic bomb on Cleveland or Birmingham or on Chicago, what then? But perhaps Chicago itself might be a good place to pause and offer a word of warning to the citizens of the United States before they start thinking about the next American Revolution. We should always remember that Al Capone was seen as a hero by the ordinary working people of his own time because he gave them what they wanted: booze, sex, gambling, and drugs. And some Americans have even been candid enough to admit this.
We all play numbers, we all go to the racetrack, you know what I mean? We all cheat a little bit.
It hardly needs saying that Giancana, Marcello, and Trafficante would have gone out of business in no time if ordinary Americans hadn't been so fond of cocaine. And in the post-war period, many writers have noted the way in which the United States not only manifestly tolerated organized crime, but even seemed to be enchanted by it. It's a cultural phenomenon which has led many foreigners to wonder whether there is some sort of latent criminality in the very fabric of American society, because there does seem to be some sort of tacit agreement amongst all Americans that killing a man should always be considered an option if it looks as if he might cost you a large sum of money.
Suppose we'll have to kill him. I don't suppose you have any ideas on that, Diana.
Well, what would you fellas say to an assassination?
I hope you don't have any hidden tape machines in this office, Frank. We're talking about a capital crime here.
I'd like to hear some more opinions on that.
Look, I don't see we have any option, Frank. Let's kill this son of a bitch.
This film is likely to leave Americans with the impression that JFK was assassinated by a corrupt and brutal ruling class. Perhaps they should ask themselves if they are quite sure that he wasn't simply killed by America. So it seems that finally we are left with a very simple question. What kind of society is it which kills its own best men?
Around the year 1200 AD, the medieval Arab traveller and scholar Abd al-Latif al-Baghdadi departed from his hometown of Baghdad. As a young man, al-Baghdadi had studied law, medicine, and philosophy, and was inspired by the works of classical philosophers, in particular Aristotle. At the turn of the 13th century, al-Baghdadi embarked on a series of journeys that would take him to many of the great cities in the region. He traveled to Mosul, to Jerusalem, Damascus, and Aleppo, and eventually, around the year 1204, his journey took him across the Sinai Desert to the banks of the Nile. On his travels, al-Baghdadi wrote a book that was part travel account and part philosophy, entitled The Book of Edification and Admonition. In it, he recalls the remarkable impression that Egypt made on him.
إن أرض مصر من البلاد العجيبة الآثار الغريبة الأخبار، وهي واد يكتنفه جبلان.
Egypt is a land of wondrous monuments and strange stories. It consists of a valley enclosed by two ranges of hills, one to the east and one to the west. The Nile runs between them until it reaches Lower Egypt, where it divides into branches, all of which flow out into the sea. The Nile is unusual for its length. We know of no other river in the inhabited world that covers a greater distance.
وهذا النيل له خاصة، الأولى بعد مرماه، فنحن لا نعلم في المعمورة نهرا أبعد مسافة منه.
As al-Baghdadi traveled around Egypt, he was struck by the incredible variety of ancient remains he saw. Great temples of stone and tomb complexes crumbling beside the waters of the Nile. But none of these compared to the most fabled of all Egypt's monuments, which rose over the horizon, not far from the city of Memphis, at a place called Giza.
أما ما يوجد بمصر من الآثار فشيء لم أر ولم أسمع بمثله.
The ancient monuments in Egypt are such as I have never seen nor heard tell of in other lands. First among them are the pyramids. They are very numerous. All are situated on the Giza side of the Nile and extend in the direction of Memphis, spread out along a distance of about 2 days' journey. Some are big, others small. Some are of clay and mud brick, but most are of stone. Some are stepped, but most of them taper smoothly.
And of all these pyramids, 3 stood out for their seemingly impossible immensity.
وأما الأهرام المتحدث عنها المشار إليها الموصوف.
Turning to the pyramids that everyone talks about, points at, and characterizes in terms of their sheer size, there are 3, laid out in a straight line at Giza. 2 of them are particularly enormous, and it is with these 2 that the poets have been infatuated. The spectacle is so awe-inspiring that your sight will falter as you try to take it all in.
Al-Baghdadi wrote accounts of the local people who lived close to these vast remains. He describes some who climbed to the tops of these structures, and others who quarried them for their fine-cut stone. Others still became obsessed with exploring the hidden tunnels and chambers that branched out beneath the pyramids.
In one of the Great Pyramids, there is an opening that allows people to gain entry. It leads them into narrow corridors, labyrinthine passageways, well shafts, pitfalls, and other such features as appear in the accounts of those who venture inside and explore the innermost parts. Many people, obsessed by the pyramid and filled with fanciful ideas about it, are inspired to penetrate its depths. But they always end up at some place beyond which they cannot go. They spoke of how the pyramid was full of bats, and how these bats grow to the size of pigeons. There are inscriptions on the stones, written in the ancient characters that no one understands. In the entire land of Egypt, I have never found a single person who so much as claimed to have heard of anyone who knew how to read them.
He even seems to have visited the Sphinx nearby, which was then buried up to its neck in the sands.
Also, by the three pyramids, at a distance from them of rather more than a bowshot, the likeness of a most enormous head and neck protrudes from the ground. The people call it Old Father Dread, and assert that its body is buried in the ground, playing across them.
Above all, al-Baghdadi was impressed by the mastery of engineering it must have required to build such constructions, and to have them survive for such a stretch of time.
The construction of the pyramids was carried out according to a methodology remarkable in respect both to design and to precision of execution. This is what has enabled the pyramids to endure time's passing eras. Or rather, it has meant that time itself has had to endure the era of the pyramids. Noble intellects gave the pyramids their all. Pure minds exhausted their every effort for their sake. Enlightened souls outpoured their loftiest capabilities on their design, to stand as exemplars that are the pinnacle of the possible. Because of this, they all but speak aloud of their builders, telling us what sort of folk they were, giving voice to their intellects, relating the stories of their lives and times.
When al-Baghdadi visited Giza around the year 1200, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and had been for more than 3,700 years. All that time, it had testified to the greatness of the civilization that had grown up on the banks of the Nile, a civilization that had passed through countless periods of flourishing and decay, and then finally disappeared beneath the sands of the desert. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of one of the most iconic cultures ever produced by humankind, the civilizations of Egypt's Nile Valley. I want to show how this series of related societies grew up in the floodplains of their great river, and built some of the most enduring and recognizable structures in the world. I want to tell the story of how they rose, how they endured, and how they finally faded from history altogether. The story of Egypt is one of the greatest and longest epics in all of history. Many empires would consider themselves lucky to last through the reigns of 31 kings, but ancient Egypt would see the reign of 31 dynasties of kings, lasting for more than 3,000 years. In the time since, historians have long struggled with this panoply of rulers and eras, and have tried to wrestle the history of Egypt into neat categories. They typically split its history into three sets of dynasties, commonly known as the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. Between these are a number of intermediate periods, when the central power of its kings failed and the land divided. Throughout this history, Egypt's empire would ebb and flow, just like the great river that gave it life. That river was the greatest watercourse of the entire Afro-Eurasian landmass, the River Nile. The Nile finds its source in Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa. It's a body of water about the size of Georgia, or nearly the size of Ireland. The gigantic Lake Victoria drains into the river known as the White Nile, which is joined by the so-called Blue Nile further downstream at Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. From there, it flows for a further 2,000 kilometers across the Nubian and Egyptian deserts to Cairo, where it branches out into a wide delta and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Next to the Amazon River, the Nile is either the longest or second longest river on Earth. It runs for 6,800 kilometers, or around a sixth of the way around the Earth, and its drainage basin covers a tenth of the entire landmass of Africa. Egypt itself has an extremely arid climate, and its inland territories experience virtually no rainfall. If geography had been only a little different, and Lake Victoria had not begun to drain westwards, we can only imagine how differently history might have gone. For at least the last 5,000 years, every blade of grass and every tree in the Nile Valley, every animal and every person to ever live, every priest and every king owes their existence solely to this river. Human presence in Egypt is among the oldest in the world. After evolving in the region of East Africa, modern humans migrated primarily along this corridor, and from there spread. The Nile is, in a sense, the highway down which all of humanity was once passed. As one of our first stops along our great journey, Egypt is home to human remains of astonishing antiquity. Worked by archaic humans have been discovered in Nile deposits dating to as early as 600,000 years ago, and modern Homo sapiens followed in the last 100,000 years or so. These migrations likely happened during one of the many African humid periods that have occurred over the last millions of years. These are times when shifts in the planet's climate caused rains to fall on the Sahara Desert. During these periods, the desert bloomed into a verdant grassland, home to animals and people. And when the period ended, the grasses would die and fishing, and left behind stone tools and a multitude of rock things. From about the year 13,000 BC, from 9,000 BC, people began to weave thread from wool, and another humid period began. One enigmatic stone circle at the desert site of Playa dates to around 7,500 BC, when the Sahara was a range of rolling grasslands once more. This stone monument may have been used to mark the movements of stars at different times of the year, so that people could keep track of cycles like the harvest and the migration of animals for hunting. Nabta Playa has been called Egypt's Stonehenge, but this doesn't quite do it justice, since it was built at least 5,000 years before the first stones of Stonehenge were ever laid. When the last ice age ended and the Sahara once more dried up, any peoples who had been living and herding in its grasslands would have been driven out of their ancestral home. They would have wandered across the newly formed desert until they reached the only stretch of green in the midst of all that sand. That was the banks of the Nile, and here they would make their home. These peoples would build a collection of scattered settlements reaching up and down the river. But slowly, as more and more people were driven to the riverbank to survive, These began to coalesce into larger towns, cities, and finally, kingdoms. The ancient Egyptians referred to the whole region by the name the Two Lands, referring to the long Nile Valley in the south and the delta that spread out in the north, close to the sea. These were the two lands that today we call Upper and Lower Egypt. Surprisingly for a modern person who orients their maps facing north, the Egyptians thought of their world in the opposite direction. As a consequence, their word for east was the same as their word for left, and west the same as right. In the Egyptian mind, they were always facing upstream, waiting for the annual floods to arrive. If you find this confusing as we continue, just remember that southern Upper Egypt is the region upstream, and northern Lower Egypt is downstream. For many people at this time, the lands along the riverbank would have constituted their entire world. The Egyptians referred to the river's floodplain as Kemet, or the Black Land, due to the rich dark soil left behind by its life-giving floods. This land was the realm of the noble god Horus, who had the head of a falcon, the god of life, protection, and healing. If you walk just an hour in either direction, you would soon reach what they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This was the inhospitable desert, stretching out on all sides, roasting hot, largely devoid of water and shade, and inhospitable to most life. These deserts were presided over by the god Set, the god of chaos and violence. The Nile itself, they knew simply by the name Iteru, or the river, since in their world there was no other. The Egyptian world, a place now known as Aswan. Here a belt of hard granite crosses the landscape and forces the river waters into shallow whitewater rapids, running over boulders and through rocky channels called cataracts. This word comes from the Greek word kataraktes, or rushing down. Today, the waters of these cataracts have been tamed by the construction of the Aswan Dam, but in ancient times, they could be a rushing torrent. Each year, when the floodwaters passed through this rocky stretch of the river, they made such a thundering sound that the earth itself could shake these. At Aswan, they built a temple on an island in the middle of those rushing waters, and here worshipped that primeval exploration upriver. For this reason, for much of its early history, this was where ancient Egyptian influence ended, the final extent of their power and border of their empire. Beyond Aswan was the southern lands of Nubia, and for this reason, Egyptians would also refer to it as the narrow gateway to the south. The temple island in the Aswan Cataracts was known to the Egyptians as Abu, the Egyptian word for elephant, since it was a hub for the ivory trade with these southern lands. The Greeks would follow this example and named the place Elephantine. From here, trade caravans would pass overland south to the Darfur region of Sudan, bringing gold, ivory, and other goods. But north of Aswan, everything was considered to be Egypt, as Herodotus records. All the land watered by the Nile in its course was Egypt, and all who lived lower down than the city Elephantine and drank the river's water were Egyptians. Such was the oracle given to them. Luckily for the Egyptians, the Nile flows from the south to the north, while the prevailing winds blow in the other direction, meaning that you could use the winds to sail against the current as far as Aswan without too much effort. But the return journey would be even easier, allowing the river waters to simply carry you along. A ship heading downstream to the north from Aswan would see for some time only rocky desert, and the river bordered by cliffs of hard Nubian sandstone. This is not a land well suited to agriculture, but in ancient times these valleys were sources of natural resources, like gemstones, copper, and gold. Further north, the red cliffs fall away, and the floodplain around the river gets wider. Here, the landscape would have blushed green, and a larger population could be supported. It was in this region that the desert city of Thebes would grow up, which the Egyptians called Waset. This would one day become the most powerful city in Upper Egypt, the capital of the desert regions. The living part of an Egyptian city, its houses and markets and workshops, tended to be built on the eastern bank of the river, where the sun rises, while the western bank, where the sun set, was used only for burials and tombs. Sailing further north, you would reach the area we call Middle Egypt, and the floodplain gets wider still. This region would have been full of wildlife and vegetation. Some way to the west of the river, the waters divert and fill a large oasis known as Fayoum, which sprouts like a broad leaf from the stem of the Nile. In ancient times, this lake was home to large populations of Nile crocodile, so that the settlement on the shore would be known by the Greeks as Crocodilopolis, or Crocodile City. Here, Egyptians apparently even tamed crocodiles in their temples, as Herodotus recounts. Now, for some of the Egyptians, the crocodiles are sacred animals. Those who dwelt about Thebes and about the lake of Moiris hold them to be most sacred, and each of these two peoples keep one crocodile selected, which has been trained to tameness. And they put hanging ornaments of stone and of gold into the ears of these, and anklets round the front feet. And they give them food appointed and victims of sacrifices, and treat them as well as possible. In other places, crocodiles were hunted for food, using ingenious but risky methods. A man puts the back of a pig upon a hook as bait, and lets it go into the middle of the river, while he himself upon the bank of the river has a young live pig, which he beats, and the crocodile, hearing its cries, makes for the direction of the sound. And when he is drawn out to land, first of all, the hunter plasters up his eyes with mud, and having done so, he very easily gets the mastery of him. But if he does not do so, he has much trouble. Also living in the river were the animals that the Greeks would call river horses, or hippopotamus, our hippopotamus. The river horse is sacred in districts of Papremis, but for the other Egyptians it is not sacred, and this is the appearance which he presents. He is four-footed, cloaked and hoofed like an ox, flat-nosed, with a mane like a horse, and showing teeth like tusks, with a tail and voice like a horse, and in size as large as the largest ox. And his hide is so exceedingly thick that when it has been dried, shafts of javelins are made of it. The most strategically important location was what the Egyptians called the balance of the two lands. This was the place where the river split into its delta. As the crossroads between Upper and Lower Egypt, this was always the natural place for the capital when the empire was united. This location would give rise to the city of Memphis, and in turn to modern Cairo. And it is here that the Egyptians would build of Ethiopia and Central Africa would swell the river, and the annual flood would arrive. This happened with such regularity around the middle of August that the Egyptians timed it using the rising of the star Sirius. In the 5th century BC, Herodotus wrote the following description of these floods.
When the Nile is in flood, it overflows in places as far as 2 days' journey from either bank. The Nile comes with a rising flood for 100 days from the summer solstice, and when this tale of days is complete, it sinks again with a diminishing stream, so that the river is low for the whole winter, till the summer solstice again.
The Egyptian year was divided into 3 seasons: the flood season of Akhet, the growing season of Peret, and the harvest season of Shemu. Once the floodwaters receded in early autumn, the land was refreshed and fertilized with rich Nile mud, and new crops could be grown. In this black mud, farmers grew emmer wheat, barley, beans, and lentils throughout the cooler winter season. And when summer came again, the grain was ready to be harvested. Egyptian life was held in this delicate balance. Each year, if the river flooded too little or too much, the results could be devastating, as one ancient Egyptian hymn to the Nile makes clear.
ارعوني مني طائر جرف ورق شري هرنمي.
And suffers. Great and small fall moaning. People are changed at his coming. When he rises, then the land is in joy. Then every belly is glad. Every jaw has held laughter.
بالطائر ختف نحو جاو سوسر شنوت رديخت النمحو.
Since their lives depended so greatly on these floods, the Egyptians developed ingenious systems for measuring them. At the cataracts of Aswan, they built a series of devices known as Nileometers. These often take the form of towers with deep wells inside that allow the river to flow in, with measurements inscribed on their walls in Egyptian cubits. Each year, ancient people would anxiously check these Nileometers to see how high the water was rising that year, and whether it would be a time of famine, a time of plenty, or a time when they would need to hastily build some flood defenses. During the period known as the pre-dynastic era, the 2 halves of Egypt were divided, and this division was cultural as well as political. The desert people of southern Upper Egypt worshipped their own god, Nekhbet, who was commonly depicted as a griffin vulture, a powerful and majestic bird. These people were likely darker skinned and had more of a cultural and linguistic connection with the southern lands of Nubia and sub-Saharan Africa. Their rulers sometimes even intermarrying with the royalty of southern kingdoms. Meanwhile, the people of northern Lower Egypt paid deference to the god Wadjet, usually shown as an Egyptian cobra. They had more genetic influence from North Africa and the Mediterranean, and may have been somewhat lighter skinned. The kings of southern Upper Egypt ruled while wearing a white bulbous crown, while the kings of the north wore a red crown with a spiraling representation of a cobra emanating from it. The kingdoms that ruled over these regions were always fluid, but the geographical distinction between Upper and Lower Egypt always held sway. But around the year 3000 BC, or more than 5,000 years ago, all that began to change. That was because of a king of a kingdom called Thinis. His name was Narmer. The figure of Narmer is wreathed in mystery, and what little we know about him has been pieced together from fragments of inscriptions and a few significant artifacts. Narmer was born under the personal name Menes, but chose Narmer as his Horus name, or king name, when he came to the throne of Thinis. And this name perhaps gives us some sense of his personality. That's because Narmer means something like fighting catfish. The Nile catfish that the king clearly admired is a remarkable species. It's a predatory fish, a nocturnal hunter that can grow up to 1.2 meters long, or about the size of a dolphin, and uses a form of naturally generated electricity as a weapon. Using a unique organ in its body, it can generate an electric shock of up to 350 volts that stuns its prey. In the largest catfish, this shock can be enough to stun an adult human, and the Egyptians were fascinated by this unique property. They depicted these shock and awe predators on painted wall murals, and even experimented with using the weak electric charges of young specimens as a treatment for arthritis. We might imagine that this king Narmer wanted to emulate some of the characteristics of these surprise hunters, but whether it was their patience lying in wait for their enemies, the tenacity of their surprise attacks, or the shock and awe with which they stunned their prey, we may never know. Virtually the only source we have for this period is a carving known as the Narmer palette, which contains only a handful of cryptic clues. One side of this carved artifact shows King Narmer standing over a defeated enemy, gripping him by the Narmer is shown wearing the white, bulbous crown of his native Upper Egypt, suggesting that he bludgeoned his rivals there into submission. On the other side, the carving shows the king leading an army, while ranks of his defeated enemies lie before him. Below this, an image of a bull is shown tearing down the walls of a fortress with its horns. On this side of the carving, Narmer is wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. From this, we might assume that he set out on a campaign of conquest and successfully brought the two lands of Egypt together. Two mythical animals carved on one side of the Narmer palette stand with their long necks intertwined, perhaps representing the coming together of the two sides of Egypt, their lives and their fates now inextricably bound. This was a union that would see the newly united Egypt grow to become one of the most influential societies in early human history. At first, Egyptian culture was heavily influenced by the slightly older civilizations of Mesopotamia, like the Sumerians. Egyptian palaces were often built to a Sumerian design, and they used Sumerian motifs in their art too. But by at least the year 3000 BC, Egypt had matured its own indigenous artistic culture and its own system of writing. The Greeks would later refer to these by a word which means sacred carving or hieroglyph. The Egyptian hieroglyphs are a mixed writing system that uses a variety of phonetic symbols, as well as a collection of symbols that represent whole words. For example, an image of a man holding up his hand to his mouth could be used to represent the common word eat, but other symbols that represented groups of consonants could be used to spell out other less common words, names, or places. Hieroglyphs emerged a little after the invention of cuneiform in Mesopotamia, and it's possible they were inspired by this older writing system. In Mesopotamia, we can see the gradual evolution of the cuneiform writing system from its earliest symbolic roots. But in Egypt, the earliest discovered example of hieroglyphs show the symbols springing into existence already fully formed in a complex system. And this suggests that they may have been developed all at once as a conscious effort, and were perhaps even devised by a single person. The Egyptian hieroglyph for ruler was the shepherd's crook, since the king was considered to be a kind of shepherd for his people. Egyptian kings would even symbolize their royalty by holding a gilded, curved crook, modeled after those used by shepherds. And these kings have come to be known as pharaohs. The word pharaoh derives from the Egyptian word per-aa, meaning great house, and it has stuck in the popular imagination as the name used for any Egyptian ruler, partly due to its use in the Bible. But there is actually no evidence that it was used to refer to Egypt's rulers until nearly 2,000 years after Narmer's lifetime. Up until that time, throughout the first 18 dynasties of Egypt's history, its rulers were simply referred to as kings, or Neswet, and by epithets such as His Majesty. Still, the term pharaoh has gained such currency in popular usage that it's still used to refer to all the rulers of Egypt across the ages. The pharaoh in ancient Egypt was considered the living embodiment of the falcon god Horus and the son of the sun god Ra. One later hymn praises the figure of the king.
Pharaoh is the Lord of wisdom, whose mother knows not his name. Pharaoh's glory is in the sky. His might is in the horizon. Pharaoh is the bull of the sky, who shatters all at will, who lives on the being of every god.
Perhaps most famously of all, the Egyptians were compelled by their religious beliefs to embalm the bodies of the dead, ritually cleansing them in preparation for the afterlife. The Greek Herodotus, who travelled widely in Egypt, wrote about the specialist embalmers who would prepare bodies in this way in exchange for a fee.
They, whenever a corpse is conveyed to them, show to those who brought it wooden models of corpses made like reality by painting, and demonstrate on these the best of the ways of embalming. The second, which they show, is less good and also less expensive, and the third is the least expensive of all. Having told them about this, they inquire in which way they desire the corpse of their friend to be prepared.
With the price negotiated, the embalmer could begin their work, the grisly process of which Herodotus also describes.
First, with the crooked iron tool, they draw out the brain through the nostrils, extracting it partly thus and partly by pouring in drugs. And after this, with the sharp stone of Ethiopia, they make a cut along the side and take out the whole contents of the belly. And when they have cleared out the cavity and cleansed it with palm wine, they cleanse it again with spices pounded up. Then they fill the belly with pure myrrh and with cassia and other spices, and sew it together again. Having done so, they keep covered up in natron for 70 days. They wash the corpse and roll its whole body up in fine linen cut into bands, smearing those beneath with gum, which the Egyptians used generally instead of glue.
Mummification was expensive, and only those with wealth could afford it. Rich merchants, royal officials, and of course, the pharaoh himself. One inscription on the walls of a tomb for the pharaoh Unas gives a sense of the kinds of prayers and blessings that might have been spoken while these took place. This one to the sun god Amun-Ra and the moon god Thoth.
رعبي حنا جحوتي شبنتنو ونيس حنا اعتنو ونمث ونمتنو
Sun and Thoth, take Unas with you, that he may eat of what you eat of, that he may drink of what you drink of, that he may sit where you sit, that he may sail in what you sail in. The booth of Unas is plaited of reeds. The flood of Unas is in the marsh of offerings. His feast is among you gods. Water of Unas is wine, like the sun. Unas will circumnavigate the sky like the sun. Unas shall course the sky.
Upon coming to the throne of the newly united Egypt, King Narmer built the city of white walls, but today we know it as Memphis. The kings who followed Narmer would rule from this new capital, but they spent much of their time traveling between palaces, and when they died, their bodies were still taken back to Narmer's home region, mummified and buried in the city's ancestral burial ground at Abydos. That was until the reign of a king named Hotep Sakemwi. He ruled from about 2900 BC and started what has been called the Second Dynasty of Egypt. And he took the decision to start a new burial ground near Memphis, so that Egypt's pharaohs could be buried close to their new capital. For the site of this new burial ground, he chose a place on the western bank of the river, the side where the sun sets, at a vast open place called Saqqara. Saqqara is situated on a raised plateau that the floodwaters of the Nile do not reach. Visually, it would have been striking to ancient people as the place where the green riverlands end and the dead sand of the desert abruptly begins. For this reason, it may be considered a crossing place between death and life, the perfect place for a necropolis, or city of the dead. For kings who wanted their tombs to be remembered, it also had the benefit of being highly visible from the new capital of Memphis. Over the coming centuries, this site would become full of tombs of kings and queens, and countless royal attendants and nobles who followed them into the afterlife. At first, these tombs were built in a form known as a mastaba, large rectangular constructions built of mud brick, and promising their inhabitants a rebirth into the next life. These could be very large, but they were still relatively unassuming. But soon, Egyptian pharaohs would get even more ambitious with their burial arrangements. This ambition truly began with the rule of a pharaoh named Nebjediket-Joseph. The reign of Joseph begins the period known as the Old Kingdom, which would last for the next 500 years. Joseph was the son of a king named Sakemwi, who had reunited Egypt after a period of turmoil, during which the northern delta rose in rebellion. With order now restored, Joseph clearly wanted to keep it that way. Rather than continuing to travel around the country as pharaohs before him had done, he moved to a permanent capital at Memphis, where he could keep a better eye on the restive northern riverlands. Over his nearly 3 decades of rule, he set about an ambitious program of construction, rebuilding temples and throwing up fortresses all along the river. But it was in the manner of his burial that he would truly leave his mark. When Joseph began the construction of his final resting place, it looked a lot like the mastaba tombs of the kings that had come before. But his royal architect soon began dreaming of a more ambitious structure. He was a visionary chancellor and engineer who held numerous official titles in the kingdom, including head of the royal shipyard, royal seal bearer, and overseer of all stone works. His name was Imhotep. Imhotep's name means the one who comes in peace, and he was born in the 27th century BC. But beyond that, much of what we know about him has been distorted by myth and legend. He was something of a polymath, a priest, a statesman, a scribe, physician, and architect, and even gained fame as a magician. He also has the distinction of being perhaps the first non-royal person to be recorded in any detail by history. As the king's most trusted architect, Imhotep was put in charge of the construction of Djoser's tomb. But it would not be a regular mud brick mastaba like his predecessors. In fact, Imhotep was determined to build this tomb out of stone. This stone would need to be quarried from the bedrock nearby, roughly cut into blocks. But as this stone mastaba rose out of the desert, Imhotep seems to have had an idea. With this stronger building material, the structure could support more weight, and so there was no real reason to stop building. Once the first mastaba was built, he experimented with placing another smaller one on top of it, and then another on top of that, creating a stepped design like a wedding cake. Originally, Imhotep planned to build this construction 4 tiers high, but soon he became even more daring. By the time it was finished, Djoser's tomb stood 6 layers high. It was perhaps the world's first large-scale construction made from cut stone, and rising to a height of 62 meters, it was likely also the tallest building on Earth. Finally, the stepped pyramid was complete, and when the king died, he was laid to rest in a granite chamber beneath the great edifice, surrounded by a maze of tunnels. Djoser's pyramid was a revolutionary step in Egyptian architecture, and it would stand as a challenge to all the kings who would follow him, a challenge that they would find irresistible. The difficulties that engineers like Imhotep faced in building these pyramids were enormous, but their achievement becomes even more impressive when you consider that these monuments to be built fast. Today, Egypt is littered with the remains of half-built pyramids. These were abandoned halfway through their construction, usually because the pharaoh who commissioned them had died early. Once a pharaoh was dead, it seemed no one saw any point in continuing to build his tomb. After all, there was a new pharaoh now, and construction on his pyramid would have to begin right away. For this reason, pyramids usually had to be completed, at the very least within 30 years. Only the kings with the longest and most stable reigns would ever live to see the final capstone placed. The next pharaoh after Djoser was a man named Sekhemkhet, who may have been Djoser's brother, and he would join the ranks of the unfinished. As soon as he came to the throne, he began the construction of another stepped pyramid of immense ambition, sure to dwarf his brother's achievement. But only the first layer of the pyramid was built when Sekhemkhet died, just 6 or 7 years into his reign, and the pyramid was abandoned. Another king, Kabar, also died after 6 years, before his stepped pyramid could be completed. To build each pyramid, the Egyptians would require enormous amounts of laborers, as many as 100,000 per pyramid, with about 10,000 laboring at any one time. There's a widespread misconception that these monuments were built by armies of slaves, but most historians now believe this not to be true. Slavery was an aspect of Egyptian society, as it was across the ancient world, and slaves were mostly taken from prisoners of war, and also from those who fell into debt or committed committed serious crimes. But slaves were mostly used as domestic servants, or if they were unlucky, toiled in extraction industries like mining and quarrying. These were considered an underclass and would not have been trusted with construction of such important and sacred buildings. In fact, evidence shows that the pyramid builders were a mixture of professional artisans and labouring peasants who worked seasonally in exchange for rations. The life of an Egyptian farmer was dictated by the coming and going of the annual floods, and there were only a few times of year when they could be meaningfully employed in the fields. For the rest of the time, they would have leased out their services to construction projects, the digging of canals and other public works, and construction of pyramids. While they laboured for the king, these workers drank beer 3 times a day and ate meat regularly. They toiled in 3-month shifts and were divided into teams of 20 men. The discovery of their graffiti, hidden on the inward-facing sides of some stone blocks in the pyramids, shows that they gave themselves playful and boisterous team names, some of which have been recorded.
The Friends of Khufu, the Vigorous Gen, the followers of the powerful White Crown of Khufu,
Those who know the Pharaoh,
the Drunkards of Menkori.
It seems their supervisors fostered a sense of team pride and healthy competition, perhaps giving honours and extra beer rations for those who shifted the most blocks. Doubtless, the work was backbreaking, but over the following millennium, millions of Egyptians would take this deal. Perhaps they also felt a sense of pride and the great constructions they were taking part in, which, if all went well, they would live to see completed. These labourers were sufficiently respected that any who died during the construction were buried in tombs within the royal complex, their bodies forever a part of the monolith they'd given their lives to build, an honour that would never have been given to a slave. The vast administrative effort of building these tombs over the next centuries required a fundamental restructuring of Egyptian government. In the past, most of the high positions of state had been doled out to the pharaoh's family. But with such ambitious projects to be completed, skilled people would be needed. In the decades that followed, individual functions of government, such as the master of scribes and controller of workshops, were separated out, and these roles were delegated to capable individuals who were promoted on merit. The Egyptologist Toby Wilkinson summarizes the transformation in the following terms.
As Egypt embarked on pyramid building, the pyramids were building Egypt.
This new caste of civil servants took pride in their work. One Egyptian text of the 5th dynasty records the advice that a vizier named Ptah-hotep gave to his son about how to be a successful administrator.
let not your heart be puffed up because of your knowledge. Be not confident because you are a wise man. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as the wise. Good speech is more hidden than gold, but it may be found even among maidservants at the grindstone.
Still, the failures of the kings that followed Djoser must have left a mark on the empire's morale. Their crumbling, half-finished pyramids stood in the desert as an image of kingship that could also be fragile and fleeting. With his stepped pyramid, Djoser had laid down a provocation that would have to be answered. But it wasn't until the reign of a king named Snefru that someone would rise to the challenge. Snefru's full name was Horneb Ma'at Snefru Waj, Horus Horus, lord of Ma'at, has perfected me. Ma'at, in Egyptian religious belief, was the embodiment of justice and truth, sometimes portrayed as a goddess, wearing an ostrich feather on her head, who kept the stars and the seasons in their regular patterns, and maintained peace. Opposed to her in their theology was the concept of coiling serpent. For the most part, Snefru's name seems to have been appropriate. Under the protection of Ma'at, he reigned for as long as 48 years, a time of prosperity and stability. His accession to the throne is remembered in the later Egyptian source, the Prissa Papyrus.
The majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Huni, came to the landing place of death, and the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Snefru, was raised up as a beneficent king in this entire land.
During his half-century on the throne, Snefru would secure his place as Egypt's most ardent and determined pyramid builder. With the failure of the last kings to build a stepped pyramid to match Djoser's, Snefru began to wonder if he could build something even better, a pyramid that conformed to a perfect geometrical shape. He had a vision of a pyramid with polished, smooth sides, unlike anything the world had seen before. His first attempt to accomplish this would be at the Pyramid of Meidum. There is some debate about whether the Meidum Pyramid was built by Snefru or by his predecessor Huni, but we can assume they wouldn't compete for the honor, as it stands as one of the most impressive failed pyramids in history. The Meidum Pyramid was built in several stages. First, it was a stepped pyramid of similar design to Djoser's, and then this interior structure was encased in a steep shell of white limestone, creating a high and narrow point. The effect would have been beautiful. That is, until one day, as the pyramid neared completion, when the entire weight of the stone facing began to collapse in all directions. We can only imagine the noise and calamity that must have accompanied this. The workers leaping clear of the wreckage, the overseers watching aghast, as an avalanche of painstakingly cut stone poured off the side of the pyramid. The moment this happened, Snefru ordered the construction to be halted. Workmen inside the interior chambers simply put down their tools and left. Today, the burial chamber inside the pyramid is still unfinished, with raw, uncarved walls and wooden supports still in place, which were usually removed after encouraged. Soon he tried again, with a pyramid at the site of Dashur, just to the south of the royal necropolis of Saqqara. This pyramid was intended to be tall, and its sides were even steeper than the first. His workmen began to construct it with a sharp 53-degree slope to its sides, and this time Snefru must have hoped that he would get the pyramid he dreamed of. But this would not turn out to be the case. This second pyramid was built on ground that was only soft sand and shale. As the pyramid took shape and its weight climbed into the millions of tons, they found that the stone was sinking into the earth and causing cracks to appear in the structure. We can only imagine how it felt to be the architect who had to bring this bad news to the king, the son of Ra, the living embodiment of the god Horus. The workmen tried everything they could, from adding new supporting blocks to the base to propping up subsiding sections with huge beams of cedar wood. But it was hopeless. It became clear that if they continued the pyramid as planned, it would likely collapse, just as the first one had. The pharaoh Snefru seems to have listened to reason. He consented to allow his workmen to hurriedly finish the pyramid, with a reduced angle of only 43 degrees and a final height reduced by 25 meters. This means that today the pyramid has a peculiar snub-nosed appearance that has given it the name the Bent Pyramid. It's clear that Snefru still wasn't satisfied. He now ordered the construction of a final pyramid, 1 kilometer to the north, combining everything his craftsmen had learned from the first two. This one was now built with a 43-degree incline from the beginning, more evenly distributing the weight on the earth. And finally, Snefru got the pyramid he desired. This was the first structure that truly took the iconic shape of an Egyptian pyramid and would be used as a model for those that would be built in years to come. It was 105 meters high, nearly twice the height of Djoser's pyramid, and the world's new tallest building. And its geometrical perfection was undeniable. When Snefru died, he was buried in this pyramid according to his wishes, and his son took the throne. He would be the greatest pyramid builder of all. His name was Khufu. As a boy, Khufu must have seen his father, Snefru, obsessed with the construction of his 3 pyramids. We can imagine the young prince listening in on his father's conversations with his architects, the tension and anger as the pyramids failed, and then the final triumph of the Red Pyramid. And perhaps as a boy, he dreamed of one day building such a monument for himself. We know very little about Khufu or what his reign was like, but it's clear that he was inspired by one thing: size. And above all, the desire to build the largest pyramid that would ever stand. Learning from his father's mistakes on the Bent Pyramid, and likely inheriting some of his architects, Khufu elected to build his tomb some 15 kilometers to the northwest of Saqqara, on a shelf of strong limestone just outside Memphis, at a place called Giza. When construction began on the Great Pyramid, there must have been some uncertainty about whether it would even be possible. It was built using an estimated 2.3 million large stone blocks, weighing a total of 6 million tons. And when its first layer was completed, it was the size of more than 10 football pitches. Its builders used predominantly local limestone, quarried from nearby on the Giza Plateau, to build the pyramid's interior structure, and these were bound together with lime mortar, packed with straw and charcoal. Luckily, these organic remains in the pyramid mortar can be carbon dated, allowing archaeologists to date the pyramids with scientific certainty to this period. But while rough stone would do for the main body, the king's burial chamber at its heart was made of blocks of hard granite brought from Aswan, since it needed to resist the crushing weight of millions of tons of stone above it. The fine limestone blocks of its outer shell were quarried at a place called Tura, on the other side of the river. The stone from these quarries was of exceptional quality, a pale white in colour, almost like marble. For this reason, it was highly prized for use on the interiors of tombs, and the perfect casing for a pyramid. This limestone was cut out of underground tunnels in these quarries and dragged down of the Nile, where it was loaded onto barges to be carried downstream. In order to ease the transportation of the stones, the Egyptians dug a series of canals and artificial harbors that came right up to the base of the pyramids, one of which was known as Shey Khufu, or the Pool of Khufu. One papyrus has been uncovered, ever found, that is the work journal of an overseer named Merer. In it, he records the process of this perhaps less than exhilarating task.
Day 25. Inspector Moreira spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 26. Inspector Moreira casts off from Tora loaded with stone. Spends the night at the Pool of Khufu. Day 27. Sets sail loaded with stone. Spends the night at the pyramid. Day 28. Casts off from the pyramid in the morning. Sails upriver to Tora South. Day 29. Inspector Moreira spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 30. Inspector Moreira spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora.
Remarkably, the pyramid was oriented perfectly to true north, with one of its faces at each point of the compass, suggesting that the Egyptians must have used measurements of the stars in order to align it, the only method by which they could have achieved such accuracy. And with the kingdom's now exceptional organization, it's been estimated that it took only about 23 years to build, with the final stones being placed around 2560 BC. Upon its completion, the Great Pyramid of Giza would stand 147 meters high, or nearly 40 stories. It was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and would remain so for nearly 4,000 years. The building that eventually surpassed it, the wooden spire of Lincoln Cathedral in England, completed in 1311, would stand for little more than 2 centuries before it collapsed in a storm. Today, Khufu has cemented his name into history with the construction of these monuments. But other than his ambitious pyramid, little else is known about him. The only representation of him ever found is a single statuette carved from ivory, and, ironically for a man so obsessed with grand scale, this statue is only 7 centimeters, or less than 3 inches tall. When Khufu died around 2525 BC, his son Jedefre would take the throne, but his reign was short, and when he died, another of Khufu's sons became pharaoh. His name was Khafre. The pharaoh Khafre would follow in his father's and grandfather's footsteps and build a grand pyramid of his own. He would place it right beside his father's, but for some reason he declined to build it any higher. It could be that his builders, perhaps tiring of this mania for ever bigger and better pyramids, simply told him that it wouldn't be possible to build any bigger. It may be that Khafre worried that it would have appeared unseemly to one-up his dead father quite so ostentatiously. Perhaps for this reason, Khafre's pyramid would be a deferential 3.5 meters shorter than his father's, although he was sure to place it on a slightly higher shelf of limestone, meaning that from many angles it appears taller. Coupled with slightly steeper angled sides, this meant Khafre was also able to build his pyramid with perhaps 350,000 fewer stone blocks, a saving that his teams of labourers and stonemasons no doubt appreciated. Today, the Pyramid of Khafre is the only pyramid at Giza to retain any of its original casing stones of smooth white Tura limestone, which still cling to the top third of the structure, perhaps since its steeper sides made it more difficult for stone thieves to extract the very top of its masonry. This allows us to picture how these monuments would have looked in their golden age. The smooth white sides that must have gleamed blindingly in the desert sun, and at night shone in the light of the moon. These pyramids were also likely capped with a stone known as a pyramidion, usually carved of diorite or granite, and carved with hieroglyphs. Some examples of these pyramidions have been found with distinctive grooves that suggest that they were encased in a decorative metal, either copper or shining electrum, an alloy of gold and silver. Since the pyramidions for the Giza pyramids have never been found, it's unknown whether their tops were encased in metal. But if they were, it would have made them an even more impressive sight, a gleaming pinnacle reaching up to the heavens. Within only 100 years or so of the construction of Djoser's first stepped pyramid, all of Egypt's largest pyramids had already been built, all by only 3 generations of the same family. But almost from the moment the final capstone was placed on Khafre's massive monument, enthusiasm for enormous pyramids began to wane. The pharaoh Menkaure, the son of Khafre and grandson of Khufu, also built his pyramid at Giza around 2510 BC, but his would be significantly smaller. It's not even a tenth the size of the Great Pyramid, and only 2/3 the size of even Djoser's stepped pyramid. One explanation for this was that Menkaure didn't expect to live long enough to build such a grand construction as his predecessors. Herodotus records one piece of tradition about the pharaoh Menkaure, which recounts how an oracle told him that his reign would be short. As a result, he determined to make the best of the time he had, and perhaps this left him little time for pyramid building.
The king deemed this unjust and sent back to the oracle a message of reproach, blaming the god. Why must he die so soon, whereas his father and his uncle had lived long? He caused many lamps to be made, and would light these at nightfall and drink and make merry. By day or night he never ceased from reveling, roaming to the marsh country and the groves, and whenever he heard of the likeliest places of pleasure.
Whether there's any truth to this or not, it's clear Menkaure had different priorities to Khufu and Khafre, and his more modest pyramid seems to have broken the spell of his family's one-upmanship. For the next 1,000 years, pharaohs would continue to build pyramid tombs, but they would be mostly at a much reduced scale, and they would cut bigger and bigger corners in their construction. Instead of a solid limestone structure, these later monuments would often be a simple limestone shell, encasing a core of mud brick, or simply earth and sand. For this reason, little remains of these later pyramids, other than melancholy heaps, alone in the desert. Slowly, the practice would begin to die out altogether. The reason Egyptians stopped building pyramids was partly due to changes in religious attitudes towards burial, but it also seems to have stemmed from concern over tomb robbers. After all, a pyramid was essentially an enormous sign, announcing to the world that the richest man in Egypt was buried there. From the earliest days, people were drawn to the tombs of long-dead kings to attempt to steal their treasures. One tomb inscription of a royal architect named Ineni gives us a clue about these changing priorities. He writes that he constructed his king's tomb not in an ostentatious declaration of power, but in total secrecy.
I supervised the excavation of the cliff tomb of His Majesty alone. No one seeing, no one hearing.
Even with these secret tombs, grave robbers were still a constant concern. One pharaoh of the later New Kingdom would order an inspection of his predecessors' tombs, and his inspectors brought back troubling news.
The tomb of the king. It was found that the evildoers have damaged it by forcing an opening into the main chamber of his tomb through the passage wall of the sanctuary of Nememet, superintendent of the grain stores of the king. In the funerary place, the body of the king had been removed, and the tomb of his royal spouse, the royal lady of Mumshas, was empty. The robbers,
Just the precious treasures inside them were stolen. As the overseer Merer had found, cutting the limestone blocks from the quarries of Tura was one of the most time-consuming parts of construction. For this reason, pharaohs who felt more pressed for time sometimes despoiled previous pyramids of their cut stone in order to speed along their own monuments. One Middle Kingdom text, known as the Instruction of Merikare, advises kings against this shameful practice.
Do not despoil the monument of another, but quarry stone in Tura. Do not build your tomb out of ruins, using what has been made for what is to be made.
In place of constructing their own pyramids at Saqqara or Giza, the later pharaohs would be buried at a place near Thebes that the Egyptians called the great and majestic necropolis of the millions of years of the pharaoh, or sometimes the Great Field. But today it is known as the Valley of the Kings. Here, a natural rock formation known as El Kur, or the Horn, rises above a series of dramatic red cliffs. When viewed from the entrance to the tombs here, this pointed peak somewhat resembles a natural pyramid. It's possible that this convenient landform may have relieved some of the pressure on Egypt's pharaohs and allowed them an equally prestigious place to be buried, while freeing up an untold amount of energy and manpower in the kingdom. Egypt's manual laborers could perhaps breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly, the age of the pyramids came to an end. Still, that was a long time in the future, and throughout the 4th and 5th dynasties of Egypt, royal monument construction continued confidently. But in the 6th dynasty, around the 23rd century BC, construction began to decline. Part of the reason for this was an increasing decentralization of the empire and a gradual weakening of the power of the king. The final pharaoh of the Old Kingdom was named Pepi II. He came to the throne at the age of 6 and ruled for more than 60 years. Pepi was an excitable and enthusiastic child, as we can see from one tomb inscription by one of his officials named Harkuf. Harkuf had a long and illustrious career. He served as the mayor of one of Egypt's southern provinces in the region of the Nile Cataract of Aswan, the narrow gate to the south, part of Central Africa, into what the Egyptians called the Horizon Lands. He wrote a full account of one of these expeditions on the walls of his tomb.
I accomplished it in 7 months. I brought back from there all sorts of beautiful, exotic produce and was praised for it very greatly. I came back with 300 donkeys laden with incense, ebony, precious oil, grain, leopard skins, and elephant tusks.
The boy pharaoh Pepi was so delighted with Harkuf's trip that he wrote a letter directly to him. The letter was likely written on fragile papyrus and has not survived. But luckily, Harkuf was so proud of this sign of royal favour that he had the letter copied out, word for word, on the wall of his tomb. His proudest moment, etched into stone for eternity. In it, we get a sense for the voice of this excitable young king.
You know how to do what your lord loves and favours. You wake and you sleep, planning to do what your lord loves, favours and commands. Unique friend Harkuf.
Pepi was especially excited by a small man that Harkuf had come across in East Africa and had brought back with him. Perhaps either a man with dwarfism or a member of the so-called pygmy tribes of Central Africa.
You have further said in this message that you have brought a dwarf of the gods' dances from the land of the horizon dwellers. Come downstream to the residence at once. Hurry and bring with you this dwarf that you have brought, alive, prosperous and healthy, for the king. When he goes down with you into the boat, have excellent people around him on deck, lest he fall in the water. My Majesty wishes to see this particular dwarf more than the produce of the lands.
However, as a pharaoh, Pepi was relatively ineffectual. During his childhood, his mother and grand viziers seem to have done much of the ruling, and as an adult, he continued a relatively hands-off approach to the kingdom. For much of its history, Egypt had been governed by regional administrators known as nomarchs, who were appointed by the pharaoh to rule over their regions on his behalf. Pepi's long reign saw an increasing amount of power passing to these regional governors. Gradually, their positions became hereditary rather than appointed, so that single families began to amass large amounts of power, and their tombs became larger and more elaborate with every passing year. These nomarchs were soon beginning to look a lot like feudal lords, or even petty kings, and even began fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the once boy king Pepi was now entering his 70s, frail and increasingly detached from the business of ruling. This might not have been a death blow for the kingdom, but it was around this time that a record drought descended over Egypt and the entire eastern Mediterranean, starting around the year 2200 BC. This climate shift we have encountered before. It is known as the 4.2 kilo-year event and has been implicated in the collapse of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia and perhaps even the Indus Valley civilization in India and Pakistan. In Egypt, the result of this event was a series of years in which the Nile floods were much reduced and agriculture came under immense pressure. The drought was so severe and long-lasting that the verdant lake at Fayoum, that once stood 65 meters deep, completely dried up over the next 50 years. And crop yields would have plummeted. The long reign of a pharaoh was usually good news for the kingdom. It tended to generate a period of stability and often prosperity. But when a king's rule went on too long, it had the tendency to create what we might call the old king problem. The long reign of the pharaoh Pepi, along multiple wives meant that he had countless children, many of them now old men themselves, with children and grandchildren of their own. And they were all impatient to see this old king pass on, so that they would get their chance to rule. When Pepi finally died around 2170, the Chaos Serpent of Isfet now wound its way around all the lands of Egypt. In the 2 decades that followed, the kingdom would see no fewer than 17 pharaohs come and go, some perhaps dying of old age, and others no doubt killed by their rivals. The only one of these kings to survive more than a year on the throne was a man named Ibi, who even somewhat optimistically tried his hand at building a pyramid at the royal burial ground of Saqqara. But this monument was a testament to the now much reduced state of the empire. Standing at little more than 30 meters high, it was smaller than the pyramids of some of the earlier kings' wives. On top of that, it was lazily constructed around a core of mud and limestone chips. King Ibi, the man who was to be buried under this sad monument, ruled for only 2 years, 1 month and a day, and likely did not control all of Egypt. Now, local nomarch governors declared independence and ruled their provinces alone. Their tombs around this time stop referring to the reign of a pharaoh and are full of boasts and elaborate titles that they seem to have invented for themselves. 1, 2. Inscription for a powerful nomarch named Aktifi demonstrates how the centralized power of the king was declining.
I'm the vanguard of the men, the rear guard of the men, a leader of the land through active conduct, strong in speech, collected in thought. For I am without peer, who spoke out when people were silent, on the day of fear, when Upper Egypt was silent.
Aktifi recalls the time of famine that swept over the land, as crisis after crisis rocked the struggling Old Kingdom.
All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger to such a degree that everyone had come to eating his children. But I managed that no one died of hunger in this province. The entire country had become